चल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जय गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Well, good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to you all to 75th Scotch Summit on the subject of state of governance. On this Platinum Jubilee, I can proudly announce that you all have become part of the Scotch Parivar. So welcome to Scotch Parivar. State of governance has been through several phases of development, and today the digital precedes good governance. Scotch State of Governance Report Card that's been ranking the states, the departments, the cities, districts, and everybody who has contributed to this growth journey captures all outcome-based efforts and interventions made by all you people over different periods in time. And your contribution, therefore, adds up towards the state ranking on the national charts accordingly. So we start the day by celebrating the successes and announcing the first round of Order of Merit. But can I request you to start with the footprints of Scotch to share the 50th Scotch Summit celebration, which was the Golden Jubilee, and the journey thus far? Well, the imperatives of being a welfare state has always dictated us that we are a government for the people. The entire landscape post 1991 unfolding of reforms started changing. We had different challenges. The biggest challenge was how to convert citizen at the doorstep of the government to government at the doorstep of citizen. And that was something which has taken us through this journey of last 30 years and since 1991, wherein we have actually attained the dream of a digital citizen, a connected government, wherein I can not only speak to the government can also speak with me and take my opinion. So participatory democracy, which is what has been the basic tenet of Indian democracy, Indian Federation, has been realized, but it's been a journey which has not been easy, and all of you have been stakeholders to it. And in every small bit, we have contributed to reach where we have. So Deepak, can we see another small clip before we start announcing the orders of merit?
स्कॉच फाउंडेशन को और उसके सभी पदाधिकारियों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। इस पुरस्कार के लिए उनने मेरा चयन किया है।
Mr. Sameer Kocher's book on Modinomics is being released today. We've just had the benefit of listening to him. I must say he's a very blunt man.
He is really a very resourceful person.
समीर जी, आई वांट टू थैंक यू वेरी मच। हम लोगों ने सबने अपनी जनता की प्रतिज्ञा ली है समीर जी। ये प्रतिज्ञा लेके सेवा की सोच करके हम यहाँ इस मंच पे आए हैं।
मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देती हूँ कोचर जी को, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी मेहनत, अपनी लगन से, मैंने अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ आए हैं अपनी टीम के साथ। उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी का 3 पूरे दिन हमको दिया है।
Thank you very much, Sameer ji, for this opportunity. You said I've attended. This is my 3rd event at Scotch.
नीचे से उठ करके ऊपर आने वाले समीर कोचर जी मेरे बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं।
I congratulate Shri Sameer Kocher.
Thank you to Sameer Kocher for putting together.
So the journey of Scotch started with Mr. Sameer Kocher, the chairman Scotch and the founder, laying the foundation stone of the organization in the year 1997. And we are fortunate to have been guided by his wisdom and intellect over all these years and have become part of Scotch Parivar. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, let me start announcements for the Scotch Order of Merit for the first session. And the first Order of Merit goes to Mr. G. Neban, Additional Director from Agriculture Department, Government of West Bengal, Farm Mechanization, West Bengal Experiences, and Networking of Custom Hiring Centers. Do we have Mr. Neban with us? Move on to the next and invite Dr. Sundar Balakrishna, CEO, Andhra Pradesh Information Technology Academy for Apita Academic Resources Center. Dr. Sundar. Professor H. Reddy Konireddy, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Design and Development of Online Teaching and Learning System, a Toolkit. Mr. Reddy. Mr. K. Kannababu, Managing Director from Andhra Pradesh State Disaster Management Authority, Heat Wave Prediction and Mitigation. Mr. N. Bangara Raju, Executive Director from Andhra Pradesh State Skill Development Corporation for upscaling skill development process through e-learning methods. Loan interest reimbursement scheme. Anna Saheb Patil Arthik Magas Vikas Mahamandal Maryadit Skill Development and Entrepreneurship Department, Government of Maharashtra. Managing Director, Mr. Anil Patil. Mr. Patil, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Mr. Patil, would you like to tell us in brief as to, what this loan interest reimbursement scheme is all about and how it has helped?
Sure. Good morning, all. Government of Maharashtra has started this scheme by which people who are having lower income, that be below 8 lakh annual income, and want to do the business and have a possibility of funds, they can approach the banks for the funds, and after getting loan from the banks, and if they reimburse, if they repay all the installments regularly, we reimburse the interest part to those people. So by which we can help the people who are needy for the funds, and banks are also happy that they are paying regularly, and it's a win-win situation for both, for the government as well as the beneficiaries as well as the banks. So by doing this, we are doing that migration of the people from rural to city or urban area is halted or stopped. Around 35,000 people are getting benefit of this, and around 160 crores has been reimbursed till date. This is the scheme for people who are having less income, that is less than 8 lakhs per annum.
So how long it's been going on? I mean, how old
so
is
for last 3 years we are doing this business. For last 3 years we are doing this scheme, and this continued with the government support. And government is getting money which is required for us, and we are reimbursing the amount. Whenever they repay, we will reimburse that.
Wonderful.
So people who are needy and who are willing to do business, who are true beneficiaries, they get the benefited. Only those people will get benefited who are repaying regularly.
Excellent. Well, wonderful.
Yeah.
And congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. With this, we move on to the next. Dr. Ravindra Kumar Sohane, Vice Chancellor, Bihar Agriculture University, Sabor, for livelihood diversification and capacity building of tribal communities in the aspirational districts of Bihar. Dr. Sohane.
Thank you, Scotch Group, for choosing Bihar Agriculture University for this important topic. I would like to, Dr. Patil, please brief about the project.
So, sir, actually, we have worked in the tribal villages, the villages where most of the households were belonging to tribal communities, and we have conducted work in the Banka as well as Purnia and Katihar districts of Bihar, where we found that earlier there was poor land use efficiency, household income was low, as well as productivity of field crops as well as livestock animals was very poor. And we conducted many of the interventions, like we replaced previously used obsolete varieties with new varieties. We introduced new cropping system, as a result of which rice productivity has increased by more than 30%, as well as cropping intensity has been increased by 33%. So we are able to increase the profitability of crop production system from 31,000 rupees per year to 40,000 per year. That means just by replacement of technologies and farming practices, we were able to increase the farm household income by rupees 9,000. In addition to that, in order to not only we have worked towards increasing farm household income, we have also worked towards enhancing the nutritional security of tribal households. Along with that, in order to increase the employment generation abilities as well as to diversify their income sources, we introduced low input based activities like beekeeping, mushroom cultivation, kitchen gardening. As a result of these activities, now in the tribal households, the consumption of protein sources like milk, meat and egg has increased. Consumption of fruits, vegetables as well as milk-based product has also increased. This has not only increased the income of the farming community, but it has also contributed towards enhancing the nutritional security of tribal households. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. I mean, looking at the way you're taking care of livelihoods and the nutritional requirements of the tribal belts and the tribal communities, how long has this project been going on? And have you?
This project is being implemented since 2017, sir.
And
for last 4 years, it is being implemented, sir.
And have you done any assessment on how the
Yes,
health and the the economic status of the families have improved?
Yes, sir. That's what we were told, sir. We were able to increase the income of farming families from 31,000 to 40,000, sir. Just in area of crop production, through crop production. Beside crop production, we also observed that after implementation of this project, now farmers, the rural households are having availability of fruits, vegetables, meat and egg throughout the year at their own household. They need not buy these things from outside. So beyond just monetary benefit, this has also contributed indirectly through increasing availability of source of nutrition at household levels.
All right, great. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts and views and the achievements, and congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you, sir.
Gujarat CM Dashboard, Chief Minister's Office, Government of Gujarat, Mr. Manoj Kumar Das, Additional Chief Secretary. Mr. Roopwant Singh, let me go back, CMO Gujarat. Yes, we have a gentleman.
Good morning, Dr. Saab.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, Scotch Group, for selecting us. We have been working on a CM Dashboard project for the last 3 years.
And if we have to say that how it has impacted the citizens in Gujarat, what have been the outcomes?
We are basically working as a, you can say, catalyst for the rest of the government system, that is government to citizens. So we are monitoring the overall system of the government processes. So for example, if you're applying for an income certificate or a caste certificate, then we make sure that the services which the citizens are asking for, it must be delivered within the stipulated time. We make sure that the citizen is getting the products within the timeline or what they are entitled to. So that's how the entire monitoring system goes. We are monitoring the projects as well. We make sure that it is implemented within the stipulated timeline. So it's basically a monitoring and control system. We are making sure that system works as per the desired.
No, it's an excellent implementation, and there are a lot of accolades which is done already are talked about the CM Dashboard in Gujarat. In fact, it almost very much entrusted us to further study and document it. And maybe over maybe Monday or Tuesday, probably I'll get in touch with you, and we may plan a visit to see the project, firsthand and experience it. So this is very, very exciting.
It would be a pleasure, sir.
All right, great. So thank you very much for joining us, and
thank you, sir.
Wish you all the best, and congratulations to you once again.
Thank you so much.
I move on to invite Mr. Roopwant Singh, Commissioner, Integrated Lease Management System, Commissioner of Geology and Mining from Government of Gujarat. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, this is P.D. Gadvi from Geology and Mining. Thank you for honoring us for the semi-finalist and the further round. The project we started integrated lease management system actually for the stakeholders. It was the dream of our honorable commissioner, the team, and then we did successfully completed the project in last 1 year, and we got a very good success. We rolled out in the month of May, and we got very good success for the rolling out of the project. So we are once again, thank you very much for the SCOTCH team, my team members, Honorable Commissioner, our Additional Director Sir, and all the stakeholders who have helped us to complete this project.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Piyush Kumar Gadhvi, ICT Officer and Commissioner from Geology of Mining, Government of Gujarat, Vehicle Tracking and Monitoring System. There we go.
Yeah, once again, very good morning. This is P.D. Gadhvi. This is one of the other project that is integrated with the ILMS system, Integrated Lease Management System. This is called as a Vehicle Tracking and Monitoring System, where we monitor all the vehicles who are carrying the minerals from one place to other place. So we can track the the mineral carrying vehicles. We can see they are in time or not. So that is again integrated with the ILMS system, and we are thankful to all the team members who have helped us to complete this project. We are thanking to the SCOTCH team for being winner for that semi-finalist for this project. Thanks.
Congratulations to you, Piyush ji, once again.
Thank you.
Director, Employment and Training, Mr. Alok Kumar Pandey, Commissionerate of Labour, Government of Gujarat for Simple Shram Inspection, Mobile Portal for Labour and Employer. Mr. Pandey. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Public Relations Officer, Cooperative Department, Government of Bihar, Mukhyamantri Harit Krishi Sanyatra Yojana. Mr. Kumar. Mr. Jitendra Roy, Additional Secretary from Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal for Bangla Shasya Bima Scheme. The next one also goes to the Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal for Krishak Bandhu, Mr. Jitendra Roy, Additional Secretary. Additional Secretary from Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal, Mr. H. Moody for Nona Swarno. Mr. Virendra Kanwar, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries Minister, Assistant to Gausadans, Gaushalas and Cow Sanctuaries, a step towards stray cattle-free Himachal Pradesh from Department of Animal Husbandry, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Kalyan Chand Cham, Director from Department of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, Government of Himachal Pradesh, end-to-end computerization. Mr. DPS Kharbanda, Director, Khedo Punjab Application, Department of Sports, Government of Punjab. Mr. Kharbanda.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
First of all, I'd like to convey my special thanks to Honorable Chairman Sameer Kochhar Sahab and their dedicated team, our Punjab government, and the backbone of this first ever attempt by any state regarding the sports mobile app, our sports personnel of India and especially Punjab, and the Daily Word and my core team of the department. Sir, the state of Punjab has been a huge asset to India in its sports journey, providing legendary names like Milkha Singh, Yuvraj, Abhinav Bindra, for keeping the spark alive in the young and budding players of Punjab, sir, and to ensure and enhance the performance of the present sports artery of state. The Department of Sports Punjab has developed the first and only mobile application. Its name is Khedo Punjab. Like the motive to develop this application is to provide India with more Punjabi firepower in the area of sports by clarifying every sports-related dilemma of players and coaches at their fingertips. The main crux, sir, I won't take much time, is that basically, it will be having 11 features. We register the name of a sports person. If he may be a budding player, maybe a seasoned player, he comes to know that, what he wants to play. Like he may be for example, say 100-meter athletic. His score is maybe at present is 100 meter in 13 seconds. But he will come to know that the Jacob from Jamaica, this time in Olympics, he was the fastest man on earth. He scored 9.8 seconds. Every 15 minutes, every 15 days, there's a beep message mechanism. He will come to know that I am 5 seconds away from Jacob. I am now 4 seconds away from Jacob. I am 3 seconds away from Jacob. This provides enthusiasm in the player, self-start enthusiasm, and that will have a sparkling effect. Similarly, the Neeraj Chopra, our grand gold medalist, he threw it, he touched 87.58 in javelin. So our app shows, after every 15 days, that how far we are away from Neeraj Chopra. So this prepares the, bed for our budding players so that they can perform better. We can monitor the coaches, we can monitor the players, we can have the fresh budding players. So, we can monitor the diet, everything, all infrastructure is there. And, with click of mouse, a sports person comes to know where is the best coach available in the state, where should I go, what should be the fee criteria, and what is the government schemes. The government of Punjab has done marvelous job in this area of sports, and it's a special thanks to Punjab government. We have spent more than 300 crores in various infrastructure and for the upliftment of the sports person. So with this mobile app, there is enthusiasm among the players. Till date, our goal is to register 1 lakh players of Punjab, India for this sports mobile app. We had touched nearing about 10-15,000. It's on the growing stage, and it's available on Apple. It's available on Android. The name is Khedo Punjab. So I especially convey my thanks to the Scotch group who had awarded us the Scotch Order of Merit. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Very nice, Kharbanda Saab. It is very heartening to hear the efforts that are being undertaken to promote sports in the state of Punjab, which anyway has been known for many other achievements as well. Rightly so. Congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you, sir.
From Directorate of Geology and Mining, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Roshan Jacob, Secretary and Director for Project MineGate.
Thank you. We thank the Scotch team for inviting us over into this virtual interaction.
Do we have your video?
Is that fine?
Yes, now we can see.
So the project that we have been working on, which is by name MineGate, and it's hosted on a domain known as MineMitra, minemitra.up.gov.in. Now, the idea was to create a kind of one-stop shop for mining and an end-to-end solution for online mineral management. So it has several independent, decentralized modules, but all of which work in a coordinated fashion. Our two main aims, or the two main planes on which MineMitra works is, first as a unified platform which offers or caters to all the demands and all the services given out by the Department of Mining, whether it is to the industry, our concessionaires, or to the average public, the consumer. So all kinds of permits and permissions, leaves and licenses given out by the department are put under this one common gateway. At another level, MineMitra also functions as an integrated software which for curbing practices of illegal mining and transportation through real-time data surveillance. Now, as I said, it has several independent modules, but if we are just to quickly go through, if we are to broadly classify it into 4 different categories, one is online mineral management, in which we have all the online transit passes. We have online payment facility for our concessionaires as well as the brick-ins. And we also have API integration with portals of other states and with MORTH, Government of India. So through that, we provide online verification facility for transit passes. We also have a departmental MIS module, which will track the life cycle of each lease from its beginning to its end. So that is one part. The second part is the public service delivery angle, in which everything like land permits, online LOI, online deeds, then and we have very popular modules like the farmer registration module, where farmers can take out self-registered permits for extraction of earth from their own lands without any kind of extortion by lower level functionaries. Again, for Krishi permits also, and even for these development projects, many times the purpose is not mining, but they want to build a school or something, but they need clearance from government. So MyMitra creates an easy facilitation for that. And it is also linked to Nivesh Mitra, which is the industry single window portal. The third component of our MyMitra project is the surveillance angle. All our mines have camera-equipped weighbridges in them, and we have RFID tags installed into all our mineral carrying vehicles. We have automated check gates on the major mineral mining routes to monitor this, and all of this is coordinated by a command center at the state level. Our leases are geo-fenced, so there is real-time live data monitoring by a technical team in our command center. And the last and the final component of MyMitra is an e-commerce platform, which we have called UP Mineral Mart, trying to create a direct interface between the purchaser and the seller, so that many times we know price volatility issues are there in mining, like there is a lot of third-party costs which get loaded on. So here, public can directly interact with their seller and book a deal, and through our online payment modes, they can pay the money and get the mineral at their doorstep. So these four different facets together, there are a lot of standalone good systems in mining, but I would say that the uniqueness of MyMitra is that it tries to bring together all aspects, the service, the surveillance, and the sale, all aspects connected to mining under a single roof. And by doing so, we have been trying to create a kind of improve the ease of doing business for our clients, the concessionaires, and to create a user-friendly platform for the public. And I would say just to try and create a cleaner mining ecosystem as far as possible. Thank you so much.
Well, it's heartening to note so much of work that has been done, and it just looks like, a small intervention, but look at the back end, how you have integrated, the front end as well as the back end. My congratulations to you. It must have been a Herculean task.
Yes, we have been at it from 2017. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again, ma'am. I move on to invite Ms. Bhagyashri Banayat, Director for Maha Resham Abhiyan from Directorate of Sericulture, Government of Maharashtra. Ms. Veena Padia, Director, District Mineral Foundation, State Nodal Unit, Government of Gujarat for DMF Health Clinics, 54 mining affected villages of Lakhpat and Abdasa.
Good morning, everybody. Since ma'am is not here, so I am on her behalf to speak for the project. And to briefly tell you about the project, this is a state-of-the-art health clinic which we have established in Lakhpat and Abdasa village. These are some of the westmost points in our country. So we are providing state-of-the-art, primary healthcare services, which includes telemedicine and X-ray facilities. And this project, since it has started, it has completed. It has given service to more than 55,000 people of the mining affected areas, and we cover a population of around 55 to 60,000.
Very good. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, sir.
The next one also goes to the District Mineral Foundation, State Nodal Unit, Government of Gujarat for DMF Mobile Medical Unit for Panchmahal and Dahod. Over to you.
Thank you once again. This project is actually deployment of a mobile medical unit, since establishment of a standalone clinic was not possible in this area because the communities living over here are very far from each other, and establishing a clinic would not be a correct solution. Instead, we have provided a doorstep delivery of the similar kind of primary healthcare services in a van, which also has telemedicine facilities, also has the state-of-art point of device care facilities, and we cover around 24 villages in both of these districts.
Excellent. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
From Forest Department, Government of West Bengal, Mr. Saurabh Chaudhary, Additional Principal Chief Conservator for Protection of Coastal Districts of West Bengal with Mangrove and Associate Species Plantation. Mr. Girish Kumar Wadhwa, IT Manager, Gujarat Public Service Commission for Integrated Application Scrutiny System.
Good evening, good morning, sir. I have Mr. R.J. Halani, IAS officer, as Secretary GPSC. He will be briefing you the details, and I'll be joining and updating with them.
Sure.
It is a thanks. Good morning, and thanks Scotch team for selecting us for a Scotch award. We have developed a online application scrutiny system. We have a pilot project in 2018, and after pilot project, we have implemented this system in 2019. And by implementing this system, we have expedited recruitment process when we have saved manpower, as well as it has brought transparency in the system. Indirectly, it has helped us also in reducing printing, and this way it has helped us in minimizing carbon footprint also. Right.
So about the brief project, I'll be just defining you that previously we used to manually get the applications from the aspirants, those who were selected those who qualified for the application scrutiny. Rather than we digitalized the system, and since digitalization from the day one, since 2018, we have never got any manual applications. We are getting all the applications digitally online, and these candidates put up all the digital documents, and at the back end, we scrutinize each and every document digitally, and even the seamless digital part is that even the recommendation, that is the certificates, are to be given to the respective department. Even that we provide them online. We give them a user access password, where they can see the merit number and the documents, and with one click, they can download the PDF and they can verify with the original documents. That is how we are here. This has helped saving a lot of paper, trees, ultimately. Thank you.
Very good. A good attempt at streamlining the system while at the same time being environment friendly. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
For Mary or My Saheli, from Railway Protection Force, West Bengal Ministry of Railways, Mr. Devendranath Bhagchand Kasar, Inspector General and Principal Chief Security Commissioner. Mr. G. Anil Kumar, Engineer in Chief for Mission Kakatiya from Irrigation and Command Area Department, Government of Telangana.
Good morning, sir. This is Ramacharlu speaking on behalf of our Engineer in Chief, Mr. G. Anil Kumar, who is not available at the moment.
Good morning.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, we are from Irrigation Department, Government of Telangana. Since formation of Telangana as a new state, the government decided to repair and renovate and restore the several mine irrigation tanks. There are around 46,000 tanks across the state of Telangana. So it was a Herculean task to take up those mine irrigation tanks. So all around 46,000 tanks are digitized, and since from the administrative sanction to technical sanction, all our an online system was developed and online approval process was developed. So administrative sanction till payment is done, including work progress is digitized, and major issue was there are several duplication of tanks available on the ground, and some tanks got encroached, and several issues are there. So we developed a mobile app with a geographic information system, so to identify whether there was a tank in the past, whether it is enclosed or whether it is completely demolished, etc. So these were captured and duplications are identified, and this system uniquely identifies a tank by geotagging. So advantage was duplication avoided, and some unnecessary repairs got this thing, and tanks got refilled by linking to the major projects. Because of this, lakhs of acres of new acre developed by spending good amount, sir.
Well, congratulations to you and your entire team. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. S. Chandrasekhar, Director from Kerala State IT Mission, Computer Emergency Response Team, Kerala. Dr. Charu Singla, Mission Director from National Health Mission, UT Chandigarh, Hub and Spoke Model for Free Diagnostic Services. Ms. Devashmita Chattopadhyay Banerjee, Senior Divisional Security Commissioner from Railway Protection Force, Karnataka, Ministry of Railways, for Operation Nanne Farishte.
A very good morning, Dr. Dhanjal.
Good morning.
Thank you for selecting us. We are very grateful for being given this opportunity to talk about our project. So, Operation Nanne Farishte is basically the first Indian Railways' first anti-child trafficking operations. It was started in 2017 by our then IG, Shri D.B. Kasar. And then we envisioned the project as being one of the key intervention partners in rescuing children from railway premises. So what we understood is that there were many children who were being brought from one part of the country to the development pockets of the country for various kinds of child labor, organ trade, transport for prostitution, and many other things. So intervention at the level of an agency which is centralized, we are a armed force of the union which is present throughout the country, was very, very needed. Second thing is that whenever a child is rescued from a brick kiln or some brothel or any such industry, the child has already faced the trauma, the child has already undergone the process of exploitation. Whereas during the transportation, we do have an option when we are present in the railway stations throughout the country. So we started a pilot project in 2017 and it has now culminated to this. Operation Nanne Farishte has been able to rescue thousands of children. So first it started as a pilot in Bengaluru and southwestern zone of Indian Railways. So we rescued over 4,500 children in the first year. And now the Ministry of Railways has incorporated the project to all zonal railways. So Nanne Farishte has become a part of the system. We were very glad that we could make a systematic change, not a very piecemeal sort of a project or a leadership-based project at a particular location, but throughout the country. And we also want to say that there are, it's the 21st century. They say that Bangalore or some others, information centers, or say Bombay or Delhi. So places like these where we sit in our operations, or people are just there for their daily lives, we do not understand that there is a parallel economy or a parallel world going around where children are being trafficked from one place to another. They may not be from very well-off backgrounds, but they are children of this nation, and we have a responsibility towards them. We believe that Nanne Farishte started as a sort of a moral responsibility project, and we have been very glad that it has been now made a part and a mandate of Railway Protection Forces duty, which was not there before. This was not a part of the mandate of RPF. And over the years, throughout the country, more than 60,000 children have been rescued from trafficking, various kinds of trafficking, organ trade, child labor, bonded labor. Even we have got many cases of bonded labor from Bangalore. We've got many cases of children who were being made to work in battery acid factories. And recently we rescued children last month who did not have fingerprints on their hands because they were being made to work in those factories for about 18 hours in very inhuman conditions. So I feel that whenever we work at a project which is a human impact project, the most important thing which makes us very glad that we could make a systematic change, not a particular time-based change, and a sustainable change in the system. And I again thank you, Dr. Dhanjal, and the chairman of the SCOC group, Mr. Sameer Kochar, for giving us this opportunity to talk about our project and giving us this order of merit. Thank you.
It's amazing to hear these words because, as you rightly said, that a Railway Protection Force will not have anything like this in its mandate. So you're going out of your way. This is out of the box thinking, and also, going beyond your defined role and helping to contribute to the social development and rescuing these children who are being trafficked under different conditions and circumstances. So excellent work, and my congratulations to you and the entire team. Keep the good work on. And the way it has scaled, this is most encouraging.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Dr. Dhanjal, you are on mute, I believe.
Yes. So the next one also goes to you for Bengaluru Cyber Lab.
Yes, thank you. So this is another initiative that we had taken. We believe that technology is an enabler and it's a force multiplier. It's very much needed in any organization that believes in evolution. So Bengaluru Cyber Lab is one of the first India cyber lab, and it's a state-of-the-art cyber lab that we have created. It has got 3 components in it. One is the cyber cell. The second is the face recognition system. It's India's first railway-specific face recognition system. Then the third is Railway Protection Force 1. We call it RPF 1, or the Omnipresent Network Ensemble. So the first component is the cyber cell, which is essentially a cybersecurity unit for the Indian Railways. And we have inaugurated it on 15th August 2020. In 1 year, we've been able to generate around 1,200 inputs for the entire country, or all zonal railways of the country. And we have been able to crack a massive cases of cyber fraud against the e-ticketing system of Indian Railways, which was plaguing the IRCTC software. So that was one of the important breakthroughs in the cyber crime module of the Cyber Lab. In that thing, the mastermind of that particular e-ticketing software, illegal software they had created, was hiding in Dubai. He was wanted by the CBI, and after about a 6-month-long operation, we were able to get him here. We had issued the lookout notice at the immigration centers. They informed us, and we arrested him. And his properties worth about 114 crores were seized. More importantly, the illegal softwares they had created to sort of hack or sort of compromise the IRCTC e-ticketing system. So that has gone we have been able to crack that. We have been able to demolish their entire illegal, this entire cybersecurity attack. That was one component, and also we have been able to arrest more than 200 people across the nation. So apart from the cyber cell, the cyber lab has 2 more units. That is the FRS, which is the face recognition software. So this is India's first face recognition software, which is railway specific. So generally what we see is when we talk of FRS, people have to go and scan their faces for about 10 seconds and stand, which is not something which is, which can be possible in railway stations. So we did a pilot for about 9 months in 2019-20, and we ensured that even with masks, so before pre-COVID era, we were not looking at anybody covering their faces, but of course people had many sort of face gears, change in faces, facial emotions, when the photographs were about a 20-year-old in our criminal database. So we experimented with 10 matrix points, and now we are having an operational system where even with full mask, we are being able to identify faces in the railway stations. Recently, we had a case of a specially abled lady.
I will interrupt you here. It's very nice to hear all these details, and some of the details have already been there in your nomination, which have been studied by us, and it's very encouraging. And we would love to, take this discussion offline with you and try and understand more. But as much time as we have at our disposal, so I thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So from Karnataka to Jharkhand, Railway Protection Force, Operation Nanne Farishte, we have Mr. Prashant Yadav, Divisional Security Commissioner.
Thank you, Scotch Group, and thank you, Dr. Dhanjal. We took this initiative from SWR to Southeastern Railway, Jharkhand, and we saw a huge opportunity where traffickers were roaming freely, taking kids and taking women from this part of the country to different part of India. And then we got huge success. We arrested almost 19 traffickers in last 8 months. We rescued around 401 kids from their clutches. And by this, we could take this forward and we could make an environment where traffickers don't go scot-free on Indian Railways. Thank you.
Very good. Congratulations to you. I think this is a fantastic project, and I'm sure there are a lot many more such similar success stories from RPF from the other states as well. We look forward. Well, thank you very much and congratulations, Mr. Yadav. Mr. R.B. Kherbhai, Administrative Officer from Social Justice and Empowerment Department, Government of Gujarat. Samaras Hostel Admission, Merit List Generation, Grievance Management and Hostel Management System. Mr. Pawan Kumar Jain, Special DG and Director, Implementation of Bio Bubble during COVID-19 lockdown from Sports and Youth Welfare Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Dr. D. Chakravarti, Senior Consultant Physician from Swami Dayanand Hospital for COVID Management. Mr. Mukesh Chand Gupta, Commissioner. Do we have the Swami Dayanand Hospital with us? Yes. Dr. Chakravarti.
Very good morning, sir. Thank you very much, the Scotch Group, for selecting our hospital for the COVID management in this dire hours of in the month of April and May, in the second wave of COVID, when things were absolutely haywire and people are searching for one oxygen bed, and in a overnight notice of only 12 hours, we converted our hospital, which is a non-COVID hospital, to a COVID hospital 70 bedded. And our efforts were put forth, because managing everything in one consequence, it becomes a big issue, because we don't have experience of handling COVID cases in the past, because our hospital in first wave, it was a non-COVID hospital. So converting a non-COVID to a COVID with a overnight decisions and working with a absolutely fabulous recovery rate, because we are supposed to do only moderate cases of COVID. But the issue comes then when patients are landing with a very severe illness with a SpO2 falling to 70%. So all cases become severe COVID, and we managed very well, and we have an excellent recovery rate, and our efforts are put forward with the entire team. I was leading the clinical team, but it was put forth by all our colleagues and our residents who did really sincere efforts to think on a right track.
Congratulations, Dr. Saab, and it's been a great service to the humanity, and I know how difficult it has been for the entire medical fraternity to handle it and fight it from the front. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mukesh Chand Gupta, Commissioner from Technical Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh, for online e-admission portal. Ms. Nandini Chakravarti, Principal Secretary, Tourism Department, Government of West Bengal, for transformational performance during COVID. Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible,
Yes,
Mr.
Yes, you are.
A very good morning, Dr. Ranjan and the Scotch team. On behalf of the Tourism Department, Government of West Bengal, and on behalf of my Principal Secretary, Mrs. Nandini Chakraborty, I accept this Scotch Order of Merit, and I express my gratefulness to all the team members of Scotch. Well, you know that West Bengal has immense tourism potential, and due to its geographical position and natural beauty. But as we all know that since last year, COVID-19 pandemic has hit the industry very adversely, and we faced a lot of challenges. So to combat these challenges and to revive the sector, am I audible, Mr.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
We have the Department of Tourism, Government of West Bengal has come up with a number of interventions as a response to COVID-19. And some of them were like a preparation of SOP for all the stakeholders, like hoteliers, like travel and tour operators, or other service providers,
Shantanu, in fact, I would request you to save your arguments in support of the department and the efforts that you have done for our next session, where you will be having a chance to speak. So, as far as order of merit is concerned, I think this many details are good enough for us. Well, thank you very much for standing in for.
Once again, thank you very much for bestowing this award to us. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I move on to invite Mr. Onkar Singh Meena, Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal for Bangla Krishi Sech Yojana. Mr. Meena? Can we have Mr. Meena online? Scotch team, can you spotlight him, please? Well, we move on to the next. Mr. Arvind Agarwal, Director, Ghare Ghare Arunima Integrated Child Development Services from Women and Child Development Department, Government of Odisha.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for selecting us for this HSM finalist Scotch Order of Merit. This Ghare Ghare Arunima is basically a concept of bringing Anganwadi centers to every houses. And this concept was introduced during the lockdown due to the pandemic. And like young children from the age group of 3 to 6 who are not coming to the Anganwadi centers due to closure, their development and their learnings are being affected badly. So in order to save them from this pandemic, which is not a health related but a development related issue. So we developed this idea of making Anganwadi center at each home, and through their parents, their grandparents, the community members, so that the growth of children should not be affected due to pandemic.
Sure.
We'll be telling more about this on.
Absolutely, we would love to learn more on your efforts and much more going beyond just the implementation of single project. But yes, we'll have an opportunity. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Agarwal, and congratulations to you. The next one also goes to you for Child Marriage Free Village Initiative through Nirbhaya Kadhi.
So, in fact, this is an initiative campaign started by the state to prevent child marriages in the state. When we talk about child marriages, the Odisha does not come in the list like some other states like Rajasthan, and have a very prominent problem of child marriages. But we found that in tribal pockets also the child marriage has been very prominent in few of the districts. Almost 30%, more than 30% marriages were child marriages at one point of time. So we started this campaign to ensure that not a single child marriage will happen in the state. So as a pilot project, we started with the help of District Administration of Ganjam. We initiated this project where social mobilization, community participation, and particularly involvement of adolescent girls and boys into the entire process of prevention of child marriage. And it has given us a very good success. Till now, we have made, we received promises and commitment from more than 10,000 villages where they have given us the commitment, and in fact, they are also ensuring that not a single child marriage will happen in their respective areas. So it has created a new buzz in the society. The people are also talking about prevention of child marriages. So we are hopeful that it will help adolescents from the evils of child marriages.
The last one in the morning announcement of Scotch Orders of Merit goes once again to Mr. Agarwal for Vatsalya, a parent-led, home-based early stimulation program for ICDS.
Thank you. Basically, this program is based on one principle that the 80% of a child's brain is developed within the first 2 years of the age. And all our government schemes or supports or early education are mainly starts from age group of 3, when more than 80% child is already developed. So basically during this initial 2 years of a child's age, the learning is mainly through their family, and we always say that mother is the first teacher of that of a child. So just to use this principle and the first 3 years of interaction with the family and the community, we conceptualized this idea of involving parents, giving them information, their capacity building, to make them understand the importance of touch and play with the children, and also how to ensure that the cognitive skill, psychosocial skills and communication skills are developed. So once we address the development issues at the initial 3 years of a child's life, definitely the child will grow better, and the investment in this phase is having a highest return. So this initiative has definitely become a priority of the state, and we are hopeful that it will make our children more brighter. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, and we will have an opportunity to interact you further in our next session. Thank you very much for joining us. And with this, we come to the end of the first round of announcement of Scotch Orders of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us in the Order of Merit session. And for live voting, I've been receiving a few questions as to what time is the live voting. As I said earlier also, kindly refer to the agenda. The live voting screen will pop up in front of you, and it will be there for about a couple of minutes, wherein you can pick and choose your preferred vote and cast it accordingly. So with this, we move on to the inaugural session, and I have the pleasure of welcoming once again all of you and our esteemed panelists for the inaugural session to the 75th Scotch Summit, being organized with the underlying theme of state of governance. Improving governance has been the key to transforming India, no doubt about that. And technology can be handy, and it has actually played a pivotal role in our attempts to reduce or eliminate, if possible, the physical interface between the common man and the government. This has successfully been implemented in several projects of several national mission mode projects to the state level, particularly the MCA 21, the railway reservation system, the passports. The story of transformation has been extremely encouraging, and these have been performing well. There were a lot of misgivings and skepticism to start with, whether it's going to work, not work, what kind of resistance is going to be there. But yes, with hard work, perseverance, and grit, it has turned true. And today, we are hoping to, adopt digitalization to the extent of nearly 100%, and particularly when we talk about the payments, which has been one of the another big success stories, the UPI, as the Prime Minister Modi just yesterday lauded that the digital transactions in India have jumped 19 times in the last 7 years. It has it was never thought of this way, that we will have such phenomenal successes. And COVID, while it has been disastrous on many counts, it has also contributed to the speeding up and acceleration of digitalization. So today, as the estimates indicate, we as an economy are bouncing back. High frequency drivers have been the GST, e-way bills, strong rebound in consumption, picking up exports, industrial production, port cargo traffic. It has multiplied manifold. Vehicle sales have improved, and the restoration of supply chains have been in place, and this all suggests a pickup in the economic activity. So from minus 24%, as a result of COVID, we have marched that, we covered that gap, and now we are talking about 10 to 11% growth over next 1 year. However, there are certain things which we still need to take care. Particularly the informal sector, which once upon a time, maybe 3 years ago, 2018, when IMF estimated that the size of India's informal economy is about 50%, unfortunately, as a result of COVID, it has shrunk to nearly 15-20% in the last fiscal. So it's a matter of worry. So we still have a long way to go. An important aspect of good governance remains the simplification of procedures, processes with increased digitalization. It goes without saying. The participation of districts, cities, state police, state departments has only gone up over the years as far as our assessment of good work based on the outcomes is concerned. That means to say that not only we would like our good work to be recognized, but also that my state where I come from should also be ranked higher than the others as a result of the contribution made by me. So there has been a lot of competition, and this is a good comparative growth spirit, which is what we have been witnessing over last few years. And there should be much more. I mean, that's the another part, learning for others from such successes. We have been through 40 such these interventions and projects, and all have fared very well. The Scotch Parivar, of which, as I said in the morning as well, you are now an integral part, continues to be guided by our chairman, Mr. Samir Kochhar, reforms historian and author of More Enormous. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I welcome Ms. Shanta Pradhan, who is Additional Secretary, Tourism Department, West Bengal, as one of our speakers this morning. Mr. Aravind Agarwal, who is Director, ICDS and Social Welfare, Women and Child Development from Odisha, and Mr. Onkar Singh Meena, Secretary to the Government of West Bengal in the Housing Department, with additional charge of agriculture. So before I invite Ms. Pradhan.
Sorry to intervene, Guru Saranji. I'm a Secretary, Agriculture, Government of West Bengal, with additional charge of Public Works Department.
All right, I stand corrected. So let me invite first to start with Ms. Shanta Pradhan from Tourism Department, West Bengal. We all know that she was also talking about that tourism has been worst hit during the COVID time. Mindful of this, the department has prepared an SOP, framed a unique financial support scheme, created satellite health facilities focusing particularly on tourism and hospitality industry, and so on and so forth. The efforts made by the department led by her have restarted the tourism-based activities in the state. Generally, it is said that the role of tourism, what role the tourism has got to play in governance. So my view would be that it has got to play a big role, because not only that it binds people socially, it encourages integrity and promotes fraternity. So tourism itself remains one of the pillars of social inclusion. So with this, I invite Shantaji for your address. Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Ranjan, once again, and all the participants and participants who are in this panel discussion. As you all know that West Bengal, with its geographic diversity, is uniquely positioned to emerge as the top of all season tourist destination in the country. And in fact, tourism has evolved as one of the important drivers of growth of the state economy. State of West Bengal has seen exponential growth in domestic and international tourist arrivals. But unfortunately, COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the growing industry. And we faced a number of challenges, such as quarantine measures, travel bans, border issues, cut in jobs in the sector, and many intangible cultural heritage practices such as pujas, Durga pujas, Kali pujas, which are also a source of income and employment, was suspended. And there was definitely a decrease in footfall, both in inbound tourists and the domestic tourists. So the Tourism Department, Government of West Bengal, to overcome these challenges and to revive the industry of tourism department, Government of West Bengal, to revive the industry, the tourism industry, has come up with a number of schemes and activities. And some of the important ones are formulation of SOP for tourism and hospitality sector, a unique scheme, Parjatan Shahayata Prakalpa, satellite health facilities were started, and there was massive vaccination drive for tourism industry professionals. Well, this SOP for tourism and hospitality sector was prepared to make the people understand that we can combat the virus, and if we follow certain COVID protocols. The tourism department, a detailed SOP was formulated and it was circulated to all the stakeholders like hoteliers, associations, travel and tourism service providers, and all. Actually, we did it to promote safe tourism, which ensures safety of both the tourists and the service providers. These guidelines were circulated, separate guidelines were formed for each stakeholder, and it was a great success. And it was well accepted and was well appreciated by all the stakeholders. Actually, it covers tourist spots, tourism services, hospitality units, city clubs, officers clubs, and also the accommodation units which are being run by our own corporation, that is West Bengal Tourism Development Corporation Limited. The next one which we did was Paryatan Shahayata Prakalpa. It is a pioneering scheme of financial support to the stakeholders of tourism and hospitality industry. The main objective is to provide need-based working capital assistance to units functioning in travel and tourism sector, which has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And by recommending and by according loan interest subvention to the extent of 50% of the interest of the first year, subjected to maximum 4% of the loan. There are 3 stages such as Sishu, Kishore, and Tarun, and this scheme has been approved by the Cabinet, West Bengal. The online module has been prepared, and West Bengal Tourism Development Corporation Limited processes the scheme. We have in fact received a number of loan applications which are processed, and some have been forwarded to banks, and others which has some flaws or some discrepancy, some shortfall, has been again sent back to the applicants for rectification. And it is a unique scheme, and this addresses the stakeholders of the tourism and hospitality sector only. The USP of this Prakalpa is that it will help in management of the cash flow and rebuilding the infrastructure to enable the small entrepreneurs to resume the business as soon as the travel restrictions are lifted. The next one is creation of satellite health facilities. During second wave of the COVID pandemic, there was shortage of bed, and what tourism department did was a tie-up between the private hospitals and the hospitality units. The rooms in the private hospitality units, that is the rooms in the hotels, were tied up with the hospitals such as Bellevue, Amri, Apollo, Medica, and these hospitality units or the rooms in the hospitals were converted to COVID units with all the medical facilities such as oxygen support, 24/7 ambulance, and round-the-clock doctor and nurses. And COVID-19 patients with mild symptoms or who are not very serious were admitted in these hospitals. And we had targeted around 600 beds, creation of 600 beds. And against this target, in fact, we created 637 beds. And it was a huge success as a social initiative as well. In fact, the USP of this activity was that it helped the industry as well as the patients, COVID patients, to recover. And God forbid, there might not be or might be a third wave, and in case any exigency happens, this activity may be replicated in future endeavors as well. And the last but not the least is the vaccination drive for the tourism industry professionals. The Department of Tourism in Government of West Bengal has started statewide COVID-19 vaccination program for tourism and hospitality sector professionals in collaboration with the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of West Bengal. It was inaugurated in the month of June and firstly started in Calcutta and then simultaneously in Siliguri. In the first go only, 10,500 in Kolkata and 2,500 in Siliguri professionals. These numbers of professionals were vaccinated. This process is still going on and it is handholded by the district authority. Now the district magistrates are taking it up further. And this has helped to ensure safe ambience for the tourists. It has helped to boost the morale of the visitors as well as the stakeholders, so that the stakeholders as well as the visitors have felt somehow safe that all the persons who are providing the service are vaccinated. In fact, it was also a huge success and it is a continuous process and it is being undertaken by the district authorities, as I said earlier. The Parjanan Sahayata Prakalpa, it has been given a wide publicity. All the activities have been given a wide publicity. SOP has been a very successful and it has been well accepted by everyone. And capacity building programs to combat COVID-19 is being undertaken in all the hospitality units of tourism department which are being run by the West Bengal Tourism Development Limited. This much, Dr. Ranjan. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. We'll come back to the Q&A session once we have heard everyone. So all the delegates, if you have any questions, you can save it and put it in the chat box. I will say that this question is desired to be answered by whom, and at the end of the session we will have a Q&A accordingly. So thank you very much. Now we move on to invite Mr. Arvind Agarwal, who is Director ICDS and Social Welfare, WCD, Government of Odisha. His commitment in ensuring that all institutions and functionaries in the state are having the capacity to manage disasters relating to safety and security of children is unwavering. What we have heard him speak probably is only one facet of the entire portfolio, which is what he's now looking into. And he's leading a tirade to end the child marriage, which is very important, and is strengthening villages, gram panchayats, blocks, and districts. Particularly during COVID, he transformed the early childhood care curriculum to include day basis, pictorial, fun-filled activities for preschool children, just to maintain the continuity. Otherwise, the mental growth of 3 to 6, which is very, very critical at this moment, gets impacted. So parent-led, home-based early stimulation program was integrated due to his efforts in ICDS. So with this, I pass on the mic to Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, sir. Once again, good morning to everyone. To all my seniors, colleagues, friends, and all participants of this event. Good morning to all. And let me express my sincere thanks to Scotch. I'm privileged and honored to be part of this August gathering and giving me an opportunity. As we all know, during this pandemic, children are the worst victim. Their priority is just not food, cloth, and shelter. Rather, it extends to care, protection, and quality time spent for learning. Due to this COVID, approximately 15 lakh children of the state, their continuity of learning was affected. Government and parents are facing this type of crisis for the first time. This situation, particularly the closure of Anganwadi centers and children staying in the home, had led the idea of engagement of children through activities at home involving parents, mainly male members, which lessens the impact of uncertainty and promotes happiness and psychosocial well-being. And with this, we developed the concept of Ghare Ghare Arunima, which one can loosely say that we opened Anganwadis at each home by involving their parents. So it is a continued activity-based learning for preschoolers. Learning loss can be managed with supportive, joyful experience of learning by doing. Actions like action songs, telling a story, read a story, clay modeling, sand and water play, crafting, fun on floor with seeds, millets, pulses, which are available at home, doing paper crafting at home, puppets, palm printing, thumb printing, art for fun and well-being, vegetable printing, yoga, exercises. These are few of the focus areas of this vernacular calendar. So generally, these are all the things that we materials are available at home, and with the use of these materials, we ensure that the learning of the child is continued. It is a 12-month theme crafted in the form of a vernacular calendar, and issues of healthcare, sanitation, hygiene, and hand wash are also addressed. These calendar-based themes are shared with families every month through WhatsApp and through a physical document also. So this is a guide for family for every day. What should they do how do they interact with the children, so that the development of the child should not be affected. We also have developed a supervision mechanism through telemonitoring, through IT-related, through virtual monitorings. Physical supervision through our field functionaries is also put in place, and the entire process is also being supported by UNICEF. And this process also focuses on mainstreaming, and the rearing of a child should not be the responsibility of mother only. So with this mindset, we try to involve parents, particularly the male members of the family, father, grandfather, or elder brothers, in the child's education and early stimulation. And when we developed it on vernacular language, we received requests from various states, and also we developed the calendar in English, which will be helpful to other states also. And we are happy to share that we were pioneer in making Anganwadi centers at each home. Few other states also adopted the similar practices and developed their own mechanism of teaching their children during this pandemic. So another initiative that we did during this over the years is in the field of early childhood care and education, which focuses on early stimulation of a child. As we all know, 80% of human brain is developed during first 2 years of age, and investment in development of person during this age group has a highest rate of return on investment. So it is a wise decision to invest maximum during this first 2 years of development. So the state introduced a campaign called Vatsalya. This is basically parent-led, home-based early stimulation program. As I earlier told, mother is the first teacher of a child. So we focused on the family and how to ensure that the focus is on care and stimulation for children under 3 years of age. And then we ensured it through responsive parenting, by teaching the parents, by guiding them, and by involving them into the entire process. Its component includes vernacular calendar based activities. Here it's more or less similar to Ghare Ghare Arinima, but all the activities, themes, and the planning is suitable for a child below 3 years of age. And it focuses on language, psychosocial, cognitive, physical development of a child. Our department's mascot, Tiki Mausi, counsels parents on use of calendar and how it is going to benefit. Pictorial flip book is developed for Anganwadi workers who share the importance of talk, touch, and play with parents during home visit and monthly visit at the Anganwadi centers. This early stimulation activities have reached to 17 lakh children under 3 years of age with an individual progress chart. Each child development is also being monitored through a progress chart developed for this purpose, and wherever the parents feel that there is a need for any assistance, our field functionaries assist the families in development process. Another initiative which Dr. Saab has mentioned about our state is child marriage. As I earlier said, child marriage is prevalent in many parts of the state, and more than 30% of the children were getting married at one point of time. So we focused to protect our adolescent girls and boys from these evils of child marriage. We initiated a pilot project in one of our district with the help of district administration and particularly Collector Ganjam in 2019 on ending child marriage and empowering adolescents. The program Child Marriage Free Villages was initiated with mixed strategies and involving diversified stakeholders. Setting up of institutional arrangement and strengthening of committees at all levels, as already mentioned, like at GP level, village level, block level, district levels, etc., through community participation and its regular capacity building to gear up responsibility, multi-sectoral state and district action plan puts a strong convergence and review mechanism where key implementing solutions to this program. The district administration is part of their Nirbhaya Kadi, which is basically fearless adolescents. As part of this, they covered all, they reached to all villages, and more than 2 lakh adolescents were interacted, and they could declare 1/3 of their village as child marriage free within a period of 1 year, which is like out of 3,000 villages, they made 1,000 villages child marriage free within a period of 1 year. And it was only with the involvement of the community and with the adolescents itself. So taking cue from this initiative, we scaled up the project and now across the state, and by now we could make more than 10,000 villages child marriage free, and all the adolescents and the community itself are watchguards for this. And the pace of social revolution, the momentum that we are receiving, and the aggressive participation of community gives a positive hope that the target of child marriage free state, which was fixed at 2030 in our state action plan, we are hopeful that we can achieve it much ahead of it, this timeline. As part of this initiative, community surveillance is strengthened through formation of village level child marriage prevention committees, and as a result, more and more number of child marriage cases are reported and prevented. Vulnerable children are identified, and supportive rehabilitation and linkage with other schemes are being ensured. Prevention of child marriage has become one of the top priority of the state and district administrations, and allocation of resources is also increased in this sector. Secured support from local community and having local leaders buying this project and becoming champions for girls in their own community is key to the sustainability of the program and change for girls. Particularly during COVID, it was apprehended that child marriage will increase, and however, this initiative done at a very apt timing, and this helped us in preventing such a surge in the child marriages. We could prevent more number of child marriages during this particular COVID, and saving thousands of adolescents from miseries of social evil. With this, I conclude and express my sincere thanks to Scotch for giving this platform to share our initiatives taken in the best interest of children at global level. And once again, thanks for giving us this opportunity to share our thoughts and views. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. We will again, save our questions for the end, and I move on to invite Mr. Onkar Singh Meena. Let me correct it now. He's Secretary Agriculture with additional charge of PWD, Government of West Bengal. He has been credited with popularization of the precision irrigation system amongst farmers, with the sole objective of doubling farmers' income. Many of the areas which were found to be water deficient have been his particular focus, and as a result of his efforts and interventions, not only they become water surplus, the cropping intensity has improved, and that has also led to crop diversification. So with this, I invite Mr. Meena.
Thank you, Dr. Gurucharan Danja. I've been associated with the Scotch for the last several years. My officers, they nominated these projects. I just thought I'll attend on request. So first of all, let me congratulate all the winners of the Scotch Merit of Award across the country. Very good initiatives by some young bureaucrats, field workers, and all departments of different governments. Actually, you have requested to me speak on the micro irrigation thing, but I'll take this opportunity to take just only 4 or 5 minutes and speak overall on 4 or 5 initiatives which are in your list, because I'll not be attending the other sessions later on, if you allow. So I'll speak on the.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. As you know, basically in agriculture, I was an agriculture student from IRI, from farmer family, now 25 years in bureaucracy. So what I understand, there are 2 big challenges which I think our planners are trying to do everything possible through different initiatives, but I think we are still have challenges. What the 2 challenges are? One, how to minimize the cost of production as far as farmers is concerned. Or by minimizing the cost of production, we are increasing its margins from the harvest. And another big challenge, of course, post-harvest value addition or the market price which the farmer get. Now, there has been several works in all the states as far as the reduction of cost of production concerned, productivity is concerned. But unfortunately, on the second part, that's a proper price of the produce, we are still struggling across the state. In West Bengal, we have concentrated our efforts on how to minimize the cost of production and how to provide additional support, social security support to farmers, so that the farmer is self-reliant and he can have a better position for better production. Now, one of the initiatives, as you have rightly mentioned, is the micro irrigation. Now, in eastern India, particularly West Bengal, where rainfall is very high, you have surplus with the water source. Your bigger challenge is basically user efficiency of the water usage, not the irrigation potential as such. That's the biggest challenge, unlike northern India parts or some other parts. So what we have done, we have focused on the micro irrigation in the areas where there is good potential. Now, sprinkler drip irrigation, you can't try it on the agronomic crops. It's generally popular or more effective scientifically on the horticultural crops, spices, tea gardens. So our focus was mainly the fruit crops, particularly protected cultivation like the capsicum and other crops, and of course oranges and other things which are grown in the Darjeeling Hills. Also, we have tried the drip irrigation for the paddy, basically the high value paddy, not the normal paddy. So under micro irrigation, there are several programs in our country, and one of such programs is the Prime Minister Krishi Setu Yojana. Now, this scheme doesn't cover the entire cost, and since the cost of investment is very high here, most of the farmers can't afford it. So we decided to have a top up of farmers component to be covered. So 55% we are providing. So that's only funding part. As far as the implementation part is concerned, it's entirely IT-based system where we are facilitating the farmers' enrollment. We are facilitating the only sole 8 to 9 manufacturers other than West Bengal. Most of the manufacturers are either in Gujarat or Karnataka or Maharashtra and other states. So because MI installation manufacturing is not much developed in our country. So setting up their service centers, bringing them to different areas where farmers can get access to this kind of technology was our motto. So we have a system of screening of the prices and empanelment of these agencies through the online transparent process, and thereafter farmer has wide choice to select any one of them, and all the payments and selection every farmer done by. So I'm not going into detail into it. In the last 3 years, in a place where we don't have much potential of micro irrigation, we could enhance it quite well, and we are happy about it, particularly for the horticultural crops. Now I'm coming to the how to reduce the farmers' cost of production. That's a really challenge. Despite the minimum support price formula, as you know, Agriculture Price Commission fix it on the basis of cost of production plus 50% of margin. So even taking that together, it's always above the lower than the prevailing market prices in most of the cases. Even if farmer gets it, the farmer sells it at lower price than middleman systems are there. I'm not going into detail into that. So 3 basic things we have done. It's a larger scale. One of them is direct cash transfer to the farmers. It's called Krisak Bandhu. In this scheme, we provide 10,000 per acre per annum in 2 crops, just before the Kharif and Rabi crop. It was earlier 5,000. We have doubled from this year. And you will be happy to know that out of 73 lakhs of farmers as per census, we have covered all now. The present enrollment in 76 lakhs. Census was in 2016. So projected number, I think we have saturated the number. All farmers are having the digital data. Land records are synchronized. Everybody's land record, area, plot schedule is 100% synchronized. Bank accounts are synchronized. Aadhaar numbers are synchronized. So we have a comprehensive database of the farmers, which is validated either when there is death in the family, mutation, transfer. So everything is basically synchronized through an IT platform. And this database is one of the important database to extend the crop insurance benefits. That's another initiative, that's a Bangla Sasya Bima Yojana. In most of the crop insurance in our country, the basic defect is the crop damage assessment, claim damage assessment. Now they generally do it on the basis of the crop cutting experiment. In West Bengal, what we have done, ours is the only scheme in the country. We are not part of the Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana, for your kind information. For that constant only, the entire premium we pay on behalf of the farmer. We don't ask farmer to pay any premium. Number one. Number two, we have dispensed with the requirement of crop cutting experiment. We generally used to take 6 months, in some cases even more than that. And thereafter, validation of the bank account details and the payment by insurance. It was very complicated process. Still in most of the states, it's a big challenge. In West Bengal, what we have done, we are using this Krisak Bandhu database, which is 100% validated, accurate, bank accounts already synchronized, Aadhaar number synchronized, land record synchronized. So all validations are done. And in every year, Rabi and Kharif crop, we organize camps just to record what is the crop he's growing this year, how much is the area. Other validations, we don't ask for any document because everything in the system, his land records are there, khatiyan jisko bolte hain, everything, all those things are there. Bank accounts are already well verified. Aadhaar numbers are verified, identity is verified. So the farmers, we have an app, they go there, just record the crop area, take the photograph. And for claim assessment, we have a satellite-based crop assessment. We have agreement with the ISRO. ISRO captures real-time satellite images as and when there is some damage. The damage may be because of the natural calamity, like it happened in this Yas cyclone few months back, or it may be because of the pest or disease or any other reason. So the parameter we follow is from satellite-based data, they do the analysis and determine it on the real-time basis. It doesn't take time. It's based on your basically the actual, this is called basically health factor, crop health factor, CHF. So CHF is based on the moisture content, based on the temperature, based on the greenery, based on the satellite image, which can show how much is the loss of the production or likely loss of production, and it's validated through the ground teething process. So we have 45 days turnaround time for the insurance company as and when a issue is reported. So within 45 days, they have to complete the satellite-based assessment, then determine the claim and make the payment to the farmer's account as per the already validated bank accounts. So in the current season, like in the previous season, we covered 20 lakh hectares area under crop insurance. All major 12 crops are covered, starting from rice, paddy, your maize, to mustard, to all pulses, oil seeds. All major crops are now fully covered under insurance, and annually around 57 to 60 lakhs farmers are basically enrolled, and they are getting benefit. And the Krisak Bandhu, we are transferring almost 4,000 crores per annum. The Kisan Nidhi, which is a central government scheme, that also we are availing. There we are getting around 2,000 crores, so 4,000 crore here. So it makes farmers cash surplus, adequate cash surplus just before the production. This take care of the benefits. And the third thing which we have introduced is the farm mechanization in a bigger way. Now, you know, now tractor is a very common thing, but other than tractor, there are very costly machines for harvesting, transplantation, retrovators. All these machines cost 60-70 lakhs to 2 crores. Farmers can't afford it. So what we did, we organized the custom hiring center being run by the young entrepreneurs, young agricultural graduates. They have been given it through the farmers producers organizations of the society. So we have set up around 1,800 plus custom hiring center. State has paid 700 crore plus in the last 4 years. Now in every block, we have these common machineries for harvesting, transplantation, and you will be happy to hear during the last Yas cyclone, since the warning was given 7 days before, within 7 days, we could harvest 90% of the boro paddy which was standing at that time. As a result of which, this total paddy could be basically saved, because the harvesters do the harvesting of 1 biga in an hour. So these are high-end basically equipments. Farmers otherwise could not have afforded it. Several other schemes could not have afforded it. So state of West Bengal, they have their own scheme, and now we have a total network of all farm machines for harvesting, seedling, multi-row seedling, or beaters, all kinds of machines. So if I can sum up, pre-production, post-production, we have taken care of through these different initiatives. We are providing support to farmer, and to improve the margin of the farm income, farmers' family income. Basically, we are putting the support of the direct cash benefit transfer. This is, I think, one of the highest, comparable to only Telangana's scheme. Just like Krisak Bandhu, where they pay the 10,000, and crop insurance is fully assured by us. It's a technology-based, total paperless, and we are using satellite-based images, so nobody can even complain that there was no damage or my damage was not assessed properly. So we have taken care of basically these kind of problems of the farmers. Of course, we have challenges of basically getting the adequate price of the produce. Thank you so much for listening. I exceeded my time, but I thought I'll cover all the topics.
No, in fact, it was quite interesting to learn these things, because when we are talking about doubling farmers' income and the way very innovatively you have done, and I love your, argument when you said that it is not actually the irrigation potential as much as it is the user efficiency of water.
Correct. Correct.
You may have access to it, but you don't know what to do. So in your scheme of things, you do a tick mark and say that, we have provided, but what if the other person is not able to? So in fact, what comes to my mind is, how is it that you are enabling and hand-holding and doing the capacity building of farmer community, because they are used to the traditional ways of farming and the traditional practices without having to have much knowledge about the digital economy, which is what you have introduced to help them. So how difficult was the process of transition, and what did you do to overcome this challenge?
Very good, I think, pertinent question. As we understand, farmers generally are treated not to be too literate. But let me tell you, they may not be educationally class 10 or graduates, but their IQ level is very high. What we have done, we have developed the institutional mechanism where at each Gram Panchayat level, we have our dedicated IT guys providing these solutions, and these apps are downloadable, available in the mobile of these persons which are tagged to each village. So they go to each individual farmer's house, take his photograph, collect the document, upload it on the real time, and the system is approved. When the back office it is approved. So this process took almost 1.5 years to us, but now we have done it 100%. Number one. Number two, just to convince the farmer about particular technology, like particularly micro irrigation, sprinkler and drip, your biggest challenge is basically service center, post installation service center. Everybody throughout the country, West Bengal is not exception. We love pushing something as a new technology, equipment, something, sell it, and after post service systems are not available. So we ensure that these manufacturers who are empaneled, they should have service centers at the subdivision or the block level. That's a condition. And we provided them some list of young entrepreneurs, the graduates, whom they trained. So these services are available, number one. Number two, IT-wise, the biggest shortcoming. So we installed our own IT networks and the manpower. We almost have 2,000 people, guys working for all these schemes taken together at the lowest level. And the last point, now most of the farmers, they use the smartphone. They access their mobile bank account. Only problem they face is the KYC of the banks. That was really a challenge for us. Finally, we could convince the bankers. Now, West Bengal is the only state where bankers are connected to our network. All bank branches are connected to our network. So we are also sanctioning the this Kisan Credit Card loan or the bank loan through our portal. They are not going for separate documentation because it's a verified complete documentation available with us. But farmers are much more, I tell you, unlike our understanding, they are quite well about the technology. They are aware about it, particularly the hybrid maize, some good varieties of the till and the groundnut which they have started in West Bengal. We are well advanced. And fruit crops, particularly, we are sending, exporting the capsicum and other protected cultivation, which was not prevalent 3 years back. So I must say, we struggled quite well initially. Now we have institutions in place, ownership with the farmer. We have wrote in the farmers group in the custom hiring center, management, operation. We don't intervene at all. These are self-sufficient now. We only supported the initial capital. Then we have dedicated centers so that we can train their manpower, their operators, and service centers can provide them the online helpline services. So the farmers helpline services are very effective wherever actually these centers are there. But we have big challenges. As I told you, micro irrigation is not much popular in our country.
Yeah. So that in fact, has remained a challenge because, these are certain practices which we are trying to make them acquaint with. And there is always, you rightly said that our farmers are very enterprising and they are very intelligent. It would be absolutely foolish to assume that our villagers are illiterate. That's why they are ignorant. No, they are neither ignorant nor illiterate. They are much more intelligent than you and me put together. That's been the experience, which is what even we have had on the ground. But yeah, rightly said. One
point I would like to add with your permission. in this platform, I can very well say several states are there. They have all of them done good work. Some states have done better than others. In our state, I can say as on today, I'm heading agriculture department. What I have seen, agriculture and allied department taken together, we have lot of several other concepts developed. Our Honorable Chief Minister has a political mandate. So for all these initiatives, she supported the governance, the systems in place, and now based on the single database which is validated, we are not asking for any other database for paddy procurement, not for the Krisak Bandhu, this death benefit. When any farmer dies, irrespective of the cause, anybody in their farmer family from 18 to 60 years, we pay 2 lakhs. It's DBT. Instantly DBT up 2 lakhs. So for all government schemes like your disaster management fund release, your horticulture scheme selections, your basically paddy procurement validation, we are not insisting for any other separate documentation. So that's a good thing, because when every agency is supporting it, when the database is being recognized by bank, your paddy procurement agencies, all other fertilizer agencies also even now. So farmers' life become easy. They feel that, okay, let me ensure that my database is up to date and there is nothing wrong in it. There have been several problems because of this merger of the banks. After merger, IFC codes were the bigger problem.
Yeah.
So now in the single platform, since we have resolved it, farmers are quite happy that they are not required to go to several places. So of course, it's a big political mandate and guidance that is, I think, driving the things here. And the farmer in West Bengal is comparatively better educated. This much I can say. I'm from Rajasthan. I have what I understand on crop production and the crop economy. They are much better. They're quite well. Like one of the important aspects I forgot. Sundarbans has its own challenges. During the last cyclone Yas, devastated, very damaging this thing. As you know, in the salt of this area, saline water ingress damages the crop. This year we provided some salt-resistant varieties that are known as one of the entry in your thing, where we, with the help of the farmers, we could rectify the salinity from 30 to generally it's acceptable norms is less than 1 dissolved salt per liter. So it was 30. So within 15-20 days, we could resolve it by draining the water, by dissolving the water, and then providing the salt-resistant varieties. This year, we thought after this massive damage of Yas, we could not have achieved the paddy cultivation targets. You will be happy to know we not only achieved, we exceeded it.
Wow.
2 lakh vigas. Now the challenge is you can't do it overnight. For the last 2 years, we started producing the traditional varieties of the paddy, which are resistant. Most of the high varieties are not resistant. So in the last 2-3 years, we could produce adequate seed, and that's why we could save the farmers of Sundarban there, because they don't have any other alternative crop, or they don't have anything other than the basically fisheries or the shrimp. So that's another thing. But thank you so much for this opportunity. It's all depend on the political will. I think we have a good leadership here. They have political will from the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. In fact, in the interest of time, in case there is any question, participants, please, the delegates, you can put it in the Q&A chat box. One quick clarification I have from on tourism bit, ma'am, you mentioned that there are schemes of loan which are fast-tracked in West Bengal, and these are the state schemes, but more or less these are designed on the lines of the National Mudra scheme, which is also Shishu, Kishore, so on and so forth. So is it the same scheme, which is what you have taken it further at the state level, or this is a state level scheme? You are muted.
This is a purely state level scheme.
So, what is the status of Mudra Yojana in the state? I mean, there is no tourism component of that. You're focused particularly only for tourism. Is that right?
No, we are focused. I'm not aware of Mudra Yojana, so we are not doing that in our tourism department, but we have formulated this scheme.
So wonderful work there. And Arvindji, if I may ask for a quick clarification from you, it's heartening to know that particularly when we talk of psychosocial well-being and a lot of efforts that have been made over a period of time, COVID has provided us an opportunity to innovate.
Yes.
Innovate under compulsion. Probably we had an opportunity to innovate earlier as well, but we were pushed to the corner, so we had to act like this. So, to what extent do you think that only when the circumstances dictate does the policy take that course, but on its own, it is always very difficult to align the will of and the charter of other departments, because you have to work in conjunction with others as well. So what was your biggest challenge here?
Need is the genesis of innovation. Like when in the pre-COVID period, when everything was smooth, Anganwadis were functioning properly, so there was and there was no hindrance in the development process, psychosocial development of a child, and whatever thing has to be given to the child, that was done through the Anganwadi centers itself. And when we did not have that opportunity of spreading our messages, our all the development to the Anganwadis, and then the need arises. And now, as you rightly said, now during the crisis only, when we developed this idea, now we are planning how we will continue this as a part of our integral process itself. And during post-COVID period also, when Anganwadis will open, we'll continue with the process. So there will be a double benefit of psychosocial development at Anganwadi center and also at home.
Good. Thank you so much. Omkarji, would you like to say something as your concluding comments before we move on to the next panel?
Thank you so much. I think it's a very good interaction meeting you after several years. And I congratulate these young, all young officers who are nominated, and I'm sure some of them will get the top award. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Pradhanji, Arvindji and Meenaji, for joining us for this discussion. And we have been doubly benefited by your wisdom, and we would love to continue this learning process in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjan.
Thank you, sir.
And with this, we move on to our next panel, which is the state of IT. So, very well understood that the governance has moved on to the next level. So how are the states trying to improve and strengthen the governance by using next gen technologies? That's the biggest question that we have in front of us, and we are keeping pace with that. Some phenomenal results have been achieved by various state departments, governments, by adopting advanced technology tools such as 5G, drones for collecting data, other services like medical and logistics, so on and so forth. I've had the experience of even witnessing the property mapping to the household level at many of the states, which has actually multiplied the recovery as well as the revenue for many of such cities. So all of us have realized there's a huge potential, and now we have reached a stage wherein we are leveraging it, whether it is the improvement in citizen services or real-time governance to real-time governance redressal, connected and integrated government. We have come a long way, and there are continuing to be a few challenges, which is what we are grappling with, but we are finding a way out sooner and better than before. So India right now, when we say that poised to become not only a $5 trillion economy, but also $1 trillion digital economy by 2025. But for that matter, the pace of digitalization not only is to continue, it even has to accelerate. And the indications are that we are doing quite good on that front. So in this panel, we are looking at three things. What is the state of digitalization? what are the residual challenges that need to be overcome, and what is the Vision 2025? And for this discussion, we are joined by Mr. Vidyasagar Reddy, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Real-Time Governance Society, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Sohan Nautiyal, who is Head SEMT, Government of Odisha, Mr. Kumar Vineet, Special Secretary, Government of IT and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Managing Director, UPDESCO, which is Uttar Pradesh Development Systems Corporation. Excuse me. And Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, who is Joint Secretary, Department of IT, Government of West Bengal. Let me have the pleasure of inviting our first panelist. The structure of the panel discussion is that we have 5 to 7 minutes to make an opening statement, followed by which we get into a discussion, and there would be a Q&A at the end. So let me introduce him as an IT man. He was the IT advisor to the state government. He's an MBA from Georgia State University and civil engineering from Texas. He brings with him over 25 years of experience in engineering, technology, and information society. He's not a government person. He is a private sector domain specialist helping the government. And Real-Time Governance Society is being driven by him. So he has brought all his experience accumulated over nearly 2.5 decades to create an engine which is doing very well today, supposedly in the state. So Mr. Reddy, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanjal. Appreciate the introduction. Hello and good morning to my fellow panelists and the listeners. As you mentioned, the state of IT is doing extremely well in India, and world over they recognize India as being one at the forefront of IT. And within IT, within India, there are several states that seem to be doing quite well, and then several domains that have been at the forefront of what we have seen over the last couple of years. Continuing from your previous discussion, necessity is the mother of invention. Usually there is a lot of resistance, inertia. We don't want to change the status quo, but sometimes externalities, what's called the black swan event, right? Something like that forces our hands and makes us adapt things faster than we would otherwise have done. This is one of those things, and glad to see across the country, all the states embracing IT as a tool. That's what it is, right? Still people have to do the decision making and drive the policy and the execution, but leverage technology as a tool to help them out, carry the jobs more effectively, more efficiently, and better, faster, and all those things. So from our side, just a couple of points. Big data and analytics is what I would focus on among the newer technologies that we are leveraging to carry out our responsibilities. Briefly speaking, there are about 4 areas where the government of AP is focusing on: citizen services, digital transformation, and making sure that the citizen get their services without having to do the running around. And then benefit schemes. There are several welfare and other benefits. We want to make sure that the intended beneficiaries receive the benefits without undue hardships on their part. Then the proof that these programs are working effectively is not to have many grievances. So Spandana is our flagship program for grievance redressal. And that's what RTGS oversees, among other things. Then job growth. So we want to leverage IT technology for growing jobs within the state and improving the economy of the state, as well as the condition of the population in general. So on the local governance front, Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Y.S. Jaganmohan Reddy, had instituted this Village and Ward Secretariat organization, establishing over 15,000 village and ward secretariats across the state, taking local governance to the doorstep of the citizen. Citizens can avail of over 540 services through the digital transformation program from these places. So no more having to go to mandal offices or district offices and running around the government offices and waiting for their services. They can simply go to their own village secretariat and get their task done. And there's also a volunteer institution where if people cannot, for some reason, go to their own village secretariat, they can have their volunteers come to their own house and take care of their needs. Then benefit schemes, as I've mentioned earlier, there are over 25 different types of benefit schemes targeting several demographics narrowly as well as broadly for various reasons and objectives. So these things, the programs need to identify who the eligible beneficiaries are, provide the validation by checking the eligibility criteria, which means looking at government databases, leveraging the information we have about them, their property, their incomes, and their various socio-economic status. Then coming up with the list of beneficiaries, which is, there's a step of social audit there, making sure that the fellow citizens have a say in input on the list of beneficiaries. Once that's done, the direct benefit scheme transfer the benefit to their bank account, Aadhaar based. So all these things are leveraging technology. There's no depending on someone's mercy, so to say. A government officer has to kindly look at this thing and agree or disagree or anything like that. So both these schemes are extremely complex, but they're functioning smoothly by leveraging technology. Now, the Spandana Grievance Redressal Program that I mentioned, this is the brainchild of our Honorable CM that he instituted in 2019. Usually Spandana, the grievance program used to require citizens to go to their district collector's offices, I think Monday or so, every week or every month, and submit their grievances in writing, which would be reviewed and action taken, but the citizen would not have any insight into what the status was. So what we have done is, there's a call center, toll-free number, and there's also a Spandana app. So people can call in, people can go to their, again, village and ward secretariats and submit their grievance if necessary, or they can use the Spandana app, leveraging the technology, and submit their grievances. We have looked at that based on the type of the grievance, the department, the subject, and the sub-subject, the grievance is categorized and it's routed to the proper government functionary. Typically, we call that the last mile functionary. So the grievance redressal is starting where a government officer can actually make a positive change. And then there's workflow depending on the complexity of the issue, and approvals required or review required as needed. So all these things happen through technology, and the grievance status is monitored and appropriate feedback is provided to the citizen based on the status of the grievance. One other thing is, there are SLAs for many of these categories, obviously not for everything because of several constraints. And dashboards are provided at all levels, at the last mile functionary level, all the way to the state government at the chief minister's office level. So the grievances can be monitored and tracked for performance. And dashboards are customized at each level, whether it's district or mandal or village level or at the state level, or based on the departments. So every officer, every minister or MLAs, they have the ability to look at the grievances that pertain to their area and see what is happening and provide input, and also encourage grievance redressal. Two other points here is, there is a survey of all the citizens whose grievances were not redressed in a positive way. For example, if I go and claim that I didn't receive such and such benefit, and if the grievance redressal is to give me the benefit, great. A sample of such positive redressals are surveyed just to make sure the performance is fine and if there's any room for improvement. But all of the negative redressals, if my grievance is not redressed, if I did not get the benefit, but given an explanation, you don't qualify because of these reasons, or you did not get something for these reasons, that's called negative redressal. Every one of those negative redressals receive a call from my call center to get more information, whether the citizen was satisfied with the explanation or not. And then the citizens have the ability to automatically reopen the grievances that are closed. So this guards against if a government officer is looking at something and says, yeah, it's closed. So from the dashboard monitoring perspective, it's closed, so we assume it's done. But the citizen can reopen the grievance if he's not happy. and a reopened grievance will go to the reporting manager of the officer who closed it. So a person who incorrectly closed it will not again get to see it and close it again. It's going to his boss now. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken up. And to help us through this thing, some of these things for tracking large data, for providing analytics, various technologies are utilized. Obviously, big data is has been a big thing in technology world across the board. Any of these social media giants that you see or any of the tech giants you see, they're all leveraging big data. Now, people are actually their data, so they know what to do with that. We are trying to do something along those lines, not necessarily for marketing purposes, but to provide governance and citizen services perspective. Some of these other initiatives, as you mentioned, drones are being leveraged. We are doing a comprehensive land survey, I think after 100 years or so within the state, using Survey of India as well as state government revenue departments. So what are we going to do with that? Again, big data will have to come in and help us process the data. So what the governments are doing and will continue to do is use big data to process large amounts of information we have. What's the goal? We want to get actionable intelligence, actionable insights from the data, right? So we understand we have huge quantities of data, and then pretty spreadsheets and dashboards will help us with visualization of what is happening. But after that, the next step is, this is what we see is happening. Now I want to know what is an actionable insight for me. So what does that mean? What can I do to improve the performance of the state or to improve the situation of the citizens of the state? So this is where I think it's going. And there are other considerations. Privacy, obviously, our country as such does not have a comprehensive GDPR privacy laws, but I think central government is working on that. MITI as well as Supreme Court look at these situations and on a case-by-case basis improve things. So we are moving in the right direction. But from our side, more and more data are available to governments, and we are trying to leverage the data not only to provide citizen services, redress grievances, but also to get actionable insights from the data to help us with the governance of the state itself. I'll pause here, and if there's anything else, we'll pick up during the QA session, I suppose. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. So we'll come back to you, as you rightly said. And in the meanwhile, I move on to invite our next speaker, who is a data scientist, a blockchain certified expert, and has expertise in IT with proven effective leadership skills by leading, managing, and successfully executing projects with high standards. Mr. Sohan Nautiyal, who is head of SEMT, Government of Odisha, has been leading AI-based dashboards and aiming to create an integrated information infrastructure called Odisha One Portal. Mr. Nautiyal.
Thank you, Dr. Gurucharan. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving this opportunity to be part of this 75th Scotch Summit panel discussion on focus on the ITs. So currently, I'm with the Government of Odisha with the NIT, and there are various initiatives done at Odisha with perspective of emerging technology as well. And now going in detail, like what are the things, key project, IT projects done at Odisha. Okay. So ENIT government has focused on order of enhancement, speed, convincing, and the transparency in the government to citizen services, and provide best class of technology as part of 5T charter mandated from our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik. Okay, like transparency, technology, teamwork, and time-bound and transformation. So focusing on the technology part, right? Because ultimately, this has definitely helped during the COVID outbreak as well. And during this time, we have seen that we were able to recently, if you see the progress in COVID perspective, citizens are able to see the test result of the COVID, which they have undergone, and apart from they can register for the vaccination as well, and see the status of the vaccination and get the certificate as well. Okay. Having said that, for all these things, important thing is the infrastructure. To build the infrastructure across in Odisha. So in that perspective, what exactly, as mentioned, like what are the different technology which we are using? So Gartak internet, in that definitely we have used drone for seeing to what extent the optical fiber has to be laid down. Okay, so and connecting. So ultimately, that will help in planning and executing and laying down the optical fiber. And apart from that, the cloud computing. Basically, we have all the 118 applications which are deployed or hosted on the cloud. Okay, and during pandemic, people were able to deploy the application remotely as well, and when permission is given to them for short span of time so that they can host the application. That's the other thing. And the other thing, infrastructure perspective, also we are ensuring that we have a very good cybersecurity operation center, where, because now we are completely moving into digital world, where we have seen that there are not a lot of attacks happening. So considering those things, we have almost in the process of setting up the SOC center, okay, at Odisha State. Application perspective, yes, we have developed a very good COVID-19 dashboard, which will be enhanced for the other initiatives, scheme based as well as for other scheme as well as. So AI technique was used to ensure that we have the proper predictive analytics about all the things which has been taken care. Okay. So apart from that, there are ultimately we have at the state we have come out with a single window platform where citizen can use single window. Any unified solution where all the services can be availed. So around more than some 500 services are integrated, and so that citizen can avail those services. So as we know that there are people who are at the remote places, they cannot access the internet themselves. So in that case, we have come out with the Mo Seva Kendra is established, set up at Odisha, and encouraging entrepreneurs to set up the Kendra at yearly and yearlies, so that they can citizen can walk down and avail the government services from the Mo Seva Kendra with minimum pay. So that's the another key initiatives have done during this time. And apart from that, at Odisha State, senior government officers also takes the feedback directly, interacting with the citizen as part of the Mo Sarkar, so that whether the services provided, they are happy with that, or that kind of feedback they take one-to-one. So that's another key thing. And apart from that, because of this pandemic, people are working, and even students wants to avail the digital facility, for example, for specifically the smart classes. So as part of this, various initiatives has been taken, and the smart classes in an integrated ICT technology based learning to provide the students with a better classroom experience. A smart class will enhance the student teacher interaction and will give the student a better understanding of the concept as well. So that's another key initiative as part of the technology which has been done. Having said that, as I told, what are the key emerging technologies which we have as part of Odisha state, we have no doubt that cloud computing technology, where we have used around more than 180 government services application hosted there, so that this can be used. No need of the different department to have their own servers and all. So, and it is cloud based, so that a citizen can access from single portal all the services. Apart from that, one of the key thing, which is the blockchain technology, that's the other thing which is very important as part of the secured way of having the transactions or any information. Or so in that perspective, we have come out with, we have developed at the state paddy procurement automation system to ensure that the price which is paid, that is blocked, okay, as part of the technology. So technology intervention, that's how we had, and definitely there is another Bhubaneswar land use technology system, BLUSH, for monitoring change in the government lands using the high resolution satellite. So we have used there as well the AI technique. And apart from that, e-Pravesh, where visitors coming to the secretariat, so through AI technique or facial recognition, and whether the person is authorized to enter into the system or has the valid pass. So that's how the technology here also we have used that's the other thing. And having said that, so these are the key initiative, and I will pause right now, and later I can have more things in discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for taking us through the journey of various technology-led implementations in the state. And I'm sure as we move forward, there would be much more to talk about. Yes, we'll come back to you. And now I move on to invite the person who has incessantly worked on 1076, which is the UP Chief Minister Helpline. This is an integrated grievance redressal system, and that has been successfully implemented under the guidance of Mr. Kumar Vineet, who is Special Secretary, Department of IT and Electronics, Uttar Pradesh, and the MD of UP DESCO. Also guided several projects, including e-tendering, and created an ecosystem for startups in the state, and worked extensively on electronics manufacturing policy in the state. So let's move on to understand what has been the achievements of the state, the journey of digitalization, and what's the vision 2025.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kurushal, and it is indeed an honor to be here on this platform. Well, good governance has been the hallmark of the present government's development agenda. With the rapid advancing technology, the concept of smart and connected governance have crept into our daily lexicon. However, in this catchy phrases and jargons, the underlying message is that the services to the common citizen has to be very flawless. I have always been reiterating it again and again that our purpose is to demystify and make the range of good governance enabled and easily available and accessible to the citizen, so that it can be leveraged by the citizen globally as well as personally as well as locally. So the effort of this in this direction has been that we have to ensure that transform the public service delivery model, which can be given with dignity, number one, with ease, transparency, and of course with effective grievance redressal. So this mechanism of grievance redressal is very important, because every citizen needs to have a good mechanism of delivery model, plus a mechanism where they can always put up their grievance redressal. So this grievance redressal has to be technology agnostic. That means it can be approached by telephone, by mail, by any of the app, or whatever the means of process, or just an application at a suitable level, be it the local level of the collector or highest level at the Honorable Chief Minister. So this diffusion of different ways of and means of delivering the services, as well as coming up with a good solution to each and every solution, each and every services, That has been the main aim behind which we have been working on. And if I continue on this same platform, then of course the advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain technology. If I take, say, blockchain technology, we have tried to implement it into the revenue department, where every land which is traveling into 9 or 10 places where there can be a case in a local revenue court, it can be at the commissioner office, it can be in the Khatani, it can be in the Khasra, different levels and at different places. So if blockchain can be developed to extract any information and put up cleanly, that is what we are trying to develop in the revenue recording keeping. Then artificial intelligence, if I say, or IoT, we have just developed a mining concept where we have developed different levels of mining platforms where any vehicle that goes through it, we can collect the information and connect it to the Sarthi model and get the information extracted, so that there is seamless and flawless mechanism to capture the revenue, one part, and a clear message to the citizen as well that yes, we are being watched unless and until we need to be checked upon. So this initiative of a different level, a different interface of a technology is there, and we are trying to use it. Next is the direct benefit schemes. We have really excelled in that. The process of open government data platform, investment in cyber systems is also being taken care of, because things have definitely grown up in a different, very, very complex stage. So now coming to the basic COVID-19 management system, if I can share with you, because in this scenario, we needed a platform, it was very, very subtle. It was very subtle because all of a sudden it crept in. So we needed a platform which could provide a link between citizen and government with ease, without coming out of the house, without going to any other place or accessing to any other means of mechanism. So a simple telephone call or simple mobile could connect to the government. Any citizen at any place could easily connect to the government for a variety of services. It can be awareness, health, lockdown issues, migration crisis, COVID patient management, oxygen, bed, anything that could easily be integrated into this concept. And behind this one platform of CM Helpline, we had a multiple management system of health, of migration, of district management system, of grievance redressal, of citizen response team at every level, be it district collector, be it the state government, be it the commissionery level, at every level and at every department as well. So the forms and the scripts of capturing information, taking feedback, it was such designed and developed that we could take on board each and every concerned stakeholder. Once it was registered, we could get into the integrated grievance redressal system. It was reflected at different levels where it could immediately be cashed up. So response could be 1 day, could be 1 week, could be 1 hour also. And in cases where responses were like getting an oxygen was limited to 1 hour or 2 hours, immediate action and response mechanism at the district level was also developed and integrated with the same system. So this is how a common linkage of citizen and government was tried to develop, and I must say it has been, if not impeccable, then definitely it has been really good, and we have got some very good results on it. And I must know, one can never be satisfied with the results any time, but yes, it was commendable indeed on part of the CM Helpline to take this project. The initiatives that were taken was we could now, because the platform was there and we could raise the level, so we raised the awareness campaign as well about the government initiatives. We had that feedback, we had the data, so we could reach to the level of the ground level of the villages, where we could just reach with our policies and initiatives. And then health management, apart from the COVID, there were so many health management initiatives that were being taken up, so we could tell the citizen and get a feedback what is our mechanism doing actually at the ground level and what is actually required at the ground level. So that was really very nice concept that has given this opportunity. This COVID has given us that opportunity, and we have already leveraged on it, and we are using it continuously now. So management of migrant movement was, of course, there was one major issue that yes, it was, one can never, as I said, one can never say that yes, we have done wonders, but yes, we have tried to establish a connect between government and citizen. That is what I would like to say. To conclude, the technology part in Uttar Pradesh has been trying to make a pathway so that we can give our citizen-centric services at ease with the people. Coming with the policy part, we have three policies which are really doing very well. One is the startup policy. In startup policy, as of late, I would just like to mention one of the startups of making dhoop batti out of flower petals. IIT Kanpur incubation of IIT Kanpur has done it. It has come out wonderfully. The concept was there for long, but to commercialize it was a good idea. So that startup has come up beautifully. And similarly, there are more than 1,000 startups which are lined up, and at least 100 startups are there which are coming up with such good ideas where investment can also be attracted. Second is our policy of manufacturing policy. We had envisaged this manufacturing policy in 2017 for 5 years, but the policy was good, or its implementation was good, that we could achieve the target that we had proposed in 2019 itself. So we revamped our policy again, and now we have another policy of manufacturing policy which is going up to 2027, and in that policy we are targeting another 30,000 crores of investment. We are targeting that, and hopefully we are going to get good investment. We have got two major hubs, one in Noida, second in Lucknow, which is coming up beautifully. Third is our data center policy. We are perhaps the second in India that have come up with our data center policy, and we have already lined up with more than 14 projects. The letter of interest we have already have, and yes, at places like Noida, at places like Lucknow, and not just that, Lucknow and Noida, there are some small data center initiatives coming at different level as well, where in different cities at different hubs where the commissionary levels at 16 or 17 places, people are interested to develop data centers at those places because they see an opportunity over there. So that is really very interesting, and when this idea came to us also and the proposal came to us also, we were also very happy that yes, the network of Government of India of laying the fiber optics, coming up along with the knowledge network and jamming up with the startup process, and of course our policy initiatives, it has cumulatively combined into such a way that yes, in coming decade or so, Uttar Pradesh is going to be a revamped and a new state in terms of digital platforms and digital initiatives. Thank you.
Excellent. Number of initiatives that have been taken and number of effort that has gone into it have been a Herculean task, because trying to streamline from across these segments, and whether it is to do with the grievance redressal system, which we say it's an easy thing to do, but it's very, very difficult to actually respond positively and closing those grievances, because people also know that they now have an opportunity where they can be heard. So what happens is that they become demanding, and that in fact is a very good indication that in an environment like this, when you're a demanding citizen, then that much responsive it makes you. And of course, to encourage manufacturing and so many other things, which is what being done in the state. Excellent work. So my congratulations to you. So I'll come back to you in case there are any questions. And let me at this moment invite our next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, who is Joint Secretary in Department of IT, Government of West Bengal. Apart from many things that he has done, he has created a platform called Karmo Bhumi, which is a skill registry for IT and ITS talent in West Bengal. I mean, the Kolkata pretty early on came to be known as the ITS hub, and but not for very long. Continues to lead in many ways, but yes, a lot that needs to be done. So with this, more than 60,000 youth registered, and nearly 1/3 got employed. So other areas of interest from him include cybersecurity, ensuring safety, and ensuring the critical infrastructure of the state, and the data privacy. So with this, I invite Mr. Das.
Thank you, Dr. Gursaran. I'm really obliged and humbled to be a part of this panel. First of all, I have been, there is a privilege and there is a challenge in speaking at the last. The privilege is you need not say those things which have already been said. So your task is cut. The challenge is you have nothing to say no, because everybody has done everything. So I would just like to start by saying that, what government of West Bengal has done or has not done, what government of West Bengal could have done over the years, how early it actually jumped into the bandwagon of IT and led the country in many ways, and whether it is still there or not, only time can tell. But Scotch has actually acknowledged the success of West Bengal, and it bestowed upon our chief minister the Scotch chief ministership, last year. So I hope that Scotch acknowledge that we are coming up. So emerging technology is just like a moving train. So we all board from the rear, and using the vestibule we go towards the engine. So whether somebody is at the best, everybody can catch up with him, because all these bogies are connected. So the moving train we have all boarded, whether it is Uttar Pradesh, with its Tamil Nadu, with the Punjab or Mizoram, every state has boarded, and every state is doing wonderfully. The beauty of India is in its versatility. And when I actually find out what everybody else is doing, because I'm a voracious reader, I read whatever I lay my hands on, and I come to know that yes, there is nothing new to create. Just find out who has done this, try to implement this in the state and take the best practices from them and find out the failures that they have faced and try to work upon that. So there is no need to actually recreate the wheel every time. So in West Bengal, our Honorable Chief Minister has actually, guided us into this. Innovation is being done by all, and it is a collaborative effort. We are not behind IPR per se. We are actually there for servicing the people. So if I just say, in 17 months, we have witnessed, more than 73 lakh grievances. In 17 months, the e-Samadhan has witnessed more than 73 lakh grievances. And the turnaround time is less than 2.7 days. And the success of resolving these grievances is more than 73%. So this is just one of the statistics. There are n number of statistics I can go on churning out, as each and every colleague of mine before me has been telling. I hope you all know about Duare Sarkar, which has become pretty famous before the last election. Till date, we have actually seen footfall of more than 3.5 crore and in nearly 90,000 actual camps that have taken place. In lakhs and lakhs of solutions, people-centric solutions have been handed over directly from those camps. There are camps like Duare Sarkar, that means the Sarkar is going to the doorstep. Paray Samadhan, that means Sarkar is actually resolving the issue going into your mohalla. Then Duare Tran, after this Yash that has ravaged us, this has been taken up. And the numbers are fabulous. They are already with you, because most of our departments have already submitted those numbers. I do not want to put these numbers and jumbled everybody. So there are 18 beautifully structured public service delivery which are doing wonders. And they right now are being actually handed over to the people through a new scheme that is called, this Bangla Sahayata Kendra. So Bangla Sahayata Kendra is another effort which is more than what we have seen in CSC, the Common Service Center. So they are not only giving you the solution, they are also guiding you as to how those solutions can be achieved or received or consumed or assimilated, utilized, and come back with the feedback. And coming back to Karma Bhumi that you have just spoken about. So Karma Bhumi actually, started with this idea that when, after retrenchment, all those people were coming back, we started finding out how many of them belong to ITS sector. And then when we actually collected those data, we understood that our local industry could benefit out of that. So it created the whole notion, whole journey. And we actually created this solution within the department itself. At that point of time, suddenly Government of India banned those, foreign apps. So we came up with the self-scan, which has been vetted by you too. So that is another app, all our students and teachers and government employees are, using. And all these things, if you talk about Karma Bhumi, the beauty of Karma Bhumi is it is PII free. You are free to hack. I'm actually giving our data to you. You please hack because it is completely PII free. You cannot get any PII out of this. Sir, I should tell everybody who is over 656 persons are listening to me that PII can only be sold and bought. So if this is a repository and if an application is put into this and it is churning out data, so there are two types of data. One is live data and one is dead data. So the live data is PII data and the dead data like CDSL has lost 40 million data. Those are instantaneous dead data. Those have no value. And that's why CDSL is saying, is not saying anything. Anybody can challenge me and I can go on actually, reading out the RCA, the root cause analysis and try to, support or corroborate what I have just spoken about CDSL. I'm not supporting CDSL, but I'm telling you the data which is a dead data cannot be sold or bought. Yes, it is a loss of face, definitely, but not more than that. So we actually cut about those live data which are attributable. The same thing has been done about self-scan. The self-scan does not collect any of your data. It is a device native application. So we have given you the application, you are the owner of the data, and there is no server, so you cannot do anything. It is not going through anything. You do not require any internet. So our 18 applications which are going on and 37 applications which are around this and 200 plus applications which are critical and placed in the state data center, we have actually graduated from tier 1, tier 2 to tier 3 data center. We are the only data center which is managed by the government alone and nobody else. Our Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, which has seen 4 national awards, during the last 1 year itself, and will be vetted by you in the days to come. So those will be added to it. So we have not done anything, and it's a zero budget. So actually, the government is looking towards generating awareness from the government part and attracting professionals to give knowledge so that collectively the populace can go into the realm of wisdom. And a wise populace can bring stability to a community. So, sir, I would not speak more, but I would just say what my senior, Shanta ma'am, then, Mr. Meena, once my district magistrate also. So they have, spoken about just before me in the earlier thing about the successes of the state. Sir, this is not a specific success. It's a hybrid thing. IT is all pervasive, and every department has been enabled under the leadership that what Mr. Meena has just told, that the leadership, the positivity of the leadership, which is witnessed across the country, everywhere it is seen, with the positivity of the leadership, everybody is embracing the, this technology advancement. And before I cap it all, I would just say that what, the beautiful thing Mr. Nautiyal has done with this, this blockchain initiative. 4 years back, we started this blockchain initiative in NKDA, the Newtown Kolkata Development Authority, by actually, bringing out the death and birth certification on blockchain, and it is still continuing. Then we have actually gone into the land and others thing, the records, all of the land records, the mutation records, everything is coming into the lacuna on the part of the government people like us, public servants. We are very bad in promoting ourselves. So most of the people do not know actually what is happening. But since 2014 January, April, there is not a single cash, that has been transacted by the government of West Bengal. So you can understand the amount of e-governance. Between 11:30 and 2:30, more than 30,000 unique users actually access IFMS, the Integrated Fund Management System. Everything is online. Nothing is physical. And to say everything that we are coming down to, these platforms are the place where we would actually request all of you to, come up with, I would request Scotch to come up with a platform where we can share our successes and failures so that the best practices can be actually replicated by all. Not only successes, the failures must be told where we have failed. Each and every place, if we can share our failures, because they are the greatest teachers, and we can have a better and safe India in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Excellent work, because I fully agree with you when you say that the good work which is being done, the successes which are being experienced, we don't talk about it. We don't come out of the silos, and although we continue to do well, we have no time to share it with others. So platforms like this, give us an opportunity not only to understand from Scotch as to what all is happening towards good governance at the state level, but also to the states when you interact with each other and find out what have been your successes and what could be the learnings from there. And we are candid enough to say all these things with full confidence that this is what I have not been able to do. So I would like to do this and understand as to how have you done it and pick it up as a best practice from your side. I've in fact traveled across and have had an opportunity to meet up with a whole lot of people, whole lot of stakeholders. And the only thing that comes up each time is that there is, while we sit on such platforms, that the best practices, we realize that these are the ones that we have created, both based on innovation, as you said, as well as collaboration. So that remains still within the state. It doesn't go outside the state. So as a union of states, we also need to encourage it further. I remember my meeting with Mr. Vidyasagar, started on a very low note, but ended on such a high note that this is the third discussion we are having. And, ultimately, when we share this, I'm sure coming from the domain, he would know, but when you say that 73 lakh grievances in 17 months on e-Samadhan with an average turnaround time of 2.7 days. I'm sure Mr. Vidyasagar would be thinking at this time that let me also say my numbers, and Mr. Vineet also would be feeling the same thing. So let me open it for next 5 minutes for your reactions to the debate and the discussion. So let me start first with Mr. Vineet.
Well, number is just an indicative. It is the qualitative part that has to be taken care of. Well, whether there is one person who is getting to us and he is satisfied to a certain extent, or there are 100% and 90 of them are dissatisfied. So 100 is not a matter, but one does definitely matter. So that is the idea, and that is the concept and the purpose. And if I would say on that part per se, then we have more than 90% satisfied customers. So when I say customers, that is a different word that I would like to say, citizens. So out of the remaining that 10% who are not satisfied or not happy with the solution, at least 6 to 7% of them are who demand something. So demand can never be satiated at any place, at any level. But then if we have such a level of high level where people are actually agreeing to, yes, this is this thing, this is the issue I raised, this is the solution I got. It might not be the best one that I would have liked to have it, but yes, it is definitely palatable, acceptable. What Herbert Simon used to say, the art of muddling through. There is a problem, then I have just got over it. So that solution and that level of what should I say, satisfaction, or we also have on that part, that yes, handling such a big state,
and handling such a scale where 58 lakh complaints are there, and we handle it, what should I say, really handling it on a good way. We phrase the question every day. We'll listen. Even I, as a special secretary and MD UPDESCO, I also listen to many of the calls every day, on and off. My principal secretary, my secretary to chief minister, he also takes a call on listening, at least 10 to 15 calls a day, that how can we improve, or what actually is the citizen that is requiring. Or medical principal secretary comes in, chips in, okay, give me 10 calls, let me listen to what is the feedback of the citizen. So this is a two-way integration process, and ultimately we are developing a gold mine of information about my policy, information about my implementation process, information about what actually I want to do, and a feedback about what actually citizen wants from us. So this two-way communication has developed very well, and it is not just the CM helpline that I would like to say, but even the departmental helplines are definitely coming up in the similar fashion. So given the 22 crores of a population that we have, and the enabling situation that we have, that is why I would like to share on this platform a very good initiative that we are going to take up. Each and every student in undergraduate, postgraduate or doctorate, whatever course they may be, in the academic year 21-22, irrelevant of their economic condition or any other condition, they are going to have a tablet or a smartphone. This year we are going to start with that. So that is very ambitious project. We are going to have a MDM management about policies, about employment generation, about government initiatives, and of course about the learning material. We are going to try to have some CSR initiatives with some of the very good big ones in the industries who are coming up with their own CSR initiatives. They want to integrate with our platform to make digitally enabled. So in this scenario of the last 2 years, where students were really very stressed upon to seek education, so in that scenario, I would say that this is an ambitious project that we are going to take, and let us hope and wish that we get success in it. And the implementation part, of course, it is tough, but yes, we'll try. We are trying very hard on that. So to sum up, we are trying to have a digital platform, we are trying to have initiatives, and we are trying to enable the youngsters of Uttar Pradesh on this issue. Thank you.
Wonderful project, wonderful thought about it, because together.
And have been sharing our learnings and experiences with each other, so that there could be a common growth. So it's quite encouraging. Also gives me an idea that why not I bring together our delegation of domain experts, and I lead it, and I come and sit with you and your team and try and understand what all you are doing, probably capture all these finer details and into our study of the well-performing departments, particularly on the, we have done with Mr. Vidyasagar. I mean, I've had an opportunity. It encourages me to visit Lucknow sometime. I'll coordinate with you on Monday. Maybe the week after that. So
of course, you're most welcome. It will be really nice to host you in Lucknow.
So, Mr. Vidyasagar, over to you. Your concluding comments and learning.
Sure. I would say this. This is fairly common in private world, not so much in the government world. What we are trying to do is work ourselves out of a job. So what our Honorable Chief Minister Garu has been saying is, if the government services are working like they should, like they're designed to, there should not be grievances. Mm-hmm. So our goal is to reduce the number of grievances, reduce the number of calls we get, reduce the number of complaints that we receive that need to be redressed. So as the institution of village and ward secretariats becomes more and more effective and mature, and citizen services are delivered within SLAs, there should not be a reason for citizens to call. Of course, it will never go down to zero. Nothing is going to be 100% perfect. So we do anticipate that there will always be a grievance redressal system that's necessary. But at the same time, the number of calls coming in should be lower every month compared to the previous month. And that actually has been happening. There was definitely a large volume during the initial months of COVID. Again, we understand the call volume. We also look into the type of calls. Many of the calls are inquiries. Right now, I would say from about what used to be 90% inquiries and 10% grievances to we are almost down to like 3 or 4% grievances. So already the percentage of grievances within the calls have reduced and the call volume reduces, but it's also cyclical. When there is a new benefit scheme or some new initiative coming up, call volume increases. So it's not a steady state constant thing, and we adapt accordingly. And one of the things I wanted to mention, since we were limited to the topic at hand, didn't get an opportunity earlier, but as we know, there are a lot of, and you alluded to this earlier, out of a $5 trillion economy, digital economy is going to be about $1 trillion, which is true right now. About 20% of our entire GDP is dependent on IT. People do not realize that. People think of IT as this fancy thing that only some big cities seem to be doing, and we need to adapt it. But there is a lot of dependency on IT. There's a lot of contribution by IT to the GDP. And Telugu-speaking people make up a disproportionately large number of IT workers, which is fortunate for us. And a lot of them, over some numbers, some estimates put this thing at over 2.5 lakhs, almost 3 lakhs people of AP origin were working outside. They came back to AP to work from home because of COVID. And now that they're used to working from home, living with their families, living near their hometowns, away from the congestion, traffic, and high cost of living of the cities, they seem to like it. At least many of them do. And with the lowering of COVID-related restrictions, employers want to bring them back. And some of these employees do not want to go back, but there are challenges to working from home, right? Bandwidth connectivity may be an issue, uninterrupted power may be an issue, and quiet workspace may be an issue. So government is doing something about that called Work from Your Hometown initiative. So right now from AP in smaller towns, tier 2 and tier 3 towns, we are establishing working spaces, offices, satellite offices, where employers can reserve any number of seats. Individual employees, they can be private employees or entrepreneurs, they can reserve one seat for them so they can go work. So work from hometowns to address the problems of working from home. Yep. And this initiative is going to go to village level, where because of fiber connectivity in the next few months, we're expected to get fiber to over 4,000 villages. And this will continue over the next 2.5 years to bring fiber to all the villages in AP. So imagine what happens if you got fiber connectivity to all your villages. Right now it is at mandal level. There are about over 600 mandals which have fiber connectivity. Bringing that to over 12,000 villages is going to make sure that there's no gap, there's no the digital divide, or whatever fancy terms you want to call that. All the IT world is going to come to the doorstep of every citizen across the state. And then work from anywhere is going to be a reality within the short time. Over to you.
Excellent, excellent. Let me briefly invite Mr. Sohan.
Yeah, just quickly, as I earlier told that as part of the Mo Sarkar, right, senior government officers take the feedback from the citizen directly, and we definitely, a system has been developed as per Mo Sarkar platform, where senior officer discuss with or take the feedback from the citizen based on the various services provided by the government. So that's one direct feedback which we take, and we have this is built on AI platform where a sentiment analysis also is done. So that's what we as part of the grievance management system.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion. I wish we had more time to understand more, because the more I'm listening, the more I'm getting curious as what's happening at the state level. But yes, over a period of time, we would like to actually, as I said, maybe send our research team across to try and understand as what's happening there, and we'll seek your help. So with this, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the panelists, gentlemen, Mr. Vidyasagar, Mr. Sohan Nautiyal, Mr. Kumar Vineet, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das for sharing your vision with us, sharing your thoughts with us, and also with your encouraging words about the work that the Scotch has been doing in providing all these best practices, a common platform wherein there could be a learning and sharing experience and cross-pollination of ideas. Well, thank you very much. With this, I move on to announce the next round of Order of Merit recipients.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, please allow me to move on to the next round, and I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Goshto Neban, Additional Director from Agriculture Department, West Bengal Farm Mechanization, West Bengal Experiences and Networking of Custom Hiring Centers. Mr. Neban. Dr. Sundar Balakrishna, CEO, Andhra Pradesh Information Technology Academy, Apita Academic Resources Center. Professor Hemachandra Reddy, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Design and Development of Online Teaching and Learning System. Mr. K. Kannu Babu, Managing Director, Andhra Pradesh State Disaster Management Authority, Heat Wave Prediction and Mitigation.
Yes, very good afternoon to panelists, members, delegates of 75th Scotch Summit of State of Governance. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please.
The Managing Director and the Special Secretary Kannababu Garu could not participate in today's summit because of hectic work with the State Election Commission. And so today participating in this summit is a great opportunity to demonstrate our work. On behalf of Kannababu sir, I along with my colleague, Ms. Farley, meteorologist, who has done a great work on this, is also participating. And sir, heat wave is one of the natural calamities the state is facing. There are 13 districts in the state, and on account of its varied geographical conditions, almost all districts in the state are vulnerable to heat wave. Andhra Pradesh state is one of the states in the country which is successfully implementing heat wave preparedness and mitigation project and could reduce the impact of heat wave in terms of deaths. National Disaster Management Authority has been very appreciative of the efforts of Andhra Pradesh government towards the implementation of heat wave preparedness and mitigation project. In 2017, about 160 deaths were reported due to the heat wave in the state. Keeping in view the severity of a heat wave, Government of Andhra Pradesh started implementing the heat wave preparedness and mitigation project in 2017. This project has basically three components like forecasting of heat wave, dissemination of the same down the line, and creating awareness among the public about do's and don'ts about the heat wave and the monitoring of the activities.
Can I request you to be short, please, because there are others also waiting.
Yes. And we have a very strong, robust volunteer system with about 2.5 lakh volunteers working at grassroots level. With the involvement of these volunteers, the implementation of this project, we have been successfully implementing this. And since the implementation of this project in 2017, number of deaths has been reduced to the maximum extent. For example, in 2017, the number was 160. It was reduced to 0 in 2020. Now it is just 6. This could be attributed to the well coordination and close monitoring of.
Very good. So this is actually leading to the saving of human lives.
Yeah, of course.
Which is not only doing the mitigation in forecasting, but also mitigating the risk. So excellent work. So my congratulations to you and the entire team, including Mr. Kannababu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Onkar Singh Meena, Secretary,
sir.
Department of Agriculture, Bangla Krishi Sage Yojana.
Thank you so much. You gave me opportunity and I explained about this scheme in detail. I'll not take much more separate time. Basically, we are providing the top-up support for micro-irrigation and the horticulture and different aspects, and trying to improve the user efficiency of the water. And so far, we have covered around 10,000 hectares. So this system in the western zone of the West Bengal. Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you for joining us. Mr. Jitendra Roy, Additional Secretary from Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal for Bangla Shasya Bima Scheme.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Scotch Group, for giving us this award for Bangla Shasya Bima Scheme. As our Secretary, Sir, Sri Onkar Singh Meena had already explained during his panel discussion, that this is a state-of-the-art technology-based crop insurance scheme, wholly funded by the state government, where the whole premium is borne by the state government. The farmers need not pay anything. And this gives social security to the farmers as far as agriculture is concerned. It motivates them to remain in cultivation, and it also gives them the indemnity against any sort of natural calamity for which any crop that may get damaged. So that is what we are trying, and we are trying with the best of the technologies. As our sir had said, we are using remote sensing technology, we are using digital platforms, apps, etc. We are depending the least as far as manual intervention is concerned. So it is totally
done at your end. I must congratulate you for thinking out of the box, and which is what we said, that this is based on innovation as much as it is based on collaboration. So,
yes, sir. And it's one of its kind in whole of India. Nowhere this is being implemented.
Wow.
So thank you so much for the order of merit that you have conferred.
Congratulations once again. The next one also goes to you, which is Krishak Bandhu.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this also. Our Secretary, sir, had already explained that we are have prepared digital database of all the farmers of our state, where their land details, their bank details, and their farmer details, of course, their Aadhaar details, etc., are all digitized in our database. And this database is being used by other departments also for various purposes, which he has talked about, like paddy procurement, etc., for disaster management, etc. Now, in this very project, what we are doing, that we are supporting the farmers with financial assistance at the beginning of the cropping season. At that point of time, the farmers are have less cash, so that's why this project helps them to have this very needed cash for their agricultural purpose. And second thing, that is, in case the main bread earner of the farmer family, if he meets with a death and it brings, as you know, distress to the farmer family, so the government is supporting such families with a one-time grant of ₹2 lakh, so that they can ward off from this distress, and they are supported socially and economically through this support. So thank you for awarding this order of merit for this project also.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now invite Mr. Harishikas Mudi, Additional Secretary from Department of Agriculture, West Bengal, for Nona Swarno.
Mr. Moody is my batchmate. Please take this chair, and he is here in front of me, so you can talk from here.
Thank you. Already, Secretary Sir said about this scheme. I have nothing to add more. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to you and the entire team.
Your permission, just one small information on this. Nona is basically salty and Swern is gold. So Nona Swern is a composite of the varieties which has been developed by our scientists, agriculture scientists. These are Nona, Suri, Didusha. These are some traditional varieties which farmers used to grow here. So these varieties we multiplied over years and utilized after the Yas and Amphan.
Okay.
And the catchy thing here is in the Sundarbans where coastal cyclone problems is prevalent this year, they could ensure that 2 lakh biga paddy is cultivated, and in terms of financial, say 207 crores, which is harvest they are doing. Crop is just harvesting now. We intervened in the month of July, August. Crop is harvesting. So that's the initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Well, heartening to know. And thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations to you and your team doing such phenomenal work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Manjunath Palegar, Director for Integrated Livestock Information System. Dr. Palegar.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am Dr. Prasad Murthy. I am joining on behalf of Manjunath Palegar, our director. He is engaged in some other activities, very busy. That's why first of all, I thank the Scotch for awarding this thing for our progress, the Integrated Livestock Information System. And this is the reporting system what we have in Animal Husbandry Department in Government of Karnataka. The main objective of this is it simplifies the documentation, thereby decreasing the efforts involved in data processing. That's the main objective of this program. And the second one is automatic real-time consolidation and also daily progress of taluk and district level and state level statistics, and provides quick and easy access to information to public as well as to the government agencies, and facilitates comprehensive analysis, planning and decision making also. And this is the integrated livestock information system what we have developed in Government of Karnataka, and it is in place, and it has helped a lot in planning and even in disease control, and even in mass vaccination program we are using this system. Anyway, thank you once again. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now invite Dr. Pratima, Secretary and Additional Mission Director, Government of Bihar, Bihar Prashasnik Sudhar Mission Society, General Administration, for Bihar ERTPS Services.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Manoranjan Kumar, on behalf of Dr. Pratima. She is now busy in some important meeting. तो मैं सबसे पहले आप सबका धन्यवाद देता हूँ बिहारी आरटीपीएस सर्विसेज के लिए हम लोगों को चुनने के लिए। मैं वेरी शॉर्टली मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये बिहारी आरटीपीएस जो प्रोजेक्ट है, हम लोग पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी का जो भी सर्विसेज है, जो हमारे यहाँ नोटिफाइड सर्विसेज हैं, हम लोग इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से देते हैं। और आपको जानकर ये खुशी होगी कि पर डे मोर देन 1 लाख सर्विसेज जो है हम इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से दे रहे हैं। हाल के दिनों में ऐसी सर्विसेज की संख्या 2 से 3 लाख पर डे भी हम लोग दे रहे थे। जब हमारे यहाँ स्टेट इलेक्शन चल रहे थे पंचायतों के, उस समय बहुत सारे सर्टिफिकेट्स और बाकी सर्विसेज की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। हम लोगों ने काफ़ी अच्छे से इस सर्विस को किया है और हमारा बहुत ही रोबस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म है, और जो भी स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट जो टेक्नोलॉजी हो सकती है हम लोग सब इसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। मैं अपनी तरफ से स्कॉच ग्रुप को बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, हम लोगों को इस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए शामिल करने और चुनने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक। Commercial Taxes Department, Government of Bihar, for web-based centralized DMS software for uploading digitized documents for secure storage, accessibility of documents. Seema Bharati. Do we have Ms. Bharati with us? Mr. Him Shikhar Gupta, Special Secretary, Cooperation Department, Government of Chhattisgarh, Development, Operation and Maintenance of Ethanol Project through PPP. Please unmute yourself. Scotch team, can you help unmute her?
No, it's not our project. Then
we can, yeah, now you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Department of Cooperation. No, looks like there is an audio transmission problem at your end, ma'am. We are not able to hear you, but we do understand the happiness, which is what we shared with you, and we congratulate you, and we congratulate the Special Secretary and everyone in the department for reaching this stage and stage of recognition of your project, which is development, operation and maintenance of ethanol project. Congratulations to you. Miss C.K. Deshmukh, Principal Secretary, Vaidya Aapke Dwar, Department of Ayush, Government of Madhya Pradesh.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sanjeev Sharma. With me is Dr. Rajiv Mishra. We are representing the Principal Secretary, Ms. Karavin Deshmukh. And a very good afternoon to Dr. Dhanjal and the esteemed panelists and the viewers. And we are into the, what we say, interesting situation where we have blended two very, you could say, diametrically different aspects. We have blended modernity with the traditional thinking. That's what the Ayush Cure app has been. Web-based, should I say, app for treating patients with the disciplines of Ayurveda, Unani, and also Siddha, homeopathy, yoga, and naturopathy. Sir. We know the Corona times have been really unprecedented. There were many challenges. Government of India, the Ministry of Ayush was proactive on its part, and so were we, the Department of Ayush, Government of Madhya Pradesh. All of the facilities, as we understand, were directed and diverted towards Corona. That is where we realized that there are a number of problems that are going to come up. And that's when we try to sort of convert an adversity into an opportunity. So, to begin with, as we are aware, patients were under a lockdown. So, if they venture out, it was difficult. And if they don't venture out, it was still difficult. It was catch-22 for them. So, we came out with this Ayush Cure app so that they need not move out from their homes and they can work with their doctors right sitting on their chairs or maybe even on their beds.
How many people got the benefit of this app? And how many people
sir,
used?
we have had about 6,511 consultations so far. 7,304 patients have booked and 6,501 have benefited. That's roughly 89.14% of conversion to booking ratio, sir.
And
this
follow-up action, saving of lives and so on and so forth?
Exactly, sir. Exactly, sir. Exactly. Because looking at a catch-22 where patients were not able to move out, but if they moved out, there was a double whammy. They could still get corona and such issues. So we offered them that as well.
Excellent. Great work. I must say that you need to scale it further because given in the interest of not only COVID but also as far as the telemedicine is concerned,
exactly,
this happens to be the big mandate of NDHM and it will come in handy. So my congratulations to you as well as the Principal Secretary. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Ali Jain, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Cooperation, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Integrated Cooperative Management Information System. Scotch team, please mute everybody else and unmute only the person who was invited. Ms. Vishali Jain, Assistant Commissioner. Mr. Pramod P, Director, Department of Factories and Boilers, Government of Kerala, Boiler Information System.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Pramod is on another engagement, so he has deputed me to join the meeting. So, our project was the Boiler Information System. It is actually and boilers Kerala. So this thing, this is dealing with services to boiler owners, their repairs, how the renewal activities for the inspections of the boilers are carried out. Then we have another system part of it is registration of boiler manufacturers. They can register their equipment themselves here. Then they can register the drawings. They can get it certified. Once they complete the manufacturing, they can upload the certificates, which has to go through an inspection process, and the certificates are also generated digitally through this platform itself. So the entire process has become online. All documents have been digitized, so there's no need for carrying around large. Usually, what happens is whenever a boiler comes to any state, it is accompanied by a set of 100 to 150 pages of certificates. It's a huge box file that has to come to the directorates. And it has to be carried to the factory. The factory management has to keep it safe. So the whole thing is now being digitized and it is available in the portal itself. It doesn't have to carry anything.
Your passion speaks for almost everything that this project is all about, and I'm very, very glad to see that. So I must congratulate you and the director, Mr. Pramod, for having introduced this system, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, on behalf of Vaishali Jain, I would like to thank for this Integrated Cooperative Management Information System from Department of Cooperation, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Thanks, coach, and thanks for team also.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being with us, and I'm sorry to have missed you there. So we move on to invite Mr. Bashir Ahmed Bhatt, Director, Department of Fisheries, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, Employment Generation in Fish Farming Sector. Mr. Kalyan Chand, Director, Department of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, Government of Himachal Pradesh, online module for license under Legal Metrology Act 2009. Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Joint Director IT for Himachal Online Seva, Department of Information Technology, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Sudarshan Singh Deora, Department of Information Technology and Communication, Government of Rajasthan for Jan Suchna Portal 2019. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal for Cyber Assurance Program. Mr. Das.
Thank you, Dr. Gursaran Dhanjal and the entire team of Scotch, and especially the Honorable Chairman of Scotch Group, Mr. Shamir Kuchar. We are really, proud, humbled, and you can say that it is a great honor to continue to have Scotch recognition over the years. This is not the first time, and I can assure you this will not be the last. Especially Cyber Assurance Program is all about scale. I often refer to this that awareness is the responsibility of the government and knowledge is the responsibility of the professionals. So it is about skill, and I would request everyone that is whosoever is here, here with us, to visit our portal, Cyber Security Center of Excellence of Government of West Bengal at cscoe.itwb.gov.in to understand what scale we have achieved, and this is a recognition for that. And I would like to just share only one thing, that we have created a unique thing that is called a comic book on cyber crime and their mitigation. It is named that, as in Bengali it is called Cybare Sammohan, that is the hypnotics of cyber. In English and Hindi they are also available, and we are coming up with regional languages like Assamese, Oriya, Bhojpuri, Nepali, Santali, Urdu, so that we can reach up to a huge populace, because West Bengal is a paradox of different cultures and languages. We have 91 languages spoken in the entire state of nearly 10 crore people. So we would be actually addressing to that scale. Thank you once again, Scotch Group, for this opportunity and the recognition. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. The next one also goes to you for COVID-19 Emergency Helpline for ITES.
Yes, thank you once again. This is an unique opportunity that COVID had given us. When the lockdown announced and we understood that more than 42,000 small, medium, large ITES companies, commercial institutions, they might be facing some problems in order to continue their activities, because most of them will be moving from the physical to digital. So immediately overnight we created this helpline, and from end to end, that means for whatever be their requirement, we handheld them, and we actually witnessed all these smooth transactions. We ensured that all data centers run smoothly. We ensured that all KPOs, LPOs and BPOs, they run smoothly, and everything that you can talk about. So this is really a unique thing that we could be a part of, and it was an unique experience also, because we understood the real problems and challenges that these organizations face. So we have come up with that learning. We have come up with later, when we devised many policies, we tried to include all those benefits that they require in order to actually accelerate the growth of ITES in the state. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations once again, Mr. Das. And here we go with the third one, Self-Scan app.
Yeah, thank you. I also already mentioned that this is a completely personal identification, information-free, PII-free application. This is a device-native application. You can very well download it from iOS or this Android platform. They are freely available. This is completely free of cost, and this is not only a scan app. This is beyond that. It has an OCR built into it and many other features, and it is being used by teachers and students very because the students can submit their answer scripts to this, and teachers can actually correct these answer scripts on this application and send it back. So this is completely device native. This has nothing to do with any server. You do not require internet connectivity, and completely free of cost. So this is another unique development which we did in-house. No, it was a zero cost effort, and there was nothing other than our internal teams, IPR that was there. So we did nothing, innovative. We just brought all the successes and best practices already in the market and created this application. And I really accept this recognition with all humility. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Mr. Das. And now invite Deputy Director, Headquarters, Mr. Bashir Ahmed Chakhu, Directorate of Health Services, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, for containment and mitigation of COVID-19 pandemic in Kashmir Division. Mr. Sachin Gusia, Directorate of ICT and E-Governance, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, for COVID-19 Web and Mobile Application Tracker.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Can we have your video, please?
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to the complete Scotch team and to all the respected panelists. We have had an amazing time to join in the award section, but first of all, I would like to congratulate the complete Scotch team for putting into all efforts and bringing all the states together and putting rightly as one nation and one platform. Now, regarding this award, I'm very overwhelmed on behalf of Department of Science and Technology and Directorate of ICT and E-Governance, under the guidance of our directors, deputy directors, and our colleagues of ICT officers of DIT. We had a rapid application development due to the pandemic. So what we did basically in this was we tracked all the households. There was self-reporting, there was self-quarantine, and there was a lot of other activities going on. in short span of time we had to develop, and based on the level of districts, different requirements, we had to configure and customize that. So we did that, and the benefits we achieved was we had a dashboard MIS kind of thing, and because of that everyone could take a very decision swiftly, and it was very helpful for the patients even, so they did not have to run here and there. There was monitoring health checkup that was performed, and at a large all these things was done very earlier before Arogya Setu app came. And as you can see, Gujarat has always had a lesser number of COVID as compared to other states. This all because of the information technology means. Thank you very much, Scotch Group.
You're welcome, and congratulations to you. Mr. Sadiq Alam, Director from the Directorate of Industries, Government of Odisha, Administration of Incentives for MSMEs. Mr. Mohammad Saifarullah, Project Director, eHealth Kerala Society for eHealth.
Sir, good morning, sir. Myself, S.K. Hutta, Additional Director of Industries. On behalf of Director of Industries, Odisha, Cuttack, sir. Mr. Sadiq Alam was engaged in some other work. I am from MSME Department, Government of Odisha, sir. We have got a portal, sir, that administrative incentives and monitoring. Actually, that we have got different policies to promote MSMEs and to give incentives to MSMEs. We have got IPR, Industrial Policy Resolution. We have got MSME policy. We have got Odisha Food Processing Policy. And all these policies, we are giving incentives to MSMEs. Particularly, we are giving capital investment subsidy. We are giving SGST exemptions. We are giving interest subsidy. We are giving electric duty exemptions and other incentives. And to monitor everything and all that, we have developed a portal. There is AIM portal, there is Administrative Incentives and Monitoring. And once the unit or that promoter applies for any incentives, it will be online from end to end. You will apply online in the AIM portal, and IDA password will be generated, and he will apply all that incentives, any incentives, as in the online portal, and you will apply to the GMDICs at district level, and GMDIC will process. And everything is in the online. He can ask the documents online. Again, the entrepreneurs to submit online documents. It will be processed. There will be inspection. There will be a report online system. And GMDIC will issue. Then and there are sanction orders. And if they will recommend to us, to Director of Industries, we are processing here, and the sanction orders are being issued online. And also the funds that was to be released to the units are being done online. And we can monitor it at all the district level, all 30 district level. And we have got that other schemes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alam, for sharing such intimate details with us, because I know that there is a lot of effort that has gone into this, and you would be very much keen on talking about it. Yes, we have gone through your nomination. You have talked about a whole lot of things which we had more time to listen to.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for it.
But yes, indeed, congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I now invite Mr. Mohammad Saifarullah, Project Director, eHealth Kerala Society, eHealth. Mr. Manoj Kumar Patnaik, Special Secretary cum CEO, Electronics and Information Technology Department, Government of Odisha, for Odisha One Unified Citizen Portal. Mr. Sachin Gusia, Director, Gujarat State Data Center, Department of Science and Technology, GSTC VC.
Yes. Good afternoon.
On behalf of GSTC, I am appearing. Actually, we have implemented a customized OpenVPN solution for accessing our development resources during pandemic. Initially, we actually know that the development PC, they have to visit any government offices to access the developmental resources which is available in the GSTC. So during pandemic, we have implemented customized OpenVPN solution, which is on certificate based, and on top of that, we did some lot of customization. So it will secure the end user can access their resources over this secured OpenVPN solution.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for awarding this.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The next one also goes to Gujarat State Data Center for GSTC OpenVPN.
Hello. Hello.
Can I request the lady to, I'll come back
Yes.
to you. I'll come back to you. So right now we have the Gujarat State Data Center.
Yes, I am for that,
All right,
Mr.
please go.
Dhananjay.
Please go ahead.
So actually for GSDC, we have two awards, that is GSDC VC and GSDC Open VPN. The earlier one, which Mr. Samale explained, was for GSDC Open VPN. So I'll humbly accept the award for GSDC VC also. Actually, the video conferencing was configured on OpenJitsi platform, carrying out a lot of features like a customized proprietary solution. It was totally based upon features like chat section. It was their moderator had all the rights, configured totally on TLS certificate for end-to-end security. And based on that, we conducted so many meetings virtually with the professionals, stakeholders, developers, and all. So we also conducted some 800 plus VC in the pandemic. So I humbly received this award on the behalf of GSDC team, Directorate of ICT and Technology and Department of Science and Technology. Thank you very much, Scotch team.
Well, congratulations to you once again. This is almost a hat trick now.
Thanks.
Great, good work. Mission Director, Mr. Hemraj Bairwa from Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Implementation of e-Office in National Health Mission. Commissioner Mr. Randeep D, Health and Family Welfare Services, Government of Karnataka, National Tuberculosis Elimination Mission, supplemented by Ayushman Bharat Arogya Karnataka. Mr. Bhupendra Singh Punia, Managing Director, Industrial Promotion and Investment Corporation of Odisha Limited, for single window for investor facilitation and tracking.
Yeah. On behalf of Mr. Bhupendra Singh Punia, I am Devashish Das, the General Manager of EPCOL. And first of all, I am deeply honored to have received this Scotch. Thank Dr. Gursharan for his concept of one nation and one platform. As rightly said, sir, GoSwift is Government of Odisha single window investor facilitation and tracking. So if you want to start an industry in Odisha, you just have to think about it. The rest of the things, starting from pre-investment, during the investment and post-investment, starting from filling up the form to obtaining departmental clearances, and so much so to the extent of even setting up of the industry. And thereafter, if at all there are any grievances which has to be addressed, that is all taken care of us through a seamless integration. And this involving close to around 26 to 27 departments. So the investor who wants to set up an industry, probably we have the quickest turnaround time that is available throughout the country, sir. And as I rightly said, the proof of the pudding lies in its eating. So far during the pandemic, when almost economic activity had come to a standstill, it was the state able to attract investment to the state, primarily on account of a very effective operation of GoSwift portal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations.
Thanks.
Mr. Amrit K, Special Secretary, Labor and Commissioner for E-Shramik Seva, Labor Department, Government of Chhattisgarh.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Khalku. So our story started, and I'll just take 2 to 3 minutes of your time, not longer than that. So our story started with the first lockdown last year, where the department was inundated with calls of distress from laborers who wanted to return to Chhattisgarh, who weren't getting access to rations. That's when we realized that all of our actions were purely reactionary. When we got a distress call, we reacted to it. And the reason we weren't able to be proactive at that point in time is because we didn't know how many migrant laborers were there in Chhattisgarh. We didn't know which states they had gone to, and we didn't know what work they were doing. So what we decided was that to be a truly welfare state, we needed to be proactive. We needed to take decisions before laborers reached a condition of distress. And to do this, we needed clean, accurate data and complete data on the laborers. So we designed 4 things, and I'll talk about them very quickly. Firstly, we designed a new system of registration for the laborers in Chhattisgarh, where we completely revamped the existing system. We asked them more questions so that we got a 360-degree view of the laborers' lives. And this was something that could be accessed without an internet connection as well via a mobile application. We cleaned up our existing database to remove duplicates, and we condensed our existing database from a total of 36 lakh laborers. And after removing duplicates, we found that we had in fact 23 lakh unique values. So we ended up removing more than 10 lakh values that were redundant in our database. We redesigned our scheme application system. We made it a single window system. We redesigned the schemes themselves on the basis of the data that we were collecting so that we would accurately target the vulnerabilities of the workers. And finally, we built a migration register, which we were going to action along with coordination with the urban department and with the rural department. So this was a cross-departmental exercise where the three departments worked together to ensure that we collected real-time data on when laborers were moving from their wards or from their panchayats, moving to another state or maybe moving to another district, and when they were returning to their home locations. So we ensured that we got real-time data on laborers and we could take real-time measures.
I hope that it continues to scale and brings more and more people in its fold. So
thank you so
very much for joining us, and congratulations to you for doing such splendid work. Mr. Rishi Garg, Executive Director, Madhya Pradesh Industrial Development Corporation for Central Inspection System.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi sir. So I'm Adarsh Naik speaking on behalf of Mr. Rishi Garg, as we have a Prime Minister's program coming up in the state, so he could not attend this esteemed award which we are receiving. And with this central inspection system, we have, brought multiple departments under one roof, and probably we are scaling it up for 2 other departments also. So thank you for this honor.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
The next one also goes to Madhya Pradesh Industrial Development Corporation for Invest Portal.
Yes, sir. So this is a single window portal like most of the states are working, but what makes it unique are now we are providing 45 services of 9 departments, and all inclusive payments and tracking are available on this system. So now we are bearing the fruits of hard work what we have done earlier, and all the investment are now being routed through this system, and it has helped in tracking at 2 levels, from the investor point of view as well as the department's point of view also. So basically the department is also facilitating those investors by tracking on behalf of those departments.
Great work. Congratulations. And the third one.
Yes, sir.
Also goes to MPIDC GIS-based land allotment system.
So basically the best part what we have done in this system is we have introduced provisions of deemed approval, and say if you are making 25% payment and within 7 days if the application is not acted upon, on the 8th day the system is directly providing you the required letter of intent in your dashboard. The system is entirely web-based like Google Maps what we see. So you can see who are your neighbors, what kind of products they are making, are they a polluting industry or not. So basically, like if you are a food processing unit and you do not want any polluting unit in your neighbor, so before buying a land parcel, you can check all the attributes which an industrial area provides to you.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ms. Indra Mallo, Project Director, Nanaji Deshmukh Krishi Sanjeevani Prakalp, Department of Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra.
Thank you, Dr. Gursharan and your whole Scotch team. And I'm very humbled and privileged also to receive the award on behalf of the Nanaji Deshmukh Krishi Sanjeevani Prakalp, POKRA. This project is a climate resilient and climate smart technology project aided by the World Bank, being implemented in 15 districts of Maharashtra. They start from the northern part of Maharashtra, which is a Kharpan Patta, which is a saline tract, and going down into the heart of Marathwada and Osmanabad and Nanded. And we are focusing on promotion of climate smart agriculture systems, as well as climate smart post-harvest management and value additional chain systems. So we have a DBT portal. And in this DBT portal, the whole idea is to enable the farmer to have a paperless experience while accessing schemes and programs. And so far, more than 8 lakh applications have been received, and more than 3 lakh farmers have been directly benefited through the DBT portal. And we have been able to promote the availability of water in the field, promotion of horticulture, carbon sequestration, as well as greenhouse gas emissions are being monitored. So that in the future, going into the future, the farmers are protected from variations in price and climate changes. And so we have also
Great work.
agro advisory service, which actually have helped farmers avert natural disaster consequences.
Congratulations to you for doing such splendid work. Thank you very much for joining us. I now invite Mr. P.K. Biswal, GMIT from Odisha Mining Corporation Limited for Stockyard Management System.
Good afternoon, sir. It gives us. Yeah, I am P.K. Biswal. I am receiving this honor on behalf of our Managing Director, Sri Balwant Singh, and Chairman, Sir, of Odisha Mining Corporation, with all humility, from a platform none other than the Scotch. So it gives us immense pleasure actually to receive this honor and this recognition for the passionate effort what we have put in since last 1 to 1.5 years to achieve this objective, to actually automatize the logistic process at the mine's end, so that it will become very orderly, very compliant, and very resilient. To actually give you, if you give us a few seconds or 1 minute, sir, I will just give a brief overview of this project.
30 seconds. We are getting closer to our 1 o'clock closing time, and we still have another 10 announcements.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Sir, often, the mines end of dispatch areas have become really very chaotic and disorderly due to the unawareness of lack of awareness of users like drivers, helpers, and all that. So we needed to do a lot of manual data entry works, multiplicity of that. So we wanted to automatize this entire process using the technologies, the state-of-the-art technology like Internet of Things and robotic process automation, RFID tagging, and all that. So we used all this technology to good effect to entirely automatize the logistic management process. We made the Webris operations totally manless. So now if you compare the previous situation, what was prevailing some few months back, and now it is a total difference. It has brought a lot of changes, and it has become a kind of a showcase project for us, so that others come and visit this place to actually see how things are happening and then take use of there. So it gives us really immense pleasure to receive this kind of recognition from you, sir, and I'm sure it will generate a lot of motivation in near future, to actually go for further innovation and then bring more projects like this. So it will bring a lot of value to our organization. Thank you very much for your recognition.
Congratulations. Ms. Talat Afreen, Head CSR, Odisha Mining Corporation for Community-Led Total Sanitation.
Yeah, namaskar, and thank you so very much for the honor and the recognition from none other than Scotch. This CLTS program is very unique in itself, because what we tried to do is we started a triggering of changes in behavior. ODF is all about changing landscapes, but here we tried to change mindscapes, and that is why it's very close to our heart, because it's never been done anywhere anyway. We started out with a 25 lakh funds, and then we were able to motivate people to put in amounts amounting to something like 3 crores, and in that way we believe that we've been able to achieve success, and this has inspired us to take it to other villages and other regions. So thank you so very much for this recognition and honor, which we accept in all humility. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Pavan Kumar Agrawal, Vice Chancellor, Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology, for transformation of OUAT.
Thank you very much for this honor, and esteemed chair. Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology looks for education, technology development, science, and extension of agriculture and technology. Last 1.5 years during COVID time also, we transformed the governance, the way teaching was done, teaching learning process. We made online classes. We initiated a certificate course for the youth of Odisha for bringing them to mainstream education. We never closed for a single day the university, and we serve the society in possible way. It is governance, it is academia, it is technology development and technology transfer and training to the farmers of Odisha. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And now I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Vidyasagar, Chief Executive Officer, Real Time Governance Society, Government of Andhra Pradesh, for Project Spandana. Dr. V. Geeta Lakshmi, Director, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Clima Adapt.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm really happy to receive this prestigious award. And by this award, by this project, what we did was we tried to address the food security amidst the changing climatic condition. We have worked with more than 4,000 hectares land area owned by the farming community, and we developed adaptation toolbox for the climate smart agriculture with climate smart agriculture technologies for the water stressed basin as well as water surplus basin. And we have been upscaling all the technologies in cluster basis. By this, the awareness created and then the productivity levels got increased by 20 to 25%, and the farmers were very happy. We took them as on board as our stakeholder. We also integrated the public works department so that they could address the water related issues. So we are very happy, sir, to receive this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Supriya Sahu, Chief Executive Officer for Governance and Reforms, the INDCOSERV. Professor B.K. Agarwal, Chairman, Tripura State Pollution Control Board for Office Automation System.
Thank you. Here I am, Professor B.K. Agarwal. Thanks for the recognition. At the Pollution Control Board in Tripura State, we are responsible for the regulation and monitoring of the polluting industry and overall pollution in the environment. For last 1.5 years, we have introduced the online system for the granting of consent management and hazardous waste management. So far, not a single complaint has been received, and we have reached out to every corner of the state where the industry require pollution certificate from us. Fact remains that in this part of Northeast India, many people, particularly industrial, which are not IT enabled, find it difficult to come to the online platform. But then we have reached out to them, educated them, counseled them, so that our effort to become physicalless, contactless service granted to their doorstep within a limited time has been very, very successful. During 1.5 years since when we have started on this system, about 1,000 industrialists has come to us and not a single complaint, and whatever little concern were there, we have addressed them to their satisfaction by reaching out to them. Our effort is that in this small state, every concern which require our services, irrespective of their standard, irrespective of their IT knowledge, we reach out to them and provide the best possible in terms of the regulation and the monitoring. Real-time monitoring services of the air quality and water quality has been installed. It is also working satisfactorily in the town of Agartala, and we are reaching.
Thank you very much, Professor Agarwal. It is heartening to note so much of work which is being done under your leadership in the state of Tripura. Congratulations to you and your entire team. I now invite Mr. Kumar Vineet, Special Secretary, IT and Electronics at MD UPDESCO, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Helpline 1076.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Atul Sharma. I'm from the CM Helpline PNU team. MD sir had to move out for an important meeting here. As he has already briefed, in the morning session about this project, I won't say much about it. Apart from the fact that the sheer scale of this project, handling calls from 22 crore plus citizens of the state, and playing a key role in managing COVID, has made this project a very strong asset for the government. Thank you for this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Mr. Dinesh Srivastava, Managing Director, Vanya Prakashan Tribal Welfare Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh for the project Adirang. Dr. Samit Kumar Nandi, Professor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences for development of affordable biomaterial-based strategies for triggering wound, bone, and cartilage regeneration. Dr. Indranil Samanta, Assistant Professor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences for exploration of social drivers for antibiotic use in livestock. And this brings us to the end of the second round of announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for this session. And it is time to take a break, quick lunch break, and we reassemble at 1:30, which is when we would discuss the state of finance, followed by state of development, and then the announcement of Scotch Order of Merit and the Scotch Awards. See you at 1:30. 1 more minute to go before we kick off our post-lunch session on the state of finance. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this post-lunch session on the state of finance. And I have the pleasure of introducing our moderator for this session, Professor V. N. Alok from Indian Institute of Public Administration, a finance professional who has been a member of the 5th Delhi Finance Commission in 2017 and served the 12th Finance Commission 2003-4. He is the one person who developed the concept of devolution index back in 2004 and made it operational every year since 2009 by ranking states. He has also been member and member secretary of many policy making committees and commissions. Reports of many of these committees and commissions have become policies at later stage. Our senior fellow in the Scotch Development Foundation, Professor V. N. Alok, may I now request you to kindly take to the mic, run this panel discussion, do an introduction, and let's see the recommendations that we are able to derive on the state of finance from this panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, for having invited me in this very important session that is under the 75th Scotch Summit, State of Governance, and this particular session is on state of finance and particularly the subnational finances. We have a very eminent panelist here that I can see, Mr. R. Chandrasekharan, Joint Commissioner of Labour, Government of Telangana. We have Mr. Sarveshwar Shukla, who is also a Joint Commissioner, MSME and Export Promotion, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Mr. Manvendra Pratap Singh, who is the Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Government of Assam, Ms. Deepika Rana, she's the Deputy Director, Government of Himachal Pradesh in the Department of Industries and Commerce, and I can see Mr. R.D. Janartha. I'm so sorry if I misspell. I could not pronounce your name very correctly. Mr. Janartha, who's an additional commissioner, is state taxes and excise. He's our tax administrators in the government of Himachal Pradesh. And Mr. Yogesh, as I can see on the screen, who's the additional director, handlooms and textile, government of Karnataka. Then we also have Mr. Saroj Kumar Hota, who is the additional director, Directorate of Industries, Government of Assam. So we have a very eminent panelist. They are all practitioners working in different states, and we'll be learning quite a lot about the state of finances from them. Before I request them to make an initial remark in this very important debate, I just wanted to say a few words about the finances here in the country. As you know, Article 1 of the Constitution, it says that India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. It doesn't say India is a federation of states, which means the Constitution as such is pretty unitary in nature. All buoyant source of revenues the government of India collects. It collects custom duty, it collects personal income tax, corporate income tax, and central goods and services, because the central excise has been converted into a goods and services tax. State, they have been collecting sales taxes, which has been now converted into a state GST. and they also collect the state excise. Typically, state government, they are responsible for most of the services. Takes about health, which was important in this present pandemic, which has actually shown some kind of a change in the systems. So public health, primary educations, electricity, water supply, you name it, in the state government is responsible. But they just collect just about 35% of the total revenues that the whole country. So, but they are responsible about 65 to 70% of the services that the whole country are responsible for. So there is a imbalance. They get resources from the union government. There are institutions, what Dr. Gurucharan was talking about, finance commissions. The 15 finance commissions, they submitted their report in 2020, and which is being implemented for the next 5 years or so. 41% of the union taxes are devolved to the states. That is vertically. They also get the horizontal share, which means the interstate distributions, which state should get what. Typically, the bigger states will be getting a larger share from the divisible pool. The smaller states will get a smaller share on this. Prior to this, there were two taxes which were shared. That was the personal income tax, the central excise. After the constitutional amendment, all the taxes formed a part of the divisible pool, and the cess and surcharges are kept outside the divisible pool. But over a period of time, what we can see, the government of India is relying more and more on cess and surcharges. If 42% is devolved, effectively 32% is actually transferred to the states. So which means the central government is playing at the fiscal space of the state government. After this pandemic, it is also being realized that the state government should also be allowed to get more and more sort of borrowing, because there was some kind of stipulations, so that need to be eased out. So point number one is how much money that is being transferred to the states. Cess and surcharges are not part of it. Do we have another mechanisms by which the cess and surcharges, the share can also reach to the states? Second is the kind of taxes that have been assigned to the states, whether the state be able to generate more revenue out of them. The third point, which is important, is the public expenditure that the state government incur, how that expenditure can be more and more productive on this. So we will talk about more as the debate evolves in this. I would like to first invite a panelist from the government of Telangana, Mr. Chandrasekharam. I'm so, if I'm not unable to pronounce your name, I'm so sorry about this. So over to you, Mr. Chandrasekharam. Your initial remarks.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure, sure.
Okay, very good afternoon to all of you. Yes, it's an interest. I am Chandrasekhar, Joint Commissioner of Labor from Labor Department, Government of Telangana. You made really important point, and it's in fact has become a political issue also, especially the cess and surcharge issue, which are mainly related to petroleum products. Everybody knows the price have went up, and there are like political listings are there. Anyway, it's the take of the respective governments and to respect the federal, respect to each other and try to share properly among the states and central government. But apart from this, I wanted to focus on the expenditure part. Normally, I've been observing many states are implementing social security measures for the public below poverty line people, or still various unorganized sector workers. The problem is central government also more or less similar schemes it's implementing, state government also implementing. Basically, it's ultimately the target group is the same. So the duplicity of implementation of certain social security measures or welfare schemes, probably that can be better controlled, so that there should not be two players trying to compete with each other and trying to take care of the same person. So probably this thing, if both in central government, the new labor code part of that, there is a social security code also there. So on which every unorganized employee need to be registered. If everything is routed through this system, probably there will be better savings for both state governments and central government. Not only that, they will be in a better position to share the burden. Okay, when the target group is same person, the same benefit need not be repeated. So I think these aspects need to be really taken care, because at the end of the day, it's the balancing the expenditure also really matters. Not only sharing the income, but expenditure part also governments need to really look into it and need to frame a mechanism where things will be shared properly, or the same way. Then there will not be any duplicity of the welfare schemes. That is my take on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chandrasekaram. Very important point that you have mentioned here. That reminded me about Article 282, which allows the union government to have the centrally sponsored schemes, some of the subject which falls under the states. And I do not really know how the states have accepted that part of it and allowed the union government to run those kind of schemes there in this. So we will take up this issue, this point. But before that, may I now request Mr. Sarveshwar Shukla, if he's there. Are you there, Mr. Shukla?
Mr. Shukla, I don't think he's present. We can.
Not there. In that case, I can request Mr. Manvendra Pratap Singh. Mr. Manvendra Pratap Singh from the government of Assam. I could not really see his name on my screen. If not, then I can request Ms. Deepika Rana.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Manvendra Prasad Singh will be joining in about 10 minutes. Okay. He's running behind schedule. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. Ms. Deepika Rana, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me on this panel. So I would like to say that the state governments are taking various initiatives and running various schemes for the benefit of industries. I would rather talk about industrialization in Himachal, sir. So our state of Himachal is known as the pharma hub of Asia, as you all know, and it meets 35% of Asia's pharmaceutical demand. There is presence of more than 28,000 enterprises generating nearly 2.5 lakh jobs to the people. And we are the second largest producer of apple. We are producer of plum, peach, and off-season vegetables here, sir. We have 4 favorable agroclimatic zones, and off-season vegetables and exotic fruits are our positive points, sir. We are power surplus states with high quality and affordable power.
Deepika, we are not able to see your video. Can you switch on your video once? Probably there's some.
So I'll just try. I think there's some problem with the video, sir. I'll just try it once. So I think it's not working.
Yeah. All right. If it is not working, then it's okay. Let's go ahead.
So we have high quality and affordable power infrastructure than Asia's. We have higher return on investments also. So our industrial relations are harmonious. We are providing land on lease at a concessional rate. interest-free payments are there. Then we have net SGST reimbursement and other attractive interest subvention schemes. Then capital investment subsidy, which is being provided by Government of India, which is 30% on plant and machinery. We have concessional power tariff and electricity duty. We have subsidies on transportation, as the transportation cost, is high in Himachal. So we are supporting industrialization, giving transportation cost also. Then we are planning to give customized package of incentives to industries, sir. So here I would like to focus on the initiatives taken by the state government recently. So we are planning to give various incentives to the people of the state. Our Honorable CM has launched the Mukhyamantri Swawalamban Yojana, which we are running very successfully, and it was introduced in the pandemic period only. But we are able to give projects up to 4,500 plus projects we have got approved from the banks despite pandemic. And 25,000 above industries have already been set up. We have generated employment around 7,000 people to around 7,000 people, and total 14,000 is proposed as of now, sir. So state governments are working on providing incentives and to bring up a GDP of the economy, so that we can be a good state and we can contribute to our economy also, sir.
Good. Ms. Rana, very good point you mentioned. Pharmaceutical industry, power, you get transport subsidies. I think that is because of the status of the states, that is under the special category states, which means you are hilly states facing lots of problems because of the difficult geographical terrain and considerable borders which is there. So I would like to know from you, since you handle this Department of Industries, do you have an added advantage being a special category states so far as the industrialization is concerned?
Yes, sir. A special package was announced by Government of India in the way back in the year 2003, sir.
Right.
So yeah, it affected industrialization. We have grown like anything out of that package, because there were income tax benefits, there were central excise benefits, and other capital subsidy also was there. So then we shifted to the second package, in which only capital subsidy was left from the center government. And right now we are having industrial development scheme, which is run by DIPP, Government of India. So out of the package, we are left with only the capital subsidy, and we are fighting for interest subvention and other things to be provided by the central government, because still we are facing problems. Industries are, by the coming of GST, industries are going to various other states also. So we are fighting for it. Maybe we'll get it soon, the announcement of new package from Government of India, and we are going to benefit out of it.
Okay, great. I think we can hear from your colleague as well, so far as the tax subsidies are concerned. Your colleague here is Mr. Janartha. So I can request Mr. Janartha to supplement what Ms. Deepika Rana has said, and maybe some other point that you would like to make. Over to you, Mr. Janartha.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
At the outset, you pronounced my name correctly in the beginning. Am I audible, sir?
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, sir. First of all, sir, thank you for giving us an opportunity to be the part of this Scotch Family Award. And what Ms. Deepika Rana said is very right, because as far as my department is concerned, state taxes and excise. So as you know, sir, we are collecting GST and other types of taxes. And this department is almost contributing 70% to the state exchequer. So as you said in your opening remarks, about the statistics, about the finance and about the management of the finances, ultimately, what it is said that money makes the mayor go. State government needs money, finances, to run so many developmental projects, to run so many welfare schemes. So this cannot be done without money. So as far as the Department of State Taxes and Excise is concerned, sir, as I said earlier, 70% we are contributing to the state exchequer. So, sir, I will be mainly talking about that VAT IT project, which we have implemented way back in 2010. 2010, sir.
Right.
Basically, so before 2010, whatever functions, whatever tasks were performed in the department were done on an offline mode manually. People used to come to the offices, stakeholders like taxpayers, accountants, tax practitioners, they were every day visiting the offices, and there was a lot of personal interaction interface with the tax authorities. So, I mean, we were not getting the desired results what the government was thinking of. So then we started thinking. We thought of shifting to the computerization. So this IT project was envisaged in 2011, and it was finally rolled out in the first half of 2012. So basic objective of this project was to rope in as many taxpayers and increase the taxpayer so that it ultimately results in the tax increase. So in this project, we have rolled out 25 modules, like offering e-services at the doorsteps of taxpayers, like e-registration, e-amendments, e-returns, e-statutory forms, e-communication, e-appeals, and so on and so forth. So, by implementing this project, we basically wanted taxpayers can devote more time for business activities with the implementation of the scheme, as visit to the department eliminated by introducing online services, 24/7 availability of the system, then location independence, quick processing, then data reliability, ready availability of information, quick remittances of refunds, etc. So we wanted to give these services to the taxpayers at their doorsteps. And department also gained by this in terms of cost effectiveness, efficient tax administration, organization, performance management. We can see the revenue projection and collection, which helped in formulating the policies as well. So then higher compliance level was there. So like before implementing this project, being, as Madam said, that being a hilly terrain, having a topographical dislocations and disadvantages. Initially, we had a lot of challenges in implementing this project, like the connectivity. Connectivity was the biggest issue. Now we have far-flung areas like Lahaul Spiti, then Chamba, where connectivity issue was there. Initially we have to install connectivity in almost 100 sites, which was a very challenging and uphill task. But we managed. We managed to provide all these facilities, and we finally we were successful in connecting every circle and district office to central network by creating infrastructure at field offices and headquarters, ensuring power backups, then the capacity building of the tax officials so as to utilize the benefits of the new system being introduced in line with the Digital India view. Then finally, all these things resulted in ease of doing business. So, like, for example, I would like to say that when we talk about e-registration, earlier people used to visit to the office, come with the documents, then they will submit at the dark level, then dark person will mark to the officer, then officer will mark to the concerned field officer, then concerned field officer will go to the field, make the inspection, then give the report. So e-registration facilitated the taxpayer, the stakeholder to do everything online. We have all computerized this thing. And with this, when we started this project way back in 2011, there were initially around 30,000 taxpayers. But when GST came in place, and in 2017, July 2017, almost 80,000 people migrated to GST portal. So we have been successfully, this project has successfully broadened the tax base in Himachal. From 30,000, we broadened the base to 80,000, sir. So like this is about e-registration. Then, sir, returns. Earlier, we were not able to monitor the returns. There were so many taxpayers, there were so many dealers, and they used to physically come. And because of the paucity of the staff, shortage of the staff, so it was just impossible to scrutinize each and every return. So, there was no proper database, there was no proper management, and scrutiny of the returns was not being done properly. And as you know, sir, that along with the return comes the tax. So from we could not gather the real-time data at that time. So by going online, by digitization, so we started getting returns on time and along with the tax. So, I mean, basically, like the payment of tax, online payment of tax, really helped us a long way, because earlier physically it was very difficult to verify the authenticity of the receipt, tax receipts, that treasury receipt. So, I mean, we have come across many cases people have, sort of, they have produced fake receipts and there was these kind of cases which they have defrauded the government. So with the coming of this computerization, online payment, all these things stopped. Then another thing, sir, then the statutory forms. Like as you know, sir, that assessment of every financial year is to be performed. So for this, statutory forms are required, like C forms, H forms, and all these forms. These are all concessional forms. These are the facility given by the government of India for it is set up against the tax. So, in order to prove your transaction, you have to bring these forms at the time of assessment. So this was again a big challenge, because of the non-availability of these forms, we were not able to frame the assessments on time. As a result, the backlog cases started piling up. So with this online system, so this also got expedited. Then, as far as excise is concerned, that liquor business is concerned, we had started giving e-passes, e-permits, removing that last touch point of authority signature on these highly important documents and excise functions. So, there are many reforms which we have done through this IT project, and which have really resulted in broadening the tax base and ultimately resulting in the tax increase.
Very good, very good. Mr. Janartha, you were able to ease the taxpayers, their tax compliance, and in the process, you were able to broaden the tax base, so more and more people can be there in the tax net. And the computerizations, the e-governance systems, that was the answer to the previous things what you're talking about. Is like the people were coming and they were talking to the tax officials, which means the faceless transactions between the tax department and the tax payers. I would like to ask you one question at this point of time, which everybody is, I think, interested. You had a VAT system before the GST was introduced. Now you have a SGST as of now. What was the growth at that time? What is the growth now? Forget about the pandemic in between. But what is your impressionistic view if you do not really have a correct, accurate figures in this? So that's what the question I would like to pose before you.
Yes, sir. So when we started this project in 2010-11, our year before that, our increase was 19.06%. But after that, it was 33.73%. I'm talking about VAT regime, sir. It was because of the proper implementation of this scheme. So as far as SGST is concerned, we are not doing it that badly. So, we are getting good results from this SGST as well, sir.
Okay.
I don't have the figures of SGST right now, sir.
Okay. We will come to the points whether the petroleum products, whether the alcohol or the other things can be brought under the net of the GST or not. So that we will come to you a little later. But before that, may I now request Mr. Yogesh from Government of Karnataka. Mr. Yogesh, I can see you were there right from the beginning. So Mr. Yogesh is the Additional Director, Handlooms and Textile. And he has been there for the last 10 years for the promotions of the sector and on micro textile units, including SCST entrepreneurs. So over to you, Mr. Yogesh.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon to all. It's a very good opportunity for me to express my views regarding the state of Karnataka. First thing I should clarify that I am not finance this one. I am working in the Department of Handlooms and Textiles in developmental wing actually. this Department of Handlooms and Textiles in Karnataka, we are mainly focused on the development of handloom weavers, powerloom weavers, and government entrepreneurs as well as industrialists also. We are implementing many state and central government schemes for the development of the sector. As everyone knows that Karnataka is famous for IT and BT also. Apart from IT, BT, that silk industries, silk fiber manufacturing, fiber rearing, that is sericulture, which is about contribution to the nation is about 65%. And cotton we grow is about 6 to 8% of the nation compared to nation. And wool also, we have got wool fiber production also through sheep and other things. So these are main fiber strength in the state of Karnataka. And as far as production line is concerned, we have both the handloom, that is hand-woven fabrics, and powerlooms also. And apart from handloom and powerloom, the traditional weaving activity, we are also having very good in garment, this one, that is apparel industry also. And almost all big brands and big manufacturers are having their offices in Bangalore, and also they're having production centers in and around all over the state, spreading across the state also. Take for example that Shahi exports, they are having about 40-45 units across the state, and Arvind also they are having a traces, and Imachinka Seed Limited is one of the biggest unit in Karnataka. They have got both in Bangalore rural as well as Hassan also, and they have got very good spinning capacity also. It is more than 2,15,000 in a single shed, actually, lakhs of spindles in a single shed. So this is all about the textile scenario in Karnataka. And we are also having some about 4 traditional items also, which have been identified and registered under the GI also. That is a Geographical Indication Act also. That is, one is Ilkal sarees. That is I think good, it's a famous in Karnataka and also neighboring states also. And similarly, Gulet Gudda Kana. Kana means in Kannada it's a Kana. In English, it is a blouse piece actually. They weave about 30 to 36 inches of width fabrics on handlooms only. That is, and that fabrics is used to make for blouses also, for women, especially women's. And third item in the textile, especially in handlooms, is Udupi sarees. That is in coastal Karnataka. Udupi sarees is also registered under GI also. And fourth items, it is in the middle of Karnataka. That is a Monacolmore sarees. That is a very famous traditional silk sarees. These are 4 traditional handloom varieties registered under in the GI Act. And apart from that, we have also registered about more than 30 items in other fields also. That is in agriculture, horticulture, and other things also. Karnataka is having a very good weather, which is very suitable for, especially for garments, manufacturing, and other things also. So that is the reason many industrialists and many big players, they are set up the industry in Karnataka. And it's very conducive atmosphere for the garment industry. And as far as our department is concerned, we are implementing many schemes for both new entrepreneurs in the garment industry also, and for the weavers also. For the weavers, both the social aspect and also for development also, we are implementing the schemes. Take for example, for the powerloom weavers, we are implementing 2 powerlooms. That is, out of 2 powerlooms, 1 loom is being subsidized by the government of Karnataka. And equally, that electronic jacquards also we are subsidizing at about 50%, and for SCST it's about 90% subsidy. And one of the scheme which is in the panel in the Scotch Award also, this is for the new SC/ST entrepreneurs, that is scheduled caste and scheduled tribes entrepreneurs, we are providing the assistance of about the 90% subsidy. Out of 90%, 75% goes to the capital cost expenditure subsidy, and 15% goes to the interest subsidy to the loan availed by the entrepreneurs. This is how that package has been formulated exclusively for SC and ST of the state weavers, state entrepreneurs. And from the initial level, that is, we are selecting the SC/ST beneficiary through workshops, conducting workshops and other seminars also. And then we provide EDP programs about 4 to 5 days for picking up the entrepreneurs' skills to the new SC/ST beneficiaries. Then we ask them to prepare one small project profile, and also they should place before the local authorities also. Then later we take it the projects in the state level, and after due approval and other things, we sanction the SC/ST projects with the assistance of about 75 plus 15% state subsidy. This 75% subsidy will be provided in a phased manner. And as until today, we have approved about 172 projects across the Karnataka. And these projects are complete value chain of the textiles that includes a shuttle-less weaving, that's high technology weaving also, then garmenting also, and other value chain items also we are included in the projects. And this is one of the good schemes which provide the that is self-sustaining, as well as their economy also can be increased by the by way of becoming an entrepreneurs rather than working for the others. So this is one of the good schemes in Karnataka, and this is as far as SC/ST is concerned. And other schemes, we have one. We have the policy for the fresh investment in Karnataka. That is a textile policy for both the textile industry and also apparel industry also, with about 35 to 45% of incentives will be provided to the entrepreneurs who set up the industry in Karnataka. That also, it covers complete value chain of the textiles, including the manufacture of machineries also we have included in the policy, and other that manufacturing facility like weaving, spinning, processing, and then technical textiles. Complete value chain is included in our textile policy. This is all about the incentives and concessions provided in the Department of Handlooms and Textiles. And the second thing I would like to inform before your this panel is we have in the recent because of that COVID and other things, we provided two important schemes to the weavers as a relief packages actually. One is Nekar Samman Yojana, which covers about 50,000 weavers across the Karnataka, and another scheme is Powerloom Samman Powerloom relief packages, which covers about 95,000 weavers across the state. And both the schemes we have provided the assistance through DBT portal. That is, it's a hassle-free and directly transfer the amount to the beneficiary. It's nowadays in Karnataka, most of the schemes, many schemes, I can say that, will be delivered through this DBT portal or RTGS portal, similar direct from the government treasury to the beneficiary. That's one of the best practices in Karnataka, and many more schemes have been covered under the this DBT as well as RTGS and other financial portals. So because of this, that the handling time, that is handling lead time, and then transparency in the transfer of money, and the delay can be avoided, and the reaching is 100% we can assure to the beneficiary. These are some of the initiatives taken in Karnataka. We have especially in our department the practice of transferring the amount through DBT. We are doing actually from last 2 years actually, and other things as far as financial expenditure and other things, I am not a concerned person. I can say that my purview is as far as development is concerned. So this is all about our department and departmental schemes and the profile of Karnataka as far as textile sector is concerned. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh, for a very, very comprehensive presentations on the schemes of Karnataka related to handlooms and textile. You also talked about the affirmative actions within the schemes. Can this be compared to the schemes in some other states so far the affirmative actions concerned? If you can tell us very quickly on this.
Yeah, that especially that relief packages, it's very good. It works out very good in Karnataka for COVID reliefs. That is, I told already. 2 schemes we have delivered to. One is for Nekar Samman, and that's for handloom weavers, and another is powerloom weavers. Apart from this, that policy is very good compared to neighboring states also, especially Andhra and Tamil Nadu and this one. Our investment incentives is about up to 40 to 44% actually in some specific areas. And some other investment part, Karnataka is good, doing well in investment part also.
Okay, I will
the industry.
I will come to you a little later about your response, how you involve the local authorities in this, because you did mention this.
Sure.
I do believe in Karnataka local authorities is quite good. Your Hobli and all. Okay. So maybe the panelists can ask question to each other, but before I request each panelist to ask question to each other, I request Mr. Saroj Kumar Hota, who is additional director in the Directorate of Industries in the government of Odisha or Odisha. Over to you, Mr. Hota. Mr. Hota, Mr. Saroj Kumar Hota. You are muted, Mr. Hota. Can you unmute yourself? Yes. No, you are still muted.
I think Mr. Hota has some problem from his end.
Mr. Hota has some problem in his hand.
Audio.
Maybe we can come back to Mr. Hota a little later. Is Mr. Shukla has come? No.
No.
No. Okay. So we can take few questions from the panelists at this point of time. Mr. Chandrasekaram, do you have some question or do you want to make any supplementary remarks?
Yeah, see, I'm trying to stick myself to the topic of the panel. Mainly, yeah, it's really important to introduce all online systems where one can bring in transparency, and also the belief is you make it simple, there will be better compliance, whether it's for revenue generation or any other compliance aspects. So this is an important thing. I think many states, including our state, we are in the forefront in bringing reforms and also implementing ease of doing guidelines in a true spirit. So I think it's all helping the industries to make their life easy. And at the same time, one small example, we were having this shops and establishments manual registration system earlier before 2016. It's like our revenue was about 20 crores. Nothing has changed. We made it online. We made it so simple, auto approval, all renewals. Now its revenue jumped to 80 crores in one single registration. So that itself, the way to improve the finances, and also, it's helping the state also. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. You have also did, I think a good service for ease of doing business, particularly in the labor department.
Yes, sir.
And because of that, the ranking goes up.
Yes.
So can you highlight some of them?
Oh yeah. Yes, we are. In fact, we are always like either number 1 or number 2. Only recently we are into number 3. So we are in the forefront in implementing all the reforms suggested by Government of India, whatever the reforms they recommended. Mainly the biggest achievement is even recently we, reducing the complaints burden to the industry. We went through every act and we tried to figure out, is it really required? Every section, every provision, is it really required? So every act we analyzed and we identified close to 1,600 compliances, which we thought, it need not be any separate complaints. A self-certification by the employer is good enough. So we issued like 2 kinds of orders in respect of factories fund and other shops, establishment, other non-factory industrial establishments. We in one stroke through 2 different GOs, close to 1,600 complaints are simplified. They're converted into self-certification process. That has really received a very good response from the industry. Apart from that, it's like whether labor, factory, boilers, all the 3 departments, everything is made it online. No service is a manual. Everything is an online. And, not only the online, even we try to minimize the interface. I mean, like human interface between the departments and the employers. Any communication one can, electronically send, even filing the returns, they can do it online. And, minimizing the registers and records. If you look at that, about 22 acts prescribes about 42 registers and records. We said it's too much for industry to maintain such, and that too they're all, enacted in a different timeline for a different purpose. So we consolidated it and we said, okay, 2 registers are good enough for you. You need not maintain about 42 registers. So they liked it. Same way, returns, as far as filing of returns, there are like quarterly return and half yearly, yearly, and multiple returns under more or less every act has got one. So we consolidate everything. We try to remove redundancy and we simplified and made it a single return to be filed online, that too once a year. So these are the things. Not only that, even we are encouraging third-party auditing, because we are observing like auditing, self-auditing by many pharma companies and also IT industries, MNCs. They, instead of somebody finding out that, they prefer to have their own auditing team to scrutinize themselves. So we are also helping them out to, instead of going for this inspection model, if you like file a self-certification, opt for it and submit compliance reports online yourself, you will not be inspected till under 5 years. Same auditing also the same thing. The risk category for inspection will comes down, so that there will be like less. You see, it's encouraging the. It's one way it encourages the people who want to be compliant. At the same time, who wants to be compliant, there should be like a minimum scrutiny, minimum inspection. So it's all to encourage people to have a better compliance. So these are the things implemented. And of course, opening, we are allowing 360 days opening, and IT industry, there are special provisions, exemptions are also granted. For example, like normally, 8 hours duty is a mandatory for everybody, but for IT industry, by which of its nature of job, because we notice some companies works 4 days in a week, some companies 5 days in a week, right? So fine, you can work as many hours in a day, as long as it doesn't cross 48 hours in a week. So that kind of relaxation also, they are liking that. So, okay, one day you may be working 12 hours or, some other day 10 days, as long as it's in a week, it's not crossing 48 hours, you're good to go. I mean, you need not that overtime or payment of some other compensatory holidays, those things will not arise. We are regular. The biggest plus point is we are very regularly interacting with the industry, almost like monthly basis, you can say, whether IT industry, pharma industry, or CAA, NASCOM, there will be regular meetings. So we keep interacting. They listen to us, we listen to them. So I think that kind of understanding and mutual respect is there. I think the outcome is there to see. So, because the ranking itself shows where we stand.
Okay. You may or may not be having figure, but my two questions to you. First, did you face any resistance from, while you were carrying out this reform? And the second is, how much investment increased because of these reforms? Any analysis of that?
Yeah, about resistance, normally the trade unions leaders may comment that, okay, we have got a complaint, why you simplified so many things. I said, if there is a complaint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if there is a complaint-based inspection, that's always will be there. Workers will not be at a disadvantage because of these reforms. Okay, in the usual inspections, they are simplified and streamlined, and there is a separate mechanism is created. But if there is a complaint from a genuine worker, okay, normally we try to resolve it through conciliation or mediation counseling method. Okay, as a last resort only, we think about enforcing this law. But my experience is like 95% of the time, if a complaint comes, if you call an employer, if you counsel them, conciliate them, normally if something in line with the law, in line with the policy of that company, they will also agree to resolve their issues. That way, that issue has been taken care through another way of mechanism. Okay, about investment, I told you there is in state of Telangana, we got one unique act, TS-IPAS. Okay, it's a Service Delivery Act. Basically, it covers all the about like 16 departments. So through a single dashboard, they can new investment can apply. It's a single window system basically. So single window system, they can apply online, and delivery is guaranteed in 2 weeks time. If some department doesn't deliver, the particular officer will be penalized. So that way it's not, or otherwise it will be like given a deemed approval also. So this really being appreciated in many forums, TS-IPAS, that in Telangana State IPAS, which is a single window system. Many companies, they find it very easy to set up a new shop when they want to come and set up a business in Telangana. The numbers, how many exactly, those things are not readily available, but we are like, it's the fastest growing economy in Telangana across India when you compare. So that itself indicates the results of the effort we are making.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. I just reading it today's time news that Telangana is allowed to borrow more because you have spent more money on capital.
Yes, sir. Yes,
as a government of India. So really good. Karnataka was also involved in that. So the upcoming states there. Thank you so very much. May I now request Ms. Deepika Rana, if you want to make any supplementary point or you wanted to raise any question to your co-panelist?
Sir, I just want to add on some figures you were asking about the single window usage. We have 55,000 plus investors which are registered on our single window system, and 600 common application forms have been approved. We have through single window system, we have an investment of 17,115 crores which has been approved.
Okay.
And 20 state departments have been integrated. More than 90 services we have integrated, and 9,000 other departmental applications are there on our portal. And we have approved employment of 48,941 people. And in investor tickets, we have 1,200, and more than 1,000 investor grievances have been addressed, sir.
Oh, very good. Very impressive. Is that the employment that you were able to generate, is it some kind of improvement to the previous year's figures or previous to previous year's figures?
Yeah, sir. Earlier, investor used to go to various departments and it took lots of time to get all the clearances. Now, due to the single window system, we are going through the EODB process, and we have we have shown an increase in our investment and employment figures. Sir.
That's good. That's very good. Okay. All right. Now, the commercial tax department, I could see Mr. Janartha was sitting there. There's someone else has come.
No,
okay.
I'm there, sir.
Okay, you're there. You're there. Okay. I could see there is another window which is showing commercial tax department. So there's a lady sitting there.
Yeah, Commercial Taxes Department, Bihar.
Oh, Bihar, all right. Are you part of this state of finances?
No, they are not part of the discussion on this panel. However, Alok Saab, if you would like to maybe pose a question to her or something like that, I leave it up to you.
Okay, maybe I come to you after Mr. Janartha can talk about it. And maybe on the same line, maybe you can also say a few things. My question is a little broad. Now you have a GST system. You have a CGST, you have a state GST, and the system is evolving. Do you want to see some kind of reform of the systems in the time to come? Maybe in the immediate run or in the long run? So this is the question, the policy question that I'm posing before Mr. Janartha, and later on to the friend from Bihar handling commercial tax department. Over to you, Mr. Janartha. And any question that you want to like to pose before your co-panelists.
Coming to the first part of your question, sir. Right now, I think the system is going very well. The system devised by GSTN, it's just exemplary, and we are stage 2 model. So we are getting a lot of reports, a lot of MISs, and a lot of feedback from GSTN on which we are working. So whenever we feel that there is some need to have more information, more queries, I mean, we straight away approach to GSTN, which we get readily. We get the answers readily. So right now, I think everything is going well, and in the coming days, we hope that there will be more, advancement and betterment in the system, sir. But right now, it's no issue, sir.
Okay, excellent. We are running short of time, so maybe a very quick remark from the lady from the government of Bihar Commercial Tax Department. Not there?
Hello.
Yes.
Actually, बिहार कमर्शियल टैक्सेस डिपार्टमेंट बिहार को हमने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन लास्ट टाइम अगस्त मंथ में दिया था. हमारा डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम पर हमारा प्रोजेक्ट था, जिसमें हमने काफी अच्छा काम किया. हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के लिए बहुत यूजफुल रहा वो प्रोजेक्ट. और फिर स्कॉच ने हमें सेमीफाइनल का अवार्ड दिया. इसके लिए मैं थैंक्स बोल रही हूँ आप लोगों को. हमारे डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से आपने हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को रिकॉग्नाइज किया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत थैंक्स. और लास्ट सेशन में जब आपने हमें कॉल किया, बट आपने वहाँ से हमें अनम्यूट नहीं किया, इसलिए मैं रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर पाई थी. इसलिए मैंने फिर रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि मुझे मौका दिया जाए. हमारा जो डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है, इसमें हमने अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स को डिजिटाइज्ड किया और उसको हमने सेफली वेयर हाउस में रखा. क्योंकि हमारा जो बिहार मैनुअल रिकॉर्ड्स है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमें अपने रिकॉर्ड्स को मिनिमम 35 इयर्स तक प्रिजर्व करना है. और उसके बाद भी चूंकि हमें रिकॉर्ड्स को रखना होता है, सपोज कोई कोर्ट केसेज हो, कुछ हो, तो उसके लिए हमें प्रिजर्व करना पड़ा, हम उसे डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं कर सकते, और डिस्ट्रॉय करने का जो हमारा प्रोसेस है वो काफी लेंदी होता है। तो ये डिजिटाइज्ड भी हो गया। अब आज के डेट में हम एक क्लिक में, हमने अपने सारे ऑफिसर्स को लॉगिन दे रखा है और एक क्लिक में हम अपना रिकॉर्ड को रिट्रीव कर सकते हैं। इफ वी रिक्वायर फिजिकल फॉर्म ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स, तो हमें उसके लिए भी 24 आवर्स में हम अपने रिकॉर्ड को रिट्रीव कर लेते हैं।
So nice.
तो आज के डेट में हमारा प्रायर टू डीएमएस जो हमारा स्पेस था, उसमें हमने इतना ज्यादा स्पेस निकाला अपने फाइल्स को वेयर हाउस में भेजने के बाद कि हमारे कमर्शियल टैक्सेस डिपार्टमेंट में आज के डेट में हमारा स्ट्रेंथ ऑफिसर्स का लगभग डबल हो चुका है। 250 ऑफिसर्स करीब प्री जीएसटी पीरियड में थे और वो हमारा 500 प्लस ऑफिसर्स का स्ट्रेंथ हो गया है। तो हमारे लिए काफी अच्छा स्पेस निकला है। और अगर हमारे प्रीवियस ऑफिसेस को आपने देखा होता और आज आप देखेंगे तो आपको इतना बड़ा चेंज दिखेगा, इतना नीट एंड क्लीन हो गया और हमारे सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी सेफली रखे हुए हैं। तो पहले जो अगर कोई टैक्स पेयर हमारे एंड पर आता था और उसका हमें कोई रिकॉर्ड खोजना है तो अब हम उससे टाइम देते थे, ठीक है रिकॉर्ड हम खोज रहे हैं, बट अब एक क्लिक में हम उसका।
बिल्कुल मैडम, वी कैन सी कि आपका टेबल बिल्कुल साफ है, फाइल नहीं है इस पे, यानी कि सिस्टम इज वर्किंग। बिल्कुल
सर, ये तो जीएसटी का भी है कि जीएसटी के कारण सारा चीज आज सिस्टम बेस्ड हो गया, तो हमारे यहाँ मैनुअल खत्म हो गया है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
जी जी,
धन्यवाद मैडम जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं सॉरी, मैं आपको बीच में कट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि टाइम अब हमारा इस सेशन का पूरा हो चुका है। So
thank
you very much, and I take the opportunity to thank all the panelists for a very rich discussion, extremely rich presentation that you made, and share your insights about the reform process that has been undertaken in each states. So thank you, Scotch, and I now request Mr. Dhanjal for the proceedings to time to come. Over to you, Mr. Dhanjal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Very good modulation, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scotch, for giving the opportunity for the same.
Thank you, Mr. Vish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone, and particularly thanks are due to Professor Alok for very, very efficiently steering this panel discussion, keeping it very crisp. And I'm notorious for overshooting the time limits, but Dr. Alok, you have done it precisely within an hour, so we are absolutely on time right now. And with this, I go on to making the announcements for the next round of Scotch Order of Merit on your screen now. So I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Seema Bharti, Joint Commissioner. You just heard her speak from the Commercial Taxes Department, Government of Bihar. Web-based centralized DMS software for uploading digitized documents for secure storage and accessibility of documents.
नमस्कार। जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने ये जो डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम अडॉप्ट किया, उसके कारण हमारे ऑफिसेज में काफी स्पेस निकला और हमारे ऑफिसर को हमने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से अब एकोमोडेट किया है। जो हमारा नंबर्स था ऑफिसर्स का, वो आज के डेट में डबल हो चुका है और उनके लिए हमने बहुत सारा स्पेस निकाला है। और हमारे जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे जो पहले हमारे ऑफिसेज में रखे हुए थे, आज के डेट में वो सेफली और सिक्योरिटी के साथ वेयर हाउस में रखे गए हैं, जिसका कि हमको फायदा ये मिलता है कि हम अब डिजिटाइज्ड होने के कारण एक क्लिक में हम उसको रिट्रीव कर पाते हैं। तो इससे हम दूसरे स्टेट्स में भी इस तरह का प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा होगा और काम किया होगा लोगों ने, और वो फील कर सकते हैं कि ये कितना अच्छा एक प्रोजेक्ट है, जिससे कि हमें नया स्पेस हम लोगों ने खोजा नहीं, बल्कि अपने ही डिपार्टमेंट में, अपने ही ऑफिसेज में नया स्पेस को खोजने की बजाय हमने उसको ये कर लिया, स्पेस बढ़ा लिया, जो स्पेस हमारे
निकाल लिया। I can understand, क्योंकि आपकी जगह जो आपके पास कम पड़ रही थी, वो आप ऑफिसर्स को बैठाने के लिए आपको मिल गई, सारा प्रोसेस
जी जी
हो गया, सबका एक्सेसिबिलिटी जो है 1 क्लिक पे अब अवेलेबल है, तो सिस्टम
जी, जी।
ट्रांसपेरेंट हो गया और एफिशिएंट हो गया। तो कुल मिलाकर के जो है डिपार्टमेंट को इसका इजाफा ही मिला है, और इसके लिए हम
जी।
आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देते हैं। बहुत अच्छा काम है, और भगवान चाहे इसको आप आगे बढ़ाएं।
जी, थैंक यू स्कॉच टीम कि आपने इस प्रोजेक्ट को रिकॉग्नाइज किया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you.
Director Mr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhary for initiatives for doubling the farmer income by 2022. Agriculture Production and Farmers Welfare Department, Government of Jammu and Kashmir.
जी नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको।
थैंक यू सर। ये मुबारक मेरे यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के किसानों को है कि जो हमारे लिए हमेशा रोल मॉडल बनते हैं, और जो कभी कड़कती हुई सर्दी और कभी तपती हुई धूप के बीच में खेतों में काम करते हैं। ये सब उनको मुबारक है, आप सबकी तरफ से और मेरी तरफ से
बहुत बहुत बधाई हो आप सबको, धन्यवाद। मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं मिस्टर मोहम्मद तैयब, स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फाइनेंस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब से हैं। नेक्स्ट जेन इंटीग्रेटेड फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम IFMS। डॉक्टर अभिनव त्रिखा, स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी, एक्सपेंडिचर कम डायरेक्टर, ट्रेजरी एंड अकाउंट फ्रॉम द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फाइनेंस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब, इंटीग्रेटेड ह्यूमन रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम। Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Principal Chief Conservator and Head of Forest Force, Conservation of Asiatic Lion and Whale Shark, Department of Forests, Government of Gujarat. Mr. R.D. Dhiman, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Himachal Pradesh for Mukhya Mantri Swavalamban Yojana. Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Joint Director for Sugam Himachal, Department of Industries, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Chandra Shekharam Rentala, Joint Commissioner and Nodal Officer, Department of Labor, Government of Telangana for online services.
Thank you very much to Scotch Group for recognizing our efforts. Of course, industry also appreciated, and the panelists and everybody who has seen that and appreciated our efforts, and it encourages us to take it forward and move forward and do more things. Thank you once again.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And now invite Commissioner Mr. Yunus from Department of State Taxes and Excise, Government of Himachal Pradesh, e-governance system for excise function. The next one also goes to the Department of State Taxes.
I'm there, sir. I'm there.
All right.
Yeah, I'm there on behalf of Commissioner, sir, Mr. Yunus.
Please.
Yeah, he is engaged in some official meeting. So yeah, about this project, sir. This project is regarding stopping the curb the pilferages of liquor chain and for efficient and transparent service delivery. So the department is implementing an e-governance system for excise function. Basically, this project is envisaged with the aim to build an information and communication technology-driven integrated excise supply chain management system, sir. So it's all about the pilferages and to curb the movement supply chain of the liquor, sir.
Very good. Excellent.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for having us here, sir.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you, sir.
The next one also goes to the Department of State Taxes and Excise, Himachal Pradesh, computerization of VAT.
Sir, very sincere thanks again for selecting us for this semi-final round, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations once again. Dr. Jayakumar Kurupasamy, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Tourism and Civil Aviation, Government of Sikkim, for transformational initiatives for Sikkim tourism and sustaining homestay operations in Sikkim. Mr. J.S. Chahal, Executive Engineer, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Government of Punjab, for water tariff policy for sustainable large surface water supply projects in rural Punjab. The next one also goes to the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Punjab, for mobilizing communities for transforming rural water supply in district Amritsar. Yet another one for the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Government of Punjab, real-time monitoring of water supply schemes. A fourth one for the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Punjab, for revenue monitoring and budgeting system. Ms. B. Das Gupta, Additional Commissioner from Directorate of Commercial Taxes, Government of West Bengal, for my task. Mr. Alok Kumar Pandey, Director, Directorate of Employment and Training, Labor and Employment Department, Government of Gujarat, for Rozgar Setu. Mr. Sadiq Alam, Director, Online Rebate Management System, from Directorate of Industries, Government of Odisha. Mr. Prabodh Saxena, Additional Chief Secretary, District Good Governance Index, Himachal Pradesh, from Economics and Statistics Department, Government of Himachal Pradesh. Mr. TVSN Prasad, Additional Chief Secretary, Finance Department, Haryana, for digital voucher and paperless transaction in treasuries.
Thank you very much, sir. This is Mithilesh Gupta, sir, Joint Director, Treasury and Accounts Department, on behalf of Finance Secretary, sir. And thank you very much, sir, for this merit bus. Thank you, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. Chodan Lama, Secretary and Nodal Officer, Finance, Planning and Statistics Department, Government of West Bengal, for Dware Sarkar.
Namaskar, Dr. Dhanjal, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Dr. Dhanjal, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to thank the Scotch Group for the recognition bestowed upon the Dware Sarkar program. It's a unique initiative of a citizen-centric administrative innovation of the government of West Bengal. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the state, especially of the Planning and Statistics Department. We have been able to deliver services to 4 crore citizens through this initiative. And these different schemes and services that have been delivered have been aligned with the UN SDG goals. And we have also focused on the health, livelihoods, social security, education, food security, social justice sectors. And we have reached out to the unreached, the never reached. And these include people belonging to the transgenders, the elderly, women, communities from the minorities, backward classes, including tribals. The Dware Sarkar is government at your doorstep. And this is what we've actually done to overcome the digital divide that everybody is now harping about, that what happens to the people who are not able to get to the government, maneuver the different websites and the portals for accessing different government schemes, what happens to them? So we have gone to the people. We have organized initially in the first campaign more than 32,800 camps. And this time, the second time that we did it, more than 1,06,000 camps where people found the government functionaries at a stone's throw distance away from their homes, and they have accessed multiple services that were offered under the program. And these include services of more than 1.1 crore families being covered under the health insurance scheme, more than 1.5 crore women being covered under social security scheme, more than 35 lakh persons from the backward classes, SCs, STs and OBCs being given their caste certificates, pensioners from both tribal and scheduled caste communities, as well as persons with disabilities. So the fact that the Scotch group has recognized this means a lot to us. And I would also like to thank all the citizens of the state who have reposed their faith in the government and come with such overwhelming numbers to the program. The first time we had 2.75 crore people come to these camps. The second time we have had more than 3.6 crore people come to these camps. And our delivery numbers are also huge. 1.66 crores delivered the first time. And this time round, more than 2.44 crores services given. So 18 services this time round, an increase from the previous 12 schemes that we had offered. And the number of departments has also increased. And everybody has across the state have put in their efforts to make this a reality.
Excellent.
And we are indebted
some phenomenal work which is done at the state level, and the best wishes are with you.
Thank you very much.
Goes from point to point and scales further. And our highest congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now invite Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, Additional Principal Chief Conservator from Forest Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, for NOC for non-forest land. Mr. Mangaldas Gaonkar from Goa Excise Department and National Informatics Center, Goa Excise Management System. Mr. A.J. Shah, Chairman, Gujarat Secondary and Higher Secondary Education Board, digitization of mark sheets since 1950 and online application to deliver duplicate mark sheets.
Sir, thank you very much. I am expressing my gratitude towards the Scotch team for recognizing our efforts. Sir, it has benefited to more than 5 crore students of the state. And during this Corona time, sir, it has helped us a lot. During the coming years also, it will help the whole public of the whole state, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
The next one also goes to the Gujarat Secondary and Higher Secondary Education Board, a question paper box authentication and tracking application.
Sir, thank you very much for selecting us for the second award also, sir. After all, it has helped us, and we have able to prevent the malpractices in the transportation of question papers, and it has created trust in the system, whole system, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner, Mr. T.H.M. Kumar from Handlooms and Textiles Department, Government of Karnataka, for scheme for establishment of small and micro textile units for SC/ST entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you. On behalf of my commissioner, I am Yogesh speaking. This scheme is actually only for SC and ST beneficiary of the state. And the financial assistance already told, it is about 74% on capital assets and 15% on interest subsidy. The main objective is to make SC, ST, that is scheduled castes and scheduled tribes entrepreneurs, to make industrialists, and thereby their income level should be risen. And the other objective, that is, I can say that objective is to become an employer rather than employee. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for selecting the.
An excellent objective, and I'm sure you have the target very clear in your mind. So, backed by that, the results that it has already given are something to talk about.
Yes. Thank you. Sir. Thank you very much.
Yes. I now invite Mr. Alok Kumar, Director, ICDS, Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Director sir is in training some other place. So I am Shweta Sahai, Nodal Officer ECC, on the behalf of Director sir. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you Scotch team for recognizing this category. And ये हमारा second chance है. हमने second बार ये apply किया था और second chance हमने qualify किया. एक बहुत ही बड़ा initiative लिया गया था state government की तरफ से कि हमारे जो ICDS फंक्शनरीज है और साथ ही साथ जो कम्युनिटी है लाइक पेरेंट्स है, आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर्स में जो बच्चे आते हैं उनके पेरेंट्स और बच्चे सभी को हम लोग कोविड काल के दौरान में जो हम लोगों ने उनकी स्किल बिल्डिंग करी है और कंटेंट जो कंटेंट हमने डेवलप किया है उस पे हमने ये अपना क्वालिफाई किया है. थैंक यू सो मच ऑल ऑफ यू एंड थैंक यू डिग्निटरीज. थैंक यू स्कॉच.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Krishna Kumar Dwivedi, Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Assam. Online submission of claims under state industrial policy. Inspector General of Registration and Superintendent of Stamps, Gujarat State, for automation of administration of registration, valuation, indexing, called Garvi. Mr. Raj Kumar M. from Kohima.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Scotch Group for this wonderful opportunity and thank you for recognizing us. So this project is a very low-cost, innovative project which we undertook. We started doing it from 2020 June. And the main purpose of any award or participating in any summit is, as we feel like there should be a replicability, like we learn from others and others also get something from our project. So I would like to thank Scotch Group again, because after we participated in the project, and especially when we went for getting votes and all, the reach of the project, like not just in Nagaland, it reached other states also. And one of the initiative, a couple of initiatives from our project is being replicated in other states also now. We presented one environment awareness video based on a gender game that is also replicated in Maharashtra by one of my junior officers. And even the project Green Box, which is setting up of a green library, which includes environment awareness book, which will be kept in villages, which acts as a continuous mode of environment awareness creation among the youth. That also being discussed in some of the other states for replication. So in that way, I feel participating in the award, this is like, whether we win or not, this is something which is the main objective for us. And I think it was good. We have to thank Scotch Group for this purpose. And based after this, the project, which was only known within Kohima, started reaching in other parts of the state as well as in other parts of the country as well. For that, we would like to thank Scotch Group for this. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Now invite Labour Commissioner Mr. Pranab Jyotish Nath, Labour Department, Government of Kerala, for response to COVID. Mr. Himanshu Balachandra Jain, Senior Consultant from Madhya Pradesh Revenue Department, for Online Diversion Module. Mr. Neeraj Singh from MSME and Export Promotion Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, for MSME UP. Mr. Rahul Sharma, Secretary, Department of Panchayati Raj, Government of Jharkhand, for use of ICT for public participation. Jal Jeevan Mission from Public Health Engineering Department, Government of Assam, Mr. Akash Deep, Commissioner and Secretary. Mr. R.B. Kherbhai, Administrative Officer, Social Justice and Empowerment Department, Government of Gujarat for E-Samaj Kalyan. Mr. Nand Kumar Netram Voma, Additional Chief Secretary, Soil and Water Conservation Department, Government of Maharashtra for Water Conservation. Mr. Padmanav Behra, Joint Relief Commissioner, Special Relief Organization, Government of Odisha for Very Severe Cyclone. Yes, management.
Good afternoon. Actually, on behalf of Pradeep Kumar Jena, the Special Relief Commissioner Odisha, I am Dr. Kamal Lochan Misra. I was the ex-additional Commissioner Relief, and right now I am Collector Nabrangpur. So, on the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Scotch for recognizing this effort of Government of Odisha and especially of Pradeep Kumar Jena for handling very severe cyclonic storm Yas. Actually, the Yas, Odisha is quite known to cyclone management, but Yas was a different cyclone because it hit us in the second wave of the pandemic, COVID-19. And the entire state was reeling under the problems, and the second wave was more severe. So, Yas management was a challenge. And Mr. Pradeep Kumar Jena, he was hospitalized in COVID-19, and he, at the 11th day of his isolation, he came back to the state office, SRC, Special Relief Commissioner's office, and started leading the team. And the entire mobilization of manpower, machine and materials and pre-positioning was conducted. So the entire planning process was done on intuitive assessment, because based on our previous experience, we anticipated what could be the problem. And Mr. Jena conducted series of meetings and preparatory aspects with the different departments, and all particular service delivery systems were updated and augmented before the cyclone hit us. We almost evacuated 9 lakh people, and 8,410 shelter buildings were made ready in 72 hours. Then warning messages were delivered to the last mile, and the last mile connectivity was ensured by Mr. Jena personally. Then 52 NDRF teams, 60 ODRAF teams, and 206 fire station fire teams, and 206 tree cuttings teams. They were pre-positioned at different locations. And the entire management of the manpower, machine and material was single-handedly done by Pradeep Kumar Jena, who was despite his health, he was unable to stand. So this gentleman duly has been recognized by Scotch. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Scotch for recognizing his contribution. He has been the doyen of disaster management in our state, and whatever we have been identified as the Odisha model, he is the architect of that system. So thank you very much, Scotch, for recognizing and appreciating Mr. Pradeep Jena's contribution. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Congratulations, and do convey our regards to Mr. P.K. Jena. Thank you. Ms. S. Ministhi, Inspector General, Stamps and Registration Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh for Project Prerna. Please unmute yourself. Coach team, please unmute. We cannot hear you. You are still muted. Yes.
Yes, sir. आवाज आ रही है?
Yes.
Hello, sir.
जी हम सुन पा रहे हैं, बोलिए, बताएं।
प्रेरणा एक सॉफ्टवेयर के माध्यम से हम सर रजिस्ट्रेशन को हमने ऑनलाइन किया है। इसमें हम रेवेन्यू से जो भूमि से संबंधित संपत्ति का विवरण उसको फेच कर लेते हैं। और पब्लिक जो है वो अपना स्वयं देख लेती है कि सर कितना स्टाम्प आएगी और कितना रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस आएगा, उसके हिसाब से वो ऑनलाइन जमा कर देती है अपना पैसा और उसको ऑनलाइन स्टाम्प मिल जाता है, ई स्टाम्प मिल जाता है। इसके बाद वो उसका टाइम स्लॉट अलॉट हो जाता है सर, तो बहुत ही सुविधा से वो आकर के अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कर ले सकते हैं। इससे बहुत ही हमारा जो स्टाम्प्स को खरीदने में मुझे होता था गवर्नमेंट का, उसकी भी काफी बचत हुई थी स्टाम्प के माध्यम से। तो ये हमारा बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल जा रहा है और हम इसके अनेक वर्जन और आगे जा रहे हैं सर, वर्जन 2 वर्जन 3 इसमें हम धीरे धीरे और सुधार करते जा रहे हैं सर। और हमारे विभाग को इस बढ़िया से हमारे ऑनर के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
बहुत बहुत बधाई हो आपको।
थैंक यू सर।
Mr. Nikhilesh Kumar Gupta, Joint Director, Treasuries and Accounts Department, Government of Haryana, for online dairy management system and implementation of digitally signed ePPO or revised ePPO.
Thank you very much, sir, for recognizing our project. This is Nikhilesh Gupta on behalf of Treasury and Accounts Department, Government of Haryana. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Ms. Divya Devarajan, Special Secretary, Women, Children, Disabled and Senior Citizens Welfare Department, Telangana, for online beneficiary management and monitoring system.
Thank you, Dr. Danjan. I hope I'm audible. And
yes, you are audible. We can't see your video still. Yes. Now we can.
Yes, thank you. So it's very nice that we were given an opportunity to do this for the differently able in our state, because we have processed around 35,000 applications this year, and each one of those 35,000 persons with disabilities would have had to go physically and apply. This is for getting their aids and appliances, be it a retrofitted scooter or a motorized wheelchair or their 3G phone. So such small things could be done electronically this time. It's also for processing the economic support scheme, which is a subsidy and a bank link scheme. So we not only were able to help them apply this online, but also process it online so that all the officials who were on COVID duty could do it with a click of a button. I hope it continues for many more years and helps more PWDs. Thank you, Scotch, for recognizing us as a semi-finalist.
Well, congratulations to you. Excellent work done. Please keep it up. We had a few participants who were not there when I announced last, so let me move on to make an announcement there. Let me share my screen once again. So I invite Mr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Principal Chief Conservator and Head of Forest Force for Conservation of Asiatic Lion and Whale Shark from the Government of Gujarat, Department of Forest. Dr. Sharma.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Dr. Sharma, please go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
Watch for recognizing our conservation efforts for 2 flagship species. As we know, the conservation of biodiversity is most important. We have realized this very recently after COVID phenomenon. As we know, Gir is the only home to Asiatic lion, and we have saved this species from brink of extinction. Gujarat Forest Department has worked relentlessly, taking various measures and initiatives in saving Asiatic lion and whale shark. Both are Schedule 1 species as per Wildlife Act. Here, my special thanks to local population of ecosystem who have also contributed a lot for this cause. The Gujarat Forest Department is again thankful to Scotch for the Order of Merit award and recognizing our services for basically conservation of nature and the biodiversity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you, Dr. Sharma. Excellent work. Heartiest congratulations. Move on to the next. Mr. J.S. Chahal, Executive Engineer, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation from Government of Punjab for Water Tariff Policy for Sustainable Large Surface Water Supply Projects.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gulshan. This is J.S. Chahal, Superintending Engineer from Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Punjab. I thank Scotch Group for recognizing our efforts. 3 of our projects have been winning to Scotch Order of Merit: Water Tariff Policy, Real-Time Monitoring, and Mobilizing Rural Communities. All the 3 projects are intended objective was to provide uninterrupted and potable and clean drinking water to the rural communities of the border area districts of Punjab. That's all from my side, sir. I once again thank Scotch Group for recognizing our efforts, sir.
This is a well-deserving effort, and all the 3 projects that you mentioned have done very well, and missed you in the initial opportunity, but yes, I'm glad you could make it, and you are with us. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
The next one, you already mentioned mobilizing communities in transforming rural water supply in District Amritsar.
Yes, sir.
And the third one that also goes to the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation is real-time monitoring of water supply schemes.
The intent was to automatize all the rural water supply schemes so that communities get uninterrupted rural water supply scheme or drinking water.
Excellent. Congratulations once again.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
And one more, revenue monitoring and budgeting system. Chahal Saab, also to you.
Yeah, this is one for SES Nagar. I guess my colleague, Mr. Michael, is there.
I don't think he's present, so
I accept this award on his behalf, sir.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and
thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and wish you all the best. All the best to all the participants so far, and with this we move on to the the end of this session of announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. Since we have little time before we go on.
Good afternoon, sir.
Discussion. Yes.
Sir, I'm Navinder Sharma from Department of Finance. Sir, I just want to point out that new next generation. I think my mic was off.
Okay.
Sir, basically, the new next generation, we have designed this software. We have designed this application to bring efficiency in financial planning and expenditure control. And of course, now Punjab is moving towards a data-driven government, and this project is playing a vital role in expenditure control. Like we have every official, whether it's a IAS officer, whether MLA, MP, they all have some you can say limits on expenditure, and this next generation IFMS is taking control of all these limits, which is imposed by the Department of Finance. So you can say that's why we named it as next generation IFMS, because it is all playing with the data, how data is coming into the system, and how of course limitations imposed by the finance department, we can take care of that. So thank you very much, sir. Of course 2 साल बाद मिले हैं सर आपसे.
मुलाकात होती रही आपसे, आगे भी होती रहेगी. अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, बड़ी खुशी है कि आप हमारे साथ जुड़ पाए. मैं माफी चाहता हूं कि हमने जब पहले अनाउंस किया शायद आपका माइक नहीं था ऑन, या तब आपसे बातचीत नहीं हो पाई. But I'm very glad that I could converse with you, and it's fantastic. Thank you very much for being with us.
Sir.
And
I am Dr. Ganjan.
Yes.
I am Rosario from National Informatics Center, Goa. This I am representing the project Goa Excise Management System. I am a senior technical director and additional state informatics officer also. Department had a slight difficulty in joining the session, so I would like to just brief about the project. And first, I would like to thank the jury for giving us the opportunity to showcase our product. This Goa Excise Management System is started in the year 2013 for complete liquid transaction details, supply chain management, and the wallet payment system, which eases the life of the dealers. This Goa Excise Management System is aimed to have a goal of complete e-transaction service delivery to the business community, to the citizen, and to the government-to-government organization using the ICT tools to bring transparency, accountability in day-to-day functions, and response time is close to zero, and there is zero file movement from the beginning to end. With this Goa Excise Management System, the department has seen a drastic reduction in public crowding the offices, and much of the RTI cases and the LAQs have reduced. This has considerably reduced the time, cost, and transportation and human errors also. Data locking as per the law and act is in enforcement from time to time. Up-to-date revenue collection is in place. That is, visuality of the virtual factory is in place. A senior officer from his desk can view the factory status. It reduces the office's paperwork so that the department can spend more time in the enforcement activity. And this introduction of Goa Excise Management System is able to use the NOCs and permit issued in this state by the other state enforcement agencies also. So with this, I would like to once again thank the jury for giving us the opportunity to showcase our product. Thank you, sir.
Well, excellent. I mean, it's very heartwarming to hear such intense details, and my congratulations to you and MD of that.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Have a good day. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the announcement of third round of Scotch Order of Merit for 75th Scotch Summit. Since we have time for our next discussion, which is scheduled at 15:30, State of Development, I request Deepak to run a small video for the benefit of all the delegates and participants. The panelists for the next session request stand by.
नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता है। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से M.Com और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मैं लूना चाहिए थी। बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4,500 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी। वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। के आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई, उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण ही बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
आरएसएस और एबीवीपी के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाए। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में आया कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर पीपीपी, बीओटी विकसित हो गया।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो बीओटी मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय, ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,85,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे, पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने, हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था, वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे पर, और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और ऐड उसमें कर रहे हैं।
इतिहास में पहला बार ट्राइबल के एरिया में निकोबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट, छोटा सा जिला जहाँ 30,000-40,000 वोटर्स है, आज नितिन गडकरी ने उस निकोबार द्वीप में नेशनल हाईवे घोषणा कर दिया 45 किलोमीटर्स।
डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच, फास्ट ट्रैक डिसीजन में मैं फटाफट निर्णय कर रहा हूँ, हाय आना में बात करता हूँ। दूसरा टीम वर्क, सबको साथ लेकर काम करो। और चौथा ट्रांसपेरेंसी, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम।
श्री सुंदरलाल पाटवा ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री थे जब नितिन गडकरी महाराष्ट्र में थे। वे सड़क, बुनियादी ढांचे के निर्माण और अन्य चीजों पर चर्चा करने के लिए मिलते थे। एक दिन नितिन जी ने उनसे कहा,
पटवा जी, आपको कुछ करना है तो गाँवों को जोड़ो। और फिर उन्होंने मेरे अध्यक्षता में अटल जी को बोलकर एक मीटिंग हुई। अटल जी ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, कमेटी बनी। तो नाबार्ड के उस समय के अध्यक्ष थे। 1,10,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, ऐसा उस समय रिपोर्ट आया। उस सवाल को अटल जी ने स्वीकार किया।
2009 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व में बदलाव की तलाश में थी। लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया कि पार्टी नेतृत्व को युवा पीढ़ी के नेताओं के हाथों में सौंपा जाना चाहिए।
तो 4 नेताओं के नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी जी, शिवराज सिंह चौहान, मैं और मनोहर पर्रिकर। और बाद में शिवराज जी मध्य प्रदेश में आवश्यक थे और मोदी जी गुजरात में आवश्यक थे। और फिर मनोहर और मेरे से मेरा नाम का चयन हो गया। और जब मुझे निर्णय पता चला तो मैं आडवाणी जी के पास गया और सबके पास गया। मुझे अध्यक्ष क्यों बनाते हो? मैं तो कभी दिल्ली आता नहीं, मुझे दिल्ली का अनुभव नहीं, यहाँ की राजनीति पता नहीं। फिर सबने कहा कि नहीं, अब तुम्हारे सेवा पर रहने, तुमको बनना है। अटल जी को मैं अध्यक्ष बनने का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया, तो मैं उनके पैर छुए, मैं आशीर्वाद दूँ, तो उन्होंने आंखें घुमाई और हाथ हिलाया। तो उनका मुझे आशीर्वाद मिला, ये मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है।
2014 में जब बीजेपी सरकार को ऐतिहासिक चुनावी जीत मिली तो नितिन गडकरी को विकास की राजनीति करने का अवसर मिला।
मोदी जी ने मुझे पूछा था, तो मैंने कहा कि मुझे रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम दो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम 3-4 प्रमुख लोग हैं, तो फाइनेंस, डिफेंस, होम, इसमें से भी आप सोचो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे कौन से नंबर पर है इसके बजाय मैं जो अच्छा काम कर सकता हूँ मुझे दीजिए, मुझे आप रोड का काम दीजिए, रोड शिपिंग का काम मुझे दीजिए।
भारत में सड़क मार्गों और जलमार्ग परिवहन क्षेत्र में माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काफी बदलाव और प्रगति हुई। सागरमाला कार्यक्रम के तहत 572 परियोजनाओं की पहचान की गई और इसीलिए बुनियादी ढांचे पर निवेश के लिए 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए एकत्रित किए जाएंगे। इस कार्यक्रम से सालाना 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत बचत में मदद मिलेगी। ये कार्यक्रम घरेलू जलमार्गों की आर्थिक स्थिति को दोगुना कर देगा। इसी प्रकार भारतमाला परियोजना के तहत देश भर में 64,000 किलोमीटर सड़कों का नेटवर्क बन रहा है।
इसमें 50% हमने 24,000 किलोमीटर का काम लिया है, जो 7.5 लाख करोड़ का है, और मैं आने वाले दिसंबर तक 7.5 लाख करोड़ में से करीब 3.5 लाख 4 लाख करोड़ के काम शुरू कर दूंगा। और इसमें कम से कम अभी 10 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं शुरू कर चुका हूँ।
गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने 135 किलोमीटर के इस ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से जिस नई कार्य संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य किया है, वह अन्य सभी कार्यदायी संस्थाओं के लिए अनुकरणीय होना चाहिए।
कि उन्होंने 9 नेशनल हाईवे हमारे मंजूर किए, लगभग 35,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत उनसे आएगी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जितना हरियाणा में बढ़ेगा, जितना उत्तर प्रदेश में बढ़ेगा, दोनों राज्यों की प्रगति होगी।
4 धाम के ट्रस्टों का काम पूरा करना चाहता हूँ, मेरी कोशिश है कि वो पूरा होगा। गंगा को और गंगा की 40 ट्रिब्यूटरी और नदियों को मैं शुद्ध और बनाना चाहता हूँ। इस मार्च के बाद अगला मार्च आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से 100% गंगा क्लीन होगी। 3 हाईवे मैंने अभी लगभग पूरे के, मेरठ हाईवे का पूरा होगा, दिल्ली का रिंग रोड पूरा हुआ। अब शिपिंग में 7,000 करोड़ हमारे पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला है। ये देश में कमी है न पैसे की न टेक्नोलॉजी की, इस देश में कमी है सही दिशा सही विजन की।
मैं आज गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे नितिन जी ने 15 महीने की छोटी अवधि में जो काम पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हो पाए थे, ऐसे अनेक नए इनिशिएटिव लेकर के पूरे पोर्ट सेक्टर को नई ताकत दी है, नई ऊर्जा दी है और नई गति दी है।
एक सामाजिक उद्यमी के रूप में वो अभी भी देश में स्वदेशी प्रौद्योगिकियों और उत्पादों को बनाने और बढ़ावा देने के लिए सक्रिय रूप से अपना सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
बांस को कानून में ग्रास लिखा है, तो मैंने पूछा ग्रास तो काटने की परमिशन लगती है क्या? नहीं। बोला आप ऐसा क्यों करते हैं? हमारे यहाँ गलत नीति आई। इस देश को और बेरोजगारी को अगर जिम्मेदार कोई तो हमारी गलत नीति है। 40,000 करोड़ का लकड़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, 4,000 करोड़ की अगरबत्ती की काड़ियाँ इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम वेस्ट लैंड पे बाम्बू लगा के कर सकते हैं, बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बनेगा, क्या नहीं बनता? अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, अगर 2 बातें आ जाएगी तो फिर इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ आ जाएगा, देश बदल जाएगा। अब हवाई जहाज चल रहा है, यहाँ नागपुर में 35 बसेस इथेनॉल पे चलती है केनिया की, और अभी स्कूटर, ऑटो रिक्शा भी आई। देश का किसान इस देश का पेट्रोल डीजल का पर्याय दे सकता है, बिजली बना सकता है, ये मेरा विश्वास था। आज सब जगह ये एस्टेब्लिश हो गया। और इससे 2 लाख करोड़ अगर ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी में जाएंगे तो 50 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा और ग्रामीण भारत का चित्र बदलेगा। मैं कभी स्कूटर पे चला जाता हूँ, गलियों में घूमता हूँ, लोगों में जाता हूँ, तो ये मेरे अच्छा लगता है। मुझे सिक्योरिटी के कारण मुझे बड़ी अड़चन होती है। 50 पुलिस वाले मेरे साथ चलते हैं बंदूक लेकर, थोड़ा अनकम्फर्टेबल। मैं फुटपाथ पे खाता था, मक्के का कनीस खाता था, पानी पूरी खाता था, बेल, तो मुझे बड़ा इसके कारण अड़चन थी। रात को होटल में खाता था। देखिए, मेरा जीवन मुझे जीना है और कैसे जीना है वो मेरा प्रश्न है, उसका समाज का, राजनीति का कोई लेना देना।
1984 में नितिन गडकरी जी का विवाह कंचन जी से हुआ। अपने व्यस्त राजनीतिक जीवन के साथ साथ नितिन गडकरी परिवार में पिता, पति और नेता के रूप में अपनी जिम्मेदारी बखूबी निभा रहे हैं।
हमारी शादी 18 दिसंबर को थी और नागपुर में 23 दिसंबर को लोकसभा का चुनाव था। तब हमारे शादी में इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए आए, इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए कि बाप रे, मैं भूल नहीं सकती। पूरा अनाज खत्म हुआ था,
क्योंकि वो इतना रिलेशनशिप मेरे लोगों में थी कि लोग मुझे इनके घर की शादी ना अपना ही है ऐसा समझ के आए।
जब पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर थे, जब बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे, तब बच्चों की और इनकी 3-3, 4-4 समय में मुलाकात नहीं होती थी।
मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार रात को सोया था, मेरे पैर बांध दिए थे, ये कल न जाए मुंबई करके।
पिता की भूमिका, माँ की भूमिका, दोनों भूमिका मुझे निभानी पड़ती थी।
अब मुझे थोड़ा लगता है कि अभी मैंने उनके साथ अन्याय किया है, अभी थोड़ा न्याय करना चाहिए। मेरे बच्चे कोई राजनीति में नहीं है, मेरी पत्नी नहीं, मेरी बेटी नहीं। मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो, मैं अपनी सब बातें आपको दे दूंगा, अपनी विरासत दे दूंगा, संपत्ति दे दूंगा, पर मेरी राजनीतिक अधिकार मेरे ऊपर, मेरे पार्टी और मेरे कार्यकर्ता में। मेरी राजनीतिक विरासत कार्यकर्ता के पास जाएगी, बेटे के पास नहीं जाएगी। हम जितना काम करेंगे, जितने मोदी जी से हजारों लोग, मेरे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करें, तो भी समस्या नहीं सुलझाने वाली है और लोगों को ये काम करना होगा, पीढ़ियों से पीढ़ियों तक चलेगा।
हे प्रभु, नितिन जी को इतनी शक्ति देना कि उनके हाथ से भारत देश का गरीब लोगों की सेवा हो, स्वास्थ्य मिले और 2 टाइम का खाना उनको अच्छी तरह से मिले।
मैं समझता हूँ ये देश मेरा है, तो ये मेरा व्यवहार, ये मेरा कैलकुलेशन नहीं है, मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये मेरा नैसर्गिक स्वभाव है। मैं अपने स्वभाव से जी रहा हूँ। अब उससे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, अच्छे होते कि बुरे, आप जैसे लोगों का काम है। आप अच्छा कहें तो भी मुझे चिंता नहीं, बुरा कहे तो भी चिंता नहीं। मैं कोई कैलकुलेशन से कुछ करना नहीं चाहता, जो है जैसा है। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, मुझे कहाँ पता कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, तुझे क्या खबर है कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। होगा कोई मेरा भी साथी, होगी कहीं तो मेरी भी महफिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, ये हुस्नो इश्क का जहां, ये शोखियां, ये मस्तियां, ये पर्वतों के काफिले, ये बादलों की टोलियां, पूछती है मुझसे तू चला है किधर। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
Well, thank you, Deepak. We are just in time for the next discussion on the state of development. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our moderator for this panel, Mr. Bhushan Mohan, who is Senior Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former Principal Consultant, NEGD, Ministry of Electronics and IT. He was responsible for formulation of policies, guidelines, and strategy for implementation on NEGP with a vision to bring public services within the reach of every citizen. He was responsible for advising, monitoring, and supporting various central and state government projects in areas of project conceptualization, technology procurement, capacity building for implementation of MMPs for delivering citizen services in the remotest corner of the country, so on and so forth. Mr. Bhushan would be conducting the session on the state of development. I have the pleasure of handing over the mic to him. All the panelists in this panel are present except Mr. Amarjit Kumar Sharma, who would be joining us in a little while from now. Mr. Bhushan Mohan, over to you. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all welcome all the persons out here who are there for this particular session. It's my pleasure to first introduce and welcome Mr. Anup Kumar Agarwal, who is now the Principal Secretary, Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, West Bengal. He was earlier the President and CEO of NEGD at MeitY and was responsible for coordinating Digital India program and implementation of DigiLocker and Umang application. Currently, under his aegis, industry-led, demand-driven, employment-assured version of Utkarsh Bangla, a skilling program, is taking shape in the Technical Education, Training and the Skill Development Department at West Bengal. Next, we have Mr. Pawan Arora, Commissioner, Rajasthan Housing Board. He's credited with revival of several organizations and departments. During the last 2 years, he has been instrumental in regenerating the Rajasthan Housing Board, and even more remarkable as he steered through a pandemic. We also have Mr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Director, Agriculture, Production and Farmers Welfare, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Over 37 years of experience in the field of agriculture and ranging from the Nodal Officer State Mission on saffron to being the Chief Agriculture Officer, the State Mission Director for Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bhima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchay Yojana. He was also the State Nodal Officer, National E-Governance Plan in Agriculture. Next, we have Mr. Amarjit Kumar Sharma, Director, Higher Education, Himachal Pradesh. He is an academic at heart who was earlier principal of various colleges, elevated to the position of Joint Director Colleges and took over as a director in 2018. Let me welcome all the panelists out here. They come with a varied experience in various fields, which is the key to the development, which is the topic for this particular panel discussion. Now, when we really talk about the development, what does it really mean? And what does it mean to the common citizen and the common man, Aam Aadmi? Any development which takes place should ultimately result in benefiting the Aam Aadmi. And the way it should really benefit, and see, one of the key, I think the takeaways is that it should definitely raise his standard of living. When I say standard of living, it's quite a deep word. It incorporates various aspects, primarily the economic growth of the family, the buying power, the equality. We have a whole lot of issues in that in our society. The equality is there. It's very, very important. So these are some of the key points which are there. And in our today's panel, we are really covering a very broad spectrum, which primarily aims, each of those areas primarily aims to achieve the same goal. One of the things we achieve this goal is through employment. And what do we need for employment? Technical skills and the skill development. And that is one of the points which is going to be covered today. Majority of our populations are in the farms and agriculture. Farming and farmers are extremely important. So that is another thing which will be covered in this particular panel. Tourism is a major revenue earner. We will also take a glimpse on that particular area. And all said and done, education, both primary and higher education, is extremely important. We will address that also. And once we have all this, ultimately, each individual, each family does need a proper housing to stay. So we will look into the housing aspect, and combined with all this, we definitely need the proper health services, the hygiene and cleanliness, which goes along with whatever we do. Now, having said this very briefly, let us look into what will be the key vision and objectives and goals for the next 5 years in these various segments. It's my pleasure to invite first Mr. Anup Kumar Agarwal, Principal Secretary, Technical Education, Training and Skill Development, to share his vision and his achievements to start with. Mr. Anup.
Thank you, Mr. Bhushan.
Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bhushan. Thanks. And my greetings to the co-panelists. And first of all, I would like to thank Scotch Foundation to have created this platform on which we could deliberate today. Multitude of projects have been showcased during the whole day, and all of them are trying to achieve some benefit or the other to the citizen of the country. We in the state of West Bengal are working for the development of our citizens. And before I speak about the technical education related matters, I would like to submit to the panelists and to the audience that Government of West Bengal is very committed towards economic, social and other aspects of development of the state and its citizen. And it needs no reminding that West Bengal or Bengal has been pioneer in social reforms also for the centuries. It used to be said what India thinks, what Bengal thinks today, India thinks maybe a few days later or few years later. So with that background, Bengal's heritage, history and culture of social reforms and development in all aspects, the state government of West Bengal has been taking multiple steps for economic and other development. Other, I would like to point out, is the political arena of development. West Bengal has been pioneer in introducing local self-governance at panchayat, block and district level, and also at the urban local bodies level. And there is a bit of difference in other places, and Bengal is that in the urban local bodies, the chairperson is the chief executive of that body. The mayor is the chief executive and not the commissioner or the executive officer, giving the political functionaries, the elected representatives, more say in handling the affairs of that local body. So that empowerment, that decentralization and political consciousness and awareness in the masses, it leads to large scale political participation of our people. If you see all the elections starting from Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha or the local bodies election, the percentage of voting is almost the highest in the country in West Bengal. So social, political and then economic development is dependent on multiple factors. One of them is the legacy, second is the location, and third is the initiatives of the government. And our government has been taking multiple initiatives to reach out to the people by different welfare measures to provide them basic facilities in terms of healthcare, in terms of food security, in terms of education, poverty reduction, and then employment through skilling. If I may be allowed to take a few minutes to point out that recently the government of West Bengal has started a scheme called Lakshmi Bhandar. It's called Lakhi Bhandar in local pronunciation, in Bangla pronunciation. It's a cash transfer scheme for the women of the state. All the women who are not in government employment from the age 25 to 60 are eligible to get a monthly stipend of 500 rupees or 1000 rupees depending on the category of household. That is, I think, the only scheme in India which is directly transferring money without any conditions. Only the eligibility is there. It's a universal scheme. Apart from that, for the healthcare, we have a scheme called Swasthya Sathi. That is also universal. All of the families in the state are covered under that, except for the ones who are already having some kind of insurance like ESI or some government funded insurance like government servants. The third thing which targets the poverty is the food security, and our state has also universalized food security. There are almost 9.5 crore population covered out of 10 plus crores, more than 95% who are getting subsidized food grains and substantially subsidized food grains. In the agriculture field, the scheme called Krishak Bandhu was started, which was the pioneering scheme for all the farmers in the state. Currently, 64 lakh farmers are benefiting from this scheme as far as my information goes. And all these schemes and other schemes like pensions, widow pensions, pensions for old age people, including general categories and other categories, they are all being implemented in DBT mode, reducing the pilferages and leakages. Now coming to the employment and the skilling perspective, which our department is doing, we have showcased some projects in today's semi-final which are being voted. We have taken a lot of initiatives during the COVID time for doing e-learning, e-exams, proctored exams using low cost or open source platforms. Without investing too much, we have been able to cover almost the same number of students in e-learning as well as in proctored exams as used to be covered during offline period. So we have been able to reach out to people, and we had even subsidized data charges for the economically weaker section people from our state council. Apart from this, we have taken a lot of e-initiatives in the department. As Mr. Bhushan Kumar pointed out, I was the president and CEO of National E-Governance Division from 2013 to 2016, early 2016. And a lot of initiatives were taken during that time. Digital India was launched at time. Digital Locker, which is taking large strides, was launched at that time. The Umang platform was conceptualized at that time. So that focus on e-enablement or using technology for serving people has been continued in all the departments which I have been after 2016, including this department. And here we have done, we have created platforms for skilling, we have created platforms for connecting with students, for polytechnics, ITIs, council. All the things are mostly e-enabled, and we are improving the quality of platforms also as we go along. Last but not the least, I would like to talk about our state's own scheme for skilling called Utkarsh Bangla. Utkarsh Bangla is a fully state-funded scheme which aims to which aims to provide skilling and skilling linked employment. And recently we have reoriented the scheme to make it totally demand driven. We have done a vast amount of outreach to all the industries in the state through different departments, all the agencies which employ technical manpower, including the contractors of different state departments who require technical manpower, to collect their demand of different skilled people in different job roles under different sectors through a portal. And then we are engaging those very industry units, establishments, or the agencies to render the skilling in classroom plus on-the-job training system. This process has taken a few months of time. We are still kind of scaling it up. The training has started, and this would lead to definite employment after the skilling, because we are looking at the employment vacancy first before starting the skill training. Another program which we have launched recently is called the Assured Placement Program, which is similar to industry-led training model, where we are asking the industry to come forward to train people in the vacancies they have on the basis of existing vacancies, and they would give a kind of conditional job offer to all the trainees before the training starts, so that the trainee knows that if I complete the training, if I am successful in assessment, I would get this job. I know the location, I know the remuneration, I know the conditions, and that would lead to much more yield in terms of trainee going to the jobs. A lot of time what happens, if we are not connecting the jobs to the trainee is in a kind of lack of knowledge and doesn't know what exactly that job entails. And once that person lands at the job, they find that the working conditions are not to their liking, and then they kind of come back. So all these problems would be taken care of. Industry would get people ready from the day one because they are trained in the industry by them only. This will also lead to large scale traction in terms of training and employment, confirmed employment at the end of training. We have already empaneled multiple training partners, including big names like Simplex, who would be training these people and engaging these people. And we are looking forward. These are the steps we have taken, but we are looking forward to anything better, any suggestions from the projects which have already been put up for voting, or from the co-panelists, or from anybody else. Here I would end my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. I think you have really given a very good insight of what is happening in West Bengal. And I fully agree with you. What West Bengal does today is followed in the country later on. I think that's really, you have covered both the welfare schemes and also the training, your training initiatives, especially the job oriented, and mapping it to the job and initiating on that is really, really noteworthy. I must also really thank you for your efforts to operationalize the digital locker and the Umang platform. I think these two platforms are the most pervasive platforms today, and really, really helping most of the citizens to digitize their records and use it tremendously. I must really thank you for that initiative which has been there. And you are really carrying on with those particular concepts in your department. And even in the difficult period of pandemic, you were able to cover all these trainings to the people. Thank you very much. It would have really helped to raise the standard of living in the West Bengal. And it is going to be there over the next few years, the way I see it. Let me now go next to Mr. Pawan Arora let's talk something about the housing and what all the initiatives have been taken in the state of Rajasthan. I think you're on mute. Mr. Arora, you're on mute.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bhushan. Thank you. And I welcome all the panelists also. And kindly allow me to speak in Hindi in between. We are from a Hindi speaking state. So, like you have just given an idea about the state of development. Development is a very vast concept, I think, because it covers rural development, urban development, and if we talk about urban development, because I actually prefer talking about urban development right now. So urban development में भी बहुत सारे जो पैरामीटर्स हैं, वो पैरामीटर्स की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो बहुत सारे हैं. एक तो आपका हो सकता है कि पोल्यूशन फ्री सिटी होना चाहिए, पार्किंग है, अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट है, स्लम के इश्यूज हैं, लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग के इश्यूज हैं, ईज इन लाइफ है, बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं. और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हम ऑलरेडी बहुत लेट हो गए हैं अर्बन इश्यूज को हैंडल करने में. अभी मैं फोकस सिर्फ अर्बन इश्यूज में ही करूंगा, बिकॉज राइट नाउ आई एम इन हाउसिंग बोर्ड डीलिंग विद द हाउसिंग इश्यूज, सो लेटर ऑन आई विल कम टू हाउसिंग. बट जस्ट एक कॉन्सेप्ट को डिस्कस करने के लिए, तो इतने सारे इश्यूज में हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि हम इसको कहाँ फोकस करना चाहते हैं. जो अर्बन लाइव्स हैं, अर्बन सिटीज हैं, उनको किस स्टेज पे लेके आना चाहते हैं. अभी हमें ये मालूम नहीं है कि हम अगर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट की बात करें तो हम मेट्रो पे जाना चाहते हैं, हम मोनो रेल पे जाना चाहते हैं, हम BRTS पे जाना चाहते हैं, या हम कोई और ऑल्टरनेटिव लेकर के आए हुए हैं. अगर हम ट्रैफिक की बात करें तो हमें मालूम नहीं है कि हम रेड लाइट फ्री रोड्स बनाना चाहते हैं, या हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फ्लाईओवर्स एंड एलिवेटेड रोड्स पे जाना चाहते हैं, या हम किस चीज़ पे जाना चाहते हैं. ऐसे अगर हम पोल्यूशन फ्री की बात करें तो हमें ये मालूम नहीं है हम पेट्रोल डीजल व्हीकल्स पे जा रहे हैं, या हम CNG पे जा रहे हैं, या हम हाइड्रोजन पे जा रहे हैं, या हम इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. तो अभी भी इस पे आई थिंक कि जितना मंथन होना चाहिए अर्बन इश्यूज को हैंडल करने के लिए, उतना मंथन नहीं हुआ है. स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन होना चाहिए. स्लम्स अभी भी सभी शहरों में दिखाई पड़ते हैं. उनको रिलोकेट करने के लिए कई तरह की स्कीम्स आई. कभी हम इन सीटू डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, कभी उनकी शिफ्टिंग की बात करते हैं, कभी हम उनके कुछ और हाउसिंग की बात करते हैं, लेकिन अभी भी हम उसको स्टैंडर्डाइज नहीं कर पाए हैं. तो अभी भी जहां जिस शहर में जिसका जैसा मन आता है, जैसा माहौल होता है, वैसे ही वो अपने अपने इनिशिएटिव लेने लग जाते हैं, और वो हैपजार्ड डेवलपमेंट ही दिखाई पड़ता है. बहुत सारे शहरों में अभी भी BRTS की जो डेडिकेटेड रोड्स हैं वो मौजूद हैं, लेकिन उसमें कोई बसेस ऑपरेट नहीं हो रही हैं. बहुत सारे शहरों में अभी भी मेट्रो आ गया है, लेकिन मेट्रो का रूट इतना छोटा है कि वो अनवायबल है. तो इस चीज पे हमको एक बार ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, और ये एक अच्छा फोरम है, नेशनल लेवल पे ध्यान आकर्षित करता है. स्कॉच इसके लिए जाना जाता है कि ऐसे कुछ इश्यूज होते हैं, तो क्यों नहीं हम स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिसेस एक कैटेगरी के सिटीज के लिए डिसाइड कर सकते हैं, और क्यों नहीं हम उसको उस ढंग से इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं. दूसरा जो अर्बन डेवलपमेंट में मुझे सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट लगता है, वो लगता है कि हमारा जो रिस्पॉन्स टाइम है म्युनिसिपल एरियाज में, अर्बन एरियाज में, वो बहुत कम होना चाहिए, जिसकी तरफ हमें कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया हुआ है. जैसे जो भी म्युनिसिपल इश्यूज होते हैं, अगर मान लीजिए बहुत ही बेसिक है, क्लीनलीनेस की बात करें, हम सैनिटेशन की बात करें, तो अगर कचरा कहीं है, नहीं उठ रहा है, तो उसकी कोई कंप्लेंट आती है तो उसका रिस्पांस टाइम हमारा क्या होना चाहिए. सीवर लाइन ओवरफ्लो कर रही हैं, रोड लाइट जल नहीं रही है, या और कोई अर्बन इश्यूज है, डेड एनिमल का इशू है, स्ट्रे एनिमल का इशू है, तो उसमें हमारा रिस्पांस टाइप क्या होना चाहिए. इस पे कोई भी हमारा स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिसेस हमने अभी तक बनाई नहीं है. और उससे क्या होता है कि हर म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर या मेयर के चेंज होने के साथ में शहर वालों को एक नया एक्सपीरियंस मिलता है. अगर वो बहुत सेंसिटिव हैं, सेंसिटाइज्ड हैं, तो उनको एक अलग तरह का एक्सपीरियंस मिलता है, उनके काम जल्दी होने लग जाते हैं. और अगर वो नहीं है सेंसिटिव, या मेयर किसी डिफरेंट पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के हैं और पार्टी इन पावर डिफरेंट है, या मेयर और कमिश्नर के कोई इश्यूज हैं, तो लोग उसको सफर करते हैं, फेस करते हैं. तो इस बैकग्राउंड के साथ मैं इस फोरम पे सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अर्बन इश्यूज की आइडेंटिफिकेशन, उनको हैंडल करने की स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिसेस, इस पे भी अभी तक बहुत कम काम हुआ है. इसको हमको देखना चाहिए, और अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हम तभी ला सकते हैं जबकि हम इन इश्यूज के बारे में कुछ स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिसेस बना दें और फिर उनको इम्प्लीमेंट कराने की तरफ ध्यान दें। जहां तक अर्बन इश्यूज में एक इशू है स्लम से रिलेटेड, या यूं कहिए कि हाउसिंग फॉर ऑल, तो हाउसिंग फॉर ऑल के हिसाब से हर स्टेट में आई थिंक हाउसिंग बोर्ड्स बने हुए हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि अभी उनको भी अपना गोल क्लियर नहीं है कि उनको लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग पे जाना है, केवल गरीबों के मकान बनाने हैं, या उनको कोई सिटी के ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट में भी अपनी कोई रोल प्ले करनी है। तो इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए मैं थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस आपसे शेयर करूंगा राजस्थान हाउसिंग बोर्ड का। राजस्थान हाउसिंग बोर्ड आज से 50 साल पहले बना था और उसका जो टैगलाइन है, ध्येय वाक्य है, वो है हमारा प्रयास सबको आवास। और एक जमाना था हाउसिंग बोर्ड अपने शिखर पे था और पूरे स्टेट में जहां कहीं भी हाउसिंग की बात होती थी, हाउसिंग कॉलोनीज की बात होती थी, तो ऐसा मानते थे कि हाउसिंग बोर्ड ही हमको अपना मकान प्रोवाइड करेगा। और 50 साल पहले जब ये गठित हुआ था उस समय इतना कोई प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बिल्डर्स या दूसरे प्लेयर्स भी नहीं थे, तो एक तरह से मोनोपोलिस्टिक एटमॉस्फेयर था। उसके बाद धीरे धीरे जब प्राइवेट सेक्टर इसमें आ गया हाउसिंग में और कंपटीशन की फीलिंग आ गई, उस दौरान ही हाउसिंग बोर्ड के क्वालिटी इश्यूज आने लग गए, लोकेशन ऑफ हाउसिंग की इश्यूज आने लग गए, शहर से बहुत दूर कहीं एक साथ क्लस्टर में हाउस डेवलप कर दिए, क्वालिटी मेंटेन नहीं कर पाए, तो उसको लेकर के हाउसिंग बोर्ड का उतना अच्छा समय नहीं रहा और हाउसिंग बोर्ड धीरे धीरे अपनी फिनेंशियल पोजीशन और लस्टर लूज करता चला गया। और ऐसा हुआ कि 2 साल पहले तक राजस्थान हाउसिंग बोर्ड के पास में करीब 18 से 19 हजार हाउसेज की अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री इकट्ठा हो गई। तो जैसे ही 2-1 साल पहले और खासतौर पे विद द चेंज ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ये इशू सामने आए और इसको टेक केयर करने का या इसको हैंडल करने का एक प्रयास करने का निर्णय लिया गया, तो ये हुआ कि सबसे पहले तो हम इस अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री को क्लियर करें। अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री को क्लियर करने के लिए हमने एक प्रयोग किया कि जो बहुत पुराने मकान बने हुए थे, जो पिछले 15-20 साल से इकट्ठा होते होते 19,000 मकान की अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री बन गई थी, उसको सेल करने के लिए हमने एक डिस्काउंट फॉर्मूला लगाया और जो हाउसेस थे उनको जो बेचने के मिनिमम बिड प्राइस थी MBP, उसको रिड्यूस करके कुछ कैटेगरीज में 25% डिस्काउंट, कुछ कैटेगरीज में 50% डिस्काउंट हमने किया और ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम सारे हाउसेस को ले आए, सबको एनलिस्ट कर दिया और एक सेट सिस्टम बना दिया कि एवरी मंडे 10 AM द बिडिंग विल स्टार्ट एंड एवरी वेडनेसडे 4 PM द बिडिंग विल क्लोज। और इस दौरान सबको पता था कि ये एक टाइम में हमने करीब 9,000 ऑड हाउसेस को बिडिंग के लिए उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे डाला, तो सबको मालूम था पूरे स्टेट में, स्टेट के बाहर भी, कि किस वक्त बिडिंग शुरू होगी, किस वक्त बिडिंग क्लोज होगी। तो लोगों ने ऑनलाइन बिड करना शुरू किया और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू शेयर विद यू ऑल दैट within these last 2 years, when specifically we were passing through the pandemic time, we have sold almost 11,000 houses out of 19,000. So 11,000 houses we have sold through online auction, online bidding, and we have collected almost 2,000 crores from this. And अब जो हमारे पास 7-8 हजार हाउसेज बचे हैं वो 2-3 क्लस्टर्स में हैं। एक जगह 1600 हाउसेज का फ्लैट्स का क्लस्टर है, एक जगह 3700 का क्लस्टर है, एक जगह 1500 का है। तो वो इसलिए बच गए क्योंकि वहां तक सिटी की एक्सेस नहीं है या कुछ और इश्यूज हैं। तो अब उन स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट्स को हमने टारगेट करना है और उसको विल सॉर्ट इट आउट और हमारा ये पूरा जो इन्वेंट्री का बैकलॉग था ये क्लियर हो जाएगा। अब जब हाउसिंग की बात करते हैं तो हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें केवल गरीबों के मकान ही नहीं बनाने, बल्कि ऐसे लोग जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर की बजाय गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी से हाउस लेना चाहते हैं उनको भी हम कैटर कर सकें। तो हमने बहुत सारे नए हाउसिंग, जब ये हमारा इन्वेंट्री धीरे धीरे क्लियर होती गई तो हमें एक कॉन्फिडेंस मिला कि अब हम नए प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। तो अब हमारे पास अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री का प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहे, इसलिए हमने पहले ही डिमांड सर्वे किया और 18 नए सिटीज में हमने छोटे छोटे लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग के हिसाब से इंडिपेंडेंट हाउसेज प्लान किए और करीब 5,000 हाउसेज राइट नाउ वी आर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग इन 18 स्मॉल सिटीज। और वो बहुत ही लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग है और आपको जान के अच्छा लगेगा कि करीब 6 लाख रुपए में हम 50 स्क्वायर मीटर का प्लॉट विद कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ 1 BHK ये अवेलेबल करा रहे हैं नीडी एंड पुअर को। और इसी तरह से आगे से 2 BHK 3 BHK वो भी बहुत अच्छे से हो रहे हैं। इसी तरह CMJY जो है चीफ मिनिस्टर जन आवास योजना, उसमें भी हम करीब करीब 4500 हाउसेस कंस्ट्रक्ट कर रहे हैं और वो बिल्कुल अर्बन पॉश एरियाज में है। अब तक इन स्कीम्स की एक दिक्कत ये रहती थी कि गरीब का मकान है तो शहर से दूर बना दिया जाता था। हमने उस धारणा को तोड़ा कि गरीब का मकान है तो वो शहर के बीच में ही होना चाहिए, तभी वहां पे धोबी है, कोई आपके हाउसिंग मेड्स हैं, कोई आपकी डोमेस्टिक हेल्प्स हैं, कोई और रिक्शे वाला है, कोई और है, वो भी वहां शहर के बीच में रहेंगे तो और लोगों के लिए भी ज्यादा उपयोगी हो सकेंगे। तो उनके लिए हम शहर के बीचों बीच उनको सिर्फ 6 लाख रुपए में 1 BHK कंस्ट्रक्ट करके दे रहे हैं, तो उसका बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स है। 10 टाइम्स हमारे एप्लीकेशंस आए, तो ये एक हाउसिंग में हमने नया प्रयोग किया। इसी तरह सोसाइटी के कुछ डिफरेंट जो वर्ग हैं, जैसे टीचर्स हैं, तो हम टीचर्स के लिए एक नई स्कीम लेकर के आए जिसमें केवल टीचर्स रहेंगे। एक पुलिस कांस्टेबल्स के लिए स्कीम लेके आए, मुख्यमंत्री प्रहरी आवास योजना, उसमें पुलिस कांस्टेबल्स को हमने अलॉट किया। तो 574 फ्लैट्स, 574 फ्लैट्स वी आर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग फॉर टीचर्स एंड पुलिस कांस्टेबल्स। इसी तरह से स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज के लिए हम एक स्कीम लेकर के आए। इसी तरह से ऑल इंडिया सर्विस ऑफिसर्स के लिए हम एक स्कीम लेकर के आए जिसमें IAS, IPS, IFS, IRS और दूसरे ग्रुप ए सर्विसेज के ऑफिसर्स को हमने किया। उसके लिए हम 180 फ्लैट्स बना रहे हैं। तो ये पहली बार हुआ। इसको देख करके मेरे ख्याल से तमिलनाडु में एक स्कीम लॉन्च हुई, लेकिन उनकी स्कीम में जैसे पर फ्लैट है वो 1800 स्क्वायर फीट का है। हमारा जो फ्लैट है वो एक ऑफिसर को अगर मिलता है वो है करीब करीब 3450 स्क्वायर फीट का, एंड सिर्फ 95 लाख रुपीस में। तो उसको अपने सरकारी घर पे डिपेंडेंस कम हो जाएगी, उसको चाहे सरकारी घर मिले या नहीं मिले। इसी तरह से इन राजस्थान हाउसिंग बोर्ड इज कंस्ट्रक्टिंग रेजिडेंसेज फॉर द MLAs। जो MLAs को हर बार इलेक्ट होकर आते हैं उनको सरकारी आवास मिलता है, उसको हम लोग कंस्ट्रक्ट कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा हमने इसको और जिसको कहते हैं वर्सेटाइल बनाने के लिए या और वायबल बनाने के लिए हाउसिंग बोर्ड में नए नए और कई बड़े प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किए। एक हमारा बड़ा फेमस प्रोजेक्ट है, वो है दैट इज कोचिंग हब, जिसमें करीब 50 से 60 हजार बच्चे कोचिंग लेने के लिए आ सकते हैं। वील अलॉट दीज स्पेसेस टू डिफरेंट कोचिंग सेंटर्स, और वो उसमें करेंगे। और इसको हम एक बड़े फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस की तर्ज पे डेवलप कर रहे हैं। इसी तरह से वी आर डेवलपिंग अ सिटी पार्क दैट इज इन 52 एकर्स ऑफ लैंड। उसके बगल में ही हम एक 40,000 स्क्वायर मीटर में फाउंटेन स्क्वायर डेवलप कर रहे हैं, जहां पे वाटर वॉल पे प्रोजेक्शंस और फिल्म्स और इस तरह की चीजें होंगी। इसके अलावा म्यूजिकल फाउंटेन्स और बाकी एंटरटेनमेंट की चीजें भी होंगी, ये फूड कोर्ट्स और ये सब चीजें भी होंगी। तो एक हाउसिंग से हट करके हमने सोचा और अपनी गतिविधियों का विस्तार किया, और केवल ये नहीं कि गरीबों के मकान बनाए, बल्कि आम आदमी का मकान भी बनाएंगे, मिडिल क्लास के लिए भी मकान भी बनाएंगे। सोसाइटी के डिफरेंट सेगमेंट जैसे टीचर्स और कांस्टेबल मैंने बताया, IAS ऑफिसर्स या ग्रुप ए सर्विसेज ऑफिसर्स के लिए मकान बताए, ये सब बनाएंगे। और बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट में, और हमने जैसे अभी हाल ही में 2 चौपाटी शुरू की, आप फूड कोर्ट कह सकते हैं, जयपुर चौपाटी नाम से, वो हमने की। उनका बहुत ही अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स है। तो अर्बन एरियाज में जब हम इन फूड कोर्ट्स को लाए हैं तो वो इलाकों में फुटफॉल बहुत बढ़ गया, और फुटफॉल बढ़ने से जो हमारी प्रॉपर्टीज वहां पे ऐसी अनुपयोगी प्रॉपर्टीज पड़ी हुई थी, उनकी अब डिमांड हो गई है, और हम उनको अच्छी प्राइस पे सेल कर पा रहे हैं, और हमारी जो फाइनेंशियल पोजीशन है उसको ठीक कर पा रहे हैं। इसी तरह से हाउसिंग बोर्ड ने केवल हाउसिंग को ही नहीं रखा, बल्कि कमर्शियल एरियाज डेवलप किए। रिसेंट टाइम्स में पिछले 1.5 साल में हमने 4 बड़े मार्केट डेवलप कर दिए हैं। हार्डवेयर के लिए एक आतिश मार्केट डेवलप किया है। एक कोरोना के टाइम में एक बहुत बड़ा हॉस्पिटल है हमारे यहाँ, RUHS, जो कोरोना डेडिकेटेड हॉस्पिटल था, उसके आसपास दवाइयों की दुकानों के लिए कोई जगह नहीं थी, तो उसके लिए 52 शोरूम्स वाला एक हमने आयुष मार्केट डेवलप किया। उसके पास में एक करीब 150 शोरूम्स का हमने राणा सांगा मार्केट डेवलप किया। और एक मार्केट झूलेलाल मार्केट कोई 12 साल से अनुपयोगी पड़ा हुआ था, बंद पड़ा हुआ था, उसमें 500 शॉप्स हैं एक ही जगह पे। उन शॉप्स में से 266 शॉप को हमने तिब्बती रिफ्यूजीज को अलॉट किया। एक नया प्रयोग था, और वो मार्केट अभी 17 नवंबर से स्टार्ट होने वाला है, उसका हम उद्घाटन करने वाले हैं। और सारे तिब्बती रिफ्यूजीज ने वहां पर आकर के अपने ऊनी कपड़े बेचने की दुकानें लगा ली, और वो पूरा एरिया अलग से निकल के आ गया। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि जहां हम हाउसिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हाउसिंग बोर्ड को वायबल बनाने के लिए, वर्सेटाइल बनाने के लिए, आम जनता के लिए उपयोगी बनाने के लिए हम केवल लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग पे ही फोकस नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि उसके साथ साथ और बहुत सारी डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज कर रहे हैं, जिससे हमारी फाइनेंशियल पोजीशन भी ठीक हो रही है। मुझे आपसे शेयर करते हुए खुशी है कि जिस हाउसिंग बोर्ड को बंद करने की बात चल रही थी, और मैंने जब ज्वाइन किया था, हैप्पी टू शेयर, तो मैंने पहला चेक एक काटा था 5 करोड़ रुपए का बैठते ही। वो इसलिए काटा था कि अगले दिन सैलरी बांटनी थी और उसके लिए एफडी को तोड़वाना था। और आज इसी पिछले 1.5-2 साल में हम 3600 करोड़ रुपए का रेवेन्यू अर्न कर चुके हैं। 3600 करोड़ रेवेन्यू इज इन किटी। और ये सब इसीलिए हो पाया क्योंकि हमने केवल लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग या इन्वेंट्री क्लियर करने पे जोर नहीं दिया, बल्कि ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ सिटी में हमने अपना रोल समझा और बहुत बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट हम लाए, कमर्शियल स्पेसेस को हमने डेवलप किया और इस तरह की जो कार्रवाइयां मैंने आपको बताई वो की। तो आई थिंक दिस इज ऑल।
Excellent, excellent. This is really very, very eye-opening. I think what you have done is extremely innovative. And I'm really happy that some of the issues which you raised are very, very relevant, especially as far as the standardization and the response time is concerned on an overall urban development. Now, housing is a part of it, but these are the two very, very fundamental foundations which have to be there, which have to work. They have to be worked out at a national level, not at the state level. And I think it requires a lot of deliberation, and your inputs would be very, very valuable on this thing. The problem that you faced in housing, in fact, that has been an all India phenomena. There has been an excess inventory, not only in the government housing boards, but also in the private sector. I know the builders of Bombay and Delhi and Gurgaon and Bangalore have been suffering because of that. But fortunately, over the last 6 months or so, the winds have changed and there is a fair amount of pickup in the housing area. And I think that's a very positive sign as far as the industry and the end user is now really picking up for the investment in this area. This is one of the clear signs of improvement in the standard of living, and the demand and the money flow is there. And the actions that you did, that you went beyond the poor housing to various other areas and various segments and the commercial, which actually develop the areas so that you can do more housing, and your housing, whichever has been done, will become more valuable to the end user. I think that has been very, very innovative. So I wish you all the best for the future to come, and I'm sure the other panelists and other attendees would definitely benefit from what you have shared just now. Thank you very much. I'll now move on to a very, very important segment of Indian economy, that is the agriculture and the farmers. So I'm very happy now to introduce Mr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry, who is the Director, Agriculture Production and Farmer Welfare Department in Jammu and Kashmir. I would like him to share his initiatives and views and vision for the next 5 years.
सबसे पहले इस नशिस्त के हमारे चेयरमैन जनाब भूषण मोहन साहब, मेरी तरफ से आपको नमस्कार।
Thank you.
और साथ साथ में जितने भी बाकी दूसरे मुअज़्ज़ज़ मेहमान अपनी अपनी स्टेट्स को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, उन सब को या बाकी जो लोग हमारे साथ इस प्रोग्राम को देखने में जुड़े हैं, मैं अपने डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन एंड फार्मर वेलफेयर की तरफ से आप सबका इस्तकबाल करता हूं इस प्रोग्राम में। जो टॉपिक जिस पर मुझे बोलना है कि डायरेक्टर एग्रीकल्चर होने के नाते मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे अपने मुल्क में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर वाहिद एक वैसी जगह है कि जहां पे ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस अवेलेबल हैं। और जब ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस अवेलेबल हैं तो उसके लिए हम लोग क्या इनिशिएटिव लें कि जो 70% से ज्यादा लोग हमारे एग्रीकल्चर के साथ डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली जुड़े हुए हैं। जब इन सब चीजों को हम देखते हैं कि जिस वक्त हमारे यहाँ मुल्क के बाकी हिस्सों में मॉनसून होता है, तो कश्मीर के अंदर मॉनसून के ना होने की वजह से हमारे पास एक ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि हम लोग किन किन क्रॉप्स को ग्रो करें, जिससे कि हमारे फार्मर की इकोनॉमी, जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का एक मिशन है कि 2022 तक उसकी आमदनी को डबल करना है, और उसके साथ साथ किस तरीके से इसको और आगे बढ़ाना है। जब
हम इन सब चीजों की तरफ देखते गए तो सबसे पहले जिस चीज का हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे इनकार किया कि हमने अपनी यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर का जो स्वॉट एनालिसिस किया कि हमारे पास हमारी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, हमारी वीकनेसेस क्या है, हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या है और हमारे पास थ्रेट्स क्या है। जब इन सब चीजों को हम लोगों ने मद्देनजर रखा तो हमने देखा कि हमारी क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन जैसे कश्मीर, कि हमारे यहाँ स्पाइसीज फूड खाने की बड़ी आदत है लोगों को, कि यहाँ पे सबसे पहली जो चीज कि हमारे कश्मीर में सैफरान, जिसकी के तकरीबन 2500 साल से जायद की हिस्ट्री है, जो 1996 से पहले तकरीबन 6000 हेक्टेयर एरिया पर ग्रो होता था, और जब 2010 में इसका सर्वे किया गया तो वो एरिया सिर्फ 3700 हेक्टेयर रह गया था। तो हम लोगों ने मिलकर एक जामिया मंसूबा बनाया कि इस सैफरान की कल्टीवेशन को रिवाइव करने के लिए किस तरीके से क्या क्या इकदाम किए जाएं, और विद द हेल्प ऑफ द यूनियन गवर्नमेंट हम लोगों ने 400 करोड़ रुपए का एक प्रोजेक्ट जो यहाँ बनाया, और हम इस चीज में कामयाब हुए कि किस तरीके से हम अपने इस एरिया को सस्टेन कर पाए, और जो हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी 2010 में 1.8 केजीज पर हेक्टेयर रह गई थी, इसको वापस कैसे लाया जाए। और आज मुझे बताते हुए ये खुशी होती है कि इस साल अभी कुछ दिन पहले जब हमने 21 अक्टूबर को सैफरान की फ्लावर की प्लकिंग स्टार्ट होती है, तो 22 तारीख को हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर सैफरान फेस्टिवल मनाया, और उस दिन से लेके आज दिन तक लाखों की तादाद में जो हमारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे उन्होंने सैफरान की खेती को देखा भी। और मैं बताने में ये खुशी महसूस करता हूं कि 1.8 से लेके 5.30 तक हम इस प्रोडक्शन को पर यूनिट हेक्टेयर एरिया के हिसाब से बढ़ाने में कामयाब हुए। ये सबसे बड़ी पहला इनिशिएटिव जो हमने यहाँ के स्पाइस इंडस्ट्री को रिवाइव करने के लिए कोशिश की। जो दूसरा इनिशिएटिव हम लोगों ने लिया कि कश्मीर लाल मिर्च के नाम से मशहूर जाना जाता है। हम लोगों ने देखा कि हमारी यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में केरला या कर्नाटका से हमारे लोग यहाँ से वहां से लाल मिर्च खरीद के लाते थे और उसको कश्मीर के नाम से बेचा जाता था। हमने उस चीज को दोबारा रिवाइव करने के लिए 5000 हेक्टेयर से जायद एरिया के लिए एक प्रोग्राम बनाया कि जिसको हम कश्मीरी लाल मिर्च को हमने रिवाइव किया, और जिसके साथ हम लोगों ने 190 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को भी जोड़ा और 10,000 से ज्यादा फार्मिंग फैमिलीज को भी जोड़ा, और जिससे 54 करोड़ रुपए का हमारी स्टेट को उससे रेवेन्यू आएगा, और उस इंडस्ट्री को रिवाइव करने के लिए हमने पूरी कोशिश की। मैं बताने में ये फख्र महसूस करता हूं कि लेवेंडर जो दुनिया में अपने आप में एक मिसाल है कि किस तरीके से लेवेंडर ऑयल कल्टीवेशन को ज्यादा से ज्यादा एरिया में लाया जाए, और 1775 हेक्टेयर एरिया जो था उस पे हमने लेवेंडर ऑयल की कल्टीवेशन की, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में उसी ऑयल की जो कीमत है वो 1 लीटर की कीमत जो है वो 25,000 रुपए है, और जिस कीमत को हमने कम करके ज्यादा किसानों को जोड़ने के लिए भरपूर इकदाम कोशिश किए ताकि हमारे फार्मर की इनकम बढ़े। इसके साथ साथ जो हम लोगों ने बड़े दूसरे मेजर इनिशिएटिव लिए कि यहाँ पे जिस वक्त बाकी मॉनसून एरिया मुल्क के अंदर होता है, तो यहाँ पे जो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस हैं वो हम लोगों के लिए ये अपॉर्चुनिटी हमको देती है कि हम किस तरीके से जो वेजिटेबल्स की कल्टीवेशन है, और खासकर एग्जॉटिक वेजिटेबल्स जो कभी हमारे लिए ख्वाब बन के रह जाती थी, हम लोगों ने यहाँ 25,000 हेक्टेयर एरिया के लिए हम लोगों ने एक जामिया मंसूबा बनाया है, ताकि हमने 3 बड़ी कंपनीज के साथ MOU किया कि एक प्रवास स्कीम शुरू की गई यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में, जिसमें एयरलाइन अथॉरिटीज के साथ भी एक मीटिंग की गई और उस किराए को घटाया गया, ताकि जो हमारे यहाँ पे जो सब्जियां पैदा होती हैं वो उस प्रवास स्कीम के तहत बैरून रियासत और बैरून मुल्क ले जाने में हम लोग कामयाब हो जाएं, जिससे हमारे फार्मर की आमदनी जो है वो डबल हो जाए। मैं बताने में यहाँ ये फख्र महसूस करता हूँ कि इस साल हमने यहाँ कश्मीर वादी से हमारे अप्रैल और मई के महीने में जो स्नो पीज एक्सोटिक वेजिटेबल में एक चीज आती है, यहाँ से जब उसकी मार्केटिंग का प्रोसेस स्टार्ट किया गया, तो जिस वक्त हम उसको गुजरात की सरजमीन पे ले गए तो वहां के जो लोग थे उन्होंने उसको इतना पसंद किया कि उसकी डिमांड 160 रुपए किलो वहां जब जाके बिकी, और जिससे हमारा किसान इतना मुतमईन हुआ कि डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर ने जो इनिशिएटिव लिए थे उनका भरपूर फायदा मेरे किसानों को मिलना स्टार्ट हुआ। मुझे ये भी खुशी महसूस होती है ये बताते हुए कि रणवीर बासमती जो हमारे पूरे मुल्क में मशहूर है वो हमारी यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में ऑर्गेनिक फॉर्म में प्रोड्यूस की जाती है। मुझे ये भी फख्र महसूस होता है, मैं बताऊं कि 3 किस्म के चावल, कश्मीरी मीठा चावल, मुस्तबुजी राइस और रेड राइस, जिनके रिवाइवल के लिए हम लोगों ने भरपूर कोशिश की ताकि हमारा जो किसान है वो खेती के साथ जुड़ा रह सके। मुझे यह भी फख्र महसूस होता है कि बाय डिफॉल्ट हमारी यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में मोर देन 35% ऑफ द जो एरिया है वो बाय डिफॉल्ट ऑर्गेनिक है। और इसको जो वेजिटेबल्स आने वाले वक्तों में हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने जो 2 ऑर्गेनिक पॉलिसीज यहाँ पे एजेंसीज बनाई, जब वो 2 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो है वो मिलके काम करेंगी तो आने वाले 3 से 5 साल में जो हमने एक मिशन लिया है कि यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के अंदर जितना भी वेजिटेबल का एरिया है हम उसको ऑर्गेनिक में कन्वर्ट करेंगे। और ऑर्गेनिक में भी जो हमने उसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन जो है वो एनपीओपी की गाइडलाइन के मुताबिक की, क्योंकि जब हमको इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में इसको ले जाना है तो जब हम एनपीओपी के नॉर्म्स को नहीं अवॉइड करेंगे तो उसकी मार्केटिंग हम बैरून रियासत नहीं कर सकते। हमने 4 बड़ी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज के साथ एमओयूज किए। सबसे पहले जो हमारे मुल्क की सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी अपीडा है कि मार्केटिंग के लिहाज से वो हमें बाहर कैसे मदद करेगी, उसमें चाहे हमारी यहाँ की वेजिटेबल्स हैं, चाहे हमारी यहाँ की स्पाइसेस हैं, वो चाहे हमारे यहाँ के फ्रूट्स हैं, उनको बाहर कैसे लिया जाएगा, उनके साथ एमओयू किया और उसमें हम कामयाब भी हुए कि हमारे फ्रूट्स जो थे वो बाहर जाना स्टार्ट हो गए और अब हमारी दिसंबर के महीने से वेजिटेबल भी बाहर जाना स्टार्ट हो जाएंगी। मैं बताने में ये फख्र महसूस करता हूँ कि हानि हमारे यहाँ के जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में जो हमारा यहाँ का किसान है, इस वक्त हमारे यहाँ पे 1 लाख से ज्यादा कॉलोनीज मौजूद हैं। हमारे यहाँ यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में इसका इतना पोटेंशियल है कि हम 10 लाख से ज्यादा कॉलोनीज जो है उनको यहाँ पे उनको प्रोडक्शन उनके कर सकें। और हमारा जो यहाँ का किसान है जिस वक्त वो यहाँ 2 क्रॉप्स कश्मीर में ले लेता है ऑर्गेनिक खाने की, उसके बाद वो यहाँ से माइग्रेट करता है हमारे राजस्थान के खेतों में जहाँ वो जाते हैं और वहाँ एक तो वो उन लोगों से किराया लेते हैं क्योंकि सरसों की क्रॉप वहां पे एक लार्ज स्केल पे होती है, तो पॉलिनेशन में ये हमारी जो एपीकल्चर इंडस्ट्री है ये वहां एक बहुत बड़ा रोल 20 से 25% प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाने में रोल अदा करती है। जब वहां से वो 2-3 क्रॉप्स लेके वेस्टर्न उत्तर प्रदेश की तरफ आते हैं, आते आते जब वापस ये सारे साल का साइकिल कंप्लीट करते हैं तो ये 8 से 10 क्रॉप्स लेते हैं। और एक मेरा वो किसान जिसको अपनी सक्सेस स्टोरी बनाने के लिए जिसके पास 100 यूनिट्स ऑफ अपायरी यूनिट्स हैं, वो 5 लोगों को रोजगार भी देता है और उसके बगैर उसकी पूरी फैमिली का जो घर का खर्चा है वो भी चलता है। और उससे जो नेट प्रॉफिट तमाम 5 मुलाजिम रखने के बाद जो बचता है वो 5,75,000 रुपया पर एनम उसको बचता है। इसके साथ साथ हम लोगों ने ये कोशिश की कि यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में किन और चीजों के लिए जाए कि प्रोडक्शन और प्रोडक्टिविटी अगर हमें बढ़ाना है तो हमने यहाँ पे किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड स्कीम को 100% इम्प्लीमेंटेशन उसकी की। हमने यहाँ पीएम किसान की जो इंस्टॉलमेंट जो इस वक्त तक हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर 9 इंस्टॉलमेंट जिनकी दे चुके हैं वो आज तक हमने 100% उन लोगों की कवरेज के लिए और जहां किसी जगह रेक्टिफिकेशन की जरूरत थी वो किया। हमने किसानों के लिए जहां पे साइल हेल्थ कार्ड स्कीम को 100% कवरेज के लिए लिया ताकि किसानों को पता लग सके कि किस तरीके से लिया। और अभी कुछ दिन पहले हम लोगों ने जो सबसे बड़ा एक मिशन स्टार्ट किया कि यहाँ कश्मीर के अंदर सर्दियों में बहुत साल पहले यहाँ सरसों की अच्छी काश्त होती थी जो आस्ता आस्ता खत्म हो रही थी। उस सरसों की काश्त को रिवाइव करने के लिए हमने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की मदद से 1,10,000 हेक्टेयर एरिया कवर किया, इसलिए कि जो यहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ सरसों पैदा होती है उस सरसों से जो हमारी तेल की रिकवरी होती है वो एज कंपेयर टू रेस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री 10% से लेके 20% तक उसकी ऑयल की रिकवरी जो है वो ज्यादा होती है। और हमें ये उम्मीद है इस बात से कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर ने किसानों की फलाह बहबूदी के लिए जितने भी इनिशिएटिव लिए, इन सब इनिशिएटिव से हमारे किसान को किस तरीके से फायदा मिलेगा ताकि बैरून रियासत और बैरून मुल्क जाने के लिए हम तमाम वो इकदाम करें जहां जहां से भी हमारे किसान को फायदा हो सके। मैं महसूस करता हूं कि ये बताने में कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से चाहे वो रूरल डेवलपमेंट की स्कीम्स हो, चाहे वो हेल्थ मिशन की स्कीम्स हो, चाहे वो इरिगेशन की स्कीम्स हो, वो तमाम स्कीम जो है वो अच्छे तरीके से हमारी यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में उनकी इंप्लीमेंटेशन हो रही है। और प्रेजेंट डे में मुझे बताते हुए ये फख्र महसूस होता है कि वो पोटैटो की क्रॉप जो कि बाहर से हम हिमालयन स्टेट से यहाँ लाते थे, हम लोगों ने पोटैटो की कल्टीवेशन को और पोटैटो वायरस फ्री पोटैटो की कल्टीवेशन को लार्ज स्केल पे ले जाने के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर ने पूरे इकदाम किए कि ताकि हम यहाँ से वो सीड बाहर भेज सकें। जब इन सब चीजों के लिए हम सोचते हैं कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, तो हम एग्री टूरिज्म की तरफ आते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ के जो आबशार, यहाँ के जो चश्मे, यहाँ की जो खूबसूरत वादियां हैं, वहां पे हमने ऑर्गेनिक कंसेप्ट को, जब हर जगह पे हम लोगों ने ऑर्गेनिक स्टॉल लगाए ताकि वो हमारे जो टूरिस्ट लोग जो हैं वो जब कश्मीर में आते हैं, जम्मू में आते हैं, माता वैष्णो देवी को देखने आते हैं कि यहाँ की मेज, यहाँ का हनी, यहाँ का सैफरान, यहाँ का लेवेंडर ऑयल, यहाँ के स्पाइसेस, यहाँ का काला जीरा, वो कम्बो बना के उन तमाम डेस्टिनेशन टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पर रखा जाए ताकि हमारे मुल्क से आने वाले जितने भी सयाह लोग हैं वो इस चीज से लुत्फ अंदोज हो सकें, वो फायदा उठा सकें और कश्मीर के किसानों की इनकम कैसे बढ़े, उनकी फलाह बहबूदी कैसे आगे चले, ये तमाम इकदाम यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर जो है इस पर पूरे तरीके से काम कर रही है। मुझे ये बताते हुए फख्र महसूस होता है कि जब भी हमने कोशिश की, जब 2015-16 में प्रधानमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना का स्कीम बन रही थी, तो हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से इसको बड़े पैमाने पर लिया जा सकता है, जिसका कि मिशन डायरेक्टर मैं हूं, और फसल बीमा योजना को किस तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट किया जाए वो भी इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हम लोगों ने तमाम इकदाम किए, क्योंकि बिकॉज ऑफ द ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हम लोगों को ये थ्रेट है कि किसी वक्त बहुत तेज बारिशें हो जाती हैं, कभी हेल स्टॉर्म हो जाता है। अभी रिसेंट पास्ट में जो हेल स्टॉर्म हुआ जिससे कि हमारी यहाँ की एग्रीकल्चर इंडस्ट्री को नुकसान भी हुआ, लेकिन हम शुक्रगुजार हैं यूटी गवर्नमेंट के और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के कि जिन्होंने हमारे किसानों के हमेशा साथ साथ रहे और उनके नुकसान को, जो हमारी SDRF की गाइडलाइन थी, उससे उनके नुकसान को बर्पा किया गया ताकि हमारा जो किसान है वो जुड़ा रहे। इसके साथ साथ मैं उन तमाम लोगों का ये शुक्र अदा करता हूं कि हमने एक नई चीज यहाँ पे स्टार्ट की कि जिस वक्त हमारे मुल्क के अंदर ये कामयाबियां नहीं होती, हमने यहाँ पे स्वीट कॉर्न को लॉन्च किया और आज भी उस स्वीट कॉर्न को फ्रोजन करके जो उसका टेस्ट है वो दुनिया में सबसे बेहतरीन स्वीट कॉर्न का जो टेस्ट है वो यहाँ हमारे यहाँ का है। हमारे यहाँ की चाहे वेजिटेबल्स हो, चाहे सीरियल क्रॉप्स हो, चाहे दूसरी स्कीम्स हो, इन तमाम स्कीमों को इंप्लीमेंट करने से हमारा जो किसान है, और खासकर मैं ये जिक्र करना चाहता हूँ कि जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने पिछले साल हमारे सैफरान को GI टैग दे दिया, वही सैफरान जो 70,000 रुपए किलो बिकता था, जो ई-ऑक्शनिंग की फैसिलिटी को अवेल किया गया, वही सैफरान 1,75,000 से लेके 2,28,000 तक बिका। और जब हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने हमारे किसानों के साथ मन की बात में ये बात की, तो किसान खुद बताए कि हमने ये मिशन जो 2022 में रखा था, हमने इसको 2021 में इसकी अचीवमेंट की। और इसी के साथ, क्योंकि शायद मेरा टाइम खत्म हो रहा होगा, बोलने के लिए तो मेरे पास बहुत कुछ है, अगर और भी टाइम मिलेगा तो मैं थोड़ा सा लंबा करना चाहता हूं, लेकिन शायद जनाब भूषण साहब मेरी तरफ देख रहे हैं मेरे टाइम की वजह से, तो मैं किसानों की तर्जमानी किस लिहाज से करूं, मेरे लिए फख्र की बात है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने जो करा है काम, इट इज रियली वेरी गुड, एक्सेलेंट। यहाँ पे कश्मीर में आपके जितने क्रॉप्स हैं, दे आर ऑल कैश क्रॉप्स।
यस सर।
They are highly priced. Of course, saffron is very expensive.
Yes sir.
आपके ड्राई फ्रूट्स भी जितने हैं,
yes sir,
almonds हो गए, walnuts हो गए,
जी सर, जी
all very pricey. चिलगोजा हो गया,
yes sir।
कश्मीरी मिर्च तो बहुत ही मशहूर है, जिसपे आपने बहुत अच्छा काम करा है।
जी जी जी।
मेरे ख्याल फार्मर्स को भी बहुत फायदा हुआ होगा। आई थिंक दैट्स द मेन एग्रीकल्चर आपका जो है, उनको भी बहुत फायदा हुआ। टूरिस्ट के भी इट बिकम्स अनदर टूरिस्ट अट्रैक्शन। वैसे तो टूरिस्ट अट्रैक्शन कश्मीर में बहुत है, बट दिस बिकम्स अनदर very, very attractive thing for people to buy. And once they get addicted, I think आपकी market और बढ़ती जाएगी. I think you have really contributed it very much.
तो सर मैं ये गुजारिश आपके प्लेटफॉर्म से मैं ये गुजारिश करना चाहूंगा कि मेरे जितने भारतवासी हैं वो कश्मीर आए, हमारे एग्री टूरिज्म का लुत्फ लें और हम लोगों को ये मौका मिले कि हमारे फार्मर के खेतों का जितना भी प्रोड्यूस है उसका टेस्ट लें, ताकि ये जो मालिक ने हम लोगों को नियामत दी है इसका हम भरपूर फायदा ले सके.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
नमस्कार.
And I know, unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Shukla or Mr. Sharma right now. Dr. Gursharan, is there any confirmation?
None of them are able to join. We have another 5 minutes before we conclude this discussion.
We can have an open question answer session.
From Rajasthan, I am Krishnakant Pathak. We are waiting here.
Pathak Sahab, you are there for the order of merit, which is going to be announced 5 o'clock on 5 o'clock. At 4:30, another 5 minutes. Kindly wait. The award is from 5 o'clock onwards. Yeah. So Bhushanji, you can.
I think we can then conclude for this session. I think we had some very, very nice inputs, starting from the skill development, the education from West Bengal. In fact, the West Bengal, what their initiatives are really, really some things which the rest of the country is going to follow in due course of time. Their social welfare has also been very, very impressive. At the same time, the points raised by Mr. Arora regarding the urban development are very, very relevant. We have taken a note of the standardization and diversification which they have done. I think that's it's really something which can be replicated at other places also. And Jammu and Kashmir, of course, with their initiatives and recovery, rediscovery of saffron and Kashmiri mirch and dry fruits, I think again have been very, very noteworthy. I think all these initiatives will definitely result in improving the standard of living and development. I wish all the panelists all the best, and all the participants, I wish them all the best. Thank you very much. Dr. Gurshan, I hand it over to you now.
Well, thank you so much. I must say this is one of the finest discussions that we have had since morning. Thanks to you, and thanks to all the panelists who brought in different perspectives from the different domains. As rightly pointed out by you in the beginning itself, when we talk about development, it becomes extremely nebulous as to, what is it that you're going to be talking about when it comes to development. Is it the social indicators, you're talking about SDG, or what else? Because, the areas where we come from in the panel, I'm sure each panelist, whether it is on health, food, nutrition, cleanliness, housing, agriculture, or whatever, even from the perspective of education and technical education, there is an element of development which you correctly said that it adds to not only ease of living but also standard of living, and this contributes to an overall development. So whether it is social, digital, or financial, ultimately it's about inclusive growth and inclusive development. So grateful to all the panelists and Bhushanji for bringing in that perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with this, we move on to the announcement of our last round of Scotch Order of Merit before at 5 o'clock when we start making the announcement for the Scotch Award for the year 2021. So let me have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Manish Jain, Principal Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of West Bengal, for the project Banglar Uच्च Shiksha.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, this is Devashish Shakar, Joint Director of School Education. I would receive the award on behalf of our Principal Secretary, Sri Manish Jain, sir. Since he is engaged in some other meeting, so I have been directed to receive this award on his behalf and on behalf of the School Education Department. Sir, thank you very much for this recognition on this occasion of 75th Scotch Award ceremony. We are highly thankful to the Scotch Foundation for awarding this prestigious award to the Bangla Shiksha Online 3.0 of School Education Department, Government of West Bengal, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome and congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
Secretary, Mr. Rahul Bhandari from the Department of Rural Development and Panchayats, Government of Punjab, for response to COVID. Mr. Amarjeet Kumar Sharma, Director, Directorate of Higher Education, Government of Himachal Pradesh, for Project Medha Protsahan Yojana. Mr. Vishwa Mohan Sharma, Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, from Directorate of Swachh Bharat Mission, Government of Rajasthan. Mr. Mukesh Bahuguna, Project Head, Education Portal E-Governance, Department of School Education, Government of Uttarakhand. Mr. Shiv Shekhar Shukla, Principal Secretary, Tourism and Managing Director, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, Drive-In Vaccination Center, Bhopal. Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Director, Safe Tourism Destination for Women in Madhya Pradesh through awareness, education, training and employment. Mr. Pawan Arora, Commissioner, Rajasthan Housing Board, Revival and Strengthening of RHB. Mr. Arora.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have heard you speak and it's extremely impressive. And you are known to be a person who believes in reforming the organizations. I won't say revival as much, but post that you have had an impeccable track record, and this is what has been exemplified even at the Rajasthan Housing Board. Congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Anil Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Rural Development Department, Himachal Pradesh, HIM IRA SHG Product Shop and Weekly Market. Mr. Krishan Kant Pathak, Secretary, Rural Development Department, Government of Rajasthan, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Grameen. Mr. Pathak.
नमस्कार सभी को आभार हमारी पूरी टीम की ओर से आपने जो राजस्थान को उसके ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में कार्य करने के लिए सम्मानित किया उसके लिए सभी को हमारी ओर से धन्यवाद।
आपको भी बहुत बहुत बधाई हो पूरी टीम को हमारी तरफ से और आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आप हमारे साथ जुड़े। Mr. Nalin Kumar Sinha, Project Director, Rural Works Department, Government of Bihar, Development of Rural Roads under Mukhyamantri Gram Sampark Yojana.
थैंक यू सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार मेरे पूरे टीम और बिहार के सभी लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि यह जो योजना है वह खास करके सोशली डिप्राइव्ड और लो हैबिटेशंस जैसा कि जानते हैं, इसलिए बहुत बहुत आभार और हम बहुत प्रसन्नता व्यक्त कर रहे हैं आपके इस अवार्ड सेरेमनी।
आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
प्रणाम सर।
Mr. Manish Jain, Principal Secretary, School Education Department, Government of West Bengal, for Banglar Shiksha 3.0.
I want to say that
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah,
please
am I
go.
audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, initially our Debashish Sarkar, we have two nominations, one for Bangla Shikha and another for Bangla Uchcha Shikha. So there is a little bit confusion. So Mr. Debashish Sarkar, who was supposed to get this Bangla Shikha, he told earlier. I want to just bring a couple of points, if you kindly permit.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, please. On behalf of the Higher Education Department, Government of West Bengal, we would like to convey our sincere thanks to Scotch Foundation for considering Bangla Uchcha Shikha portal for this order of merit.
Mobile charger hai?
Pardon? Yeah. In our state, shall I continue?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. In our state, we have 42 universities and more than 500 colleges, and more are coming up. We are happy to inform you that we have top 2 state-aided universities and couple of top colleges of country in our state. So we felt it necessary to bring all information or data of universities and colleges under single umbrella on real-time basis. So we developed the Bangla Uchcha Shikha portal. All universities and colleges are sharing their academic and administrative information in the portal to enable the Department of Higher Education to take policy decision for overall development of the higher education in the state. Additionally, during the COVID pandemic situation, lakhs of students were benefited from the portal information, particularly related to their admission in the undergraduate and postgraduate courses. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
I now invite Mr. Saibal Mukhopadhyay, Director, Technical Education, Training and Skill Development Department, Government of West Bengal for e-governance portal for government polytechnics. Mr. Mukhopadhyay. Mr. Mukhopadhyay, you are there, but your video is switched off. Can you switch on your video so that we can have you live? Move on to the next and invite Mr. Anup Kumar Agarwal, Principal Secretary, Technical Education, Training and Skill Development Department, Government of West Bengal for Convergence, Prani CB.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Project Director, Paschim Banga Society for Skill Development. I like to speak on this issue, if you kindly allow me.
You have a minute. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Mr. Bhushan Mohan sir and entire Scotch team. We, Technical Education Department, we are in the domain of skilling. As our Principal Secretary vividly described a few minutes ago. So we did one skilling in convergence with Animal Resource Development Department of West Bengal. The name of the scheme is Prani Sebi. Prani Sebi certificate course. It is approved by NCVET and it is of duration of 220 hours. Total 4832, around 5,000 trainees were trained. And their minimum qualification was matriculate, I mean Madhyamik, school living certificate they had. And their age is from 18 years to 35 years. Most beautiful part of the scheme, in my opinion, after skilling, their income has been augmented from 10,000 to 30,000 per month, depending on the energy given by the trained person for visiting household to household. It is the most important part of this convergence skilling program. And as a result of this, it is apparent that we could be able to increase the milk production and healthy livestock. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very precise and to the point. And you have brought it out very clearly, the benefits of the scheme on the livelihood and also at the same time enhancement of earning. Excellent book. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The next one also goes to the West Bengal State Council of Technical and Vocational Education and Skill Development, Mr. Anup Kumar Agarwal. Online proctored examination for polytechnics. Mr. Agarwal. Mr. Sudain Bhutia, Additional Secretary, Technical Education, Training and Skill Development Department, Government of West Bengal for e-learning, response to COVID. Dr. Pandit Madhnure, Director, Telangana State Groundwater Department, groundwater level data monitoring for assessment of groundwater regime status. Mr. Madhnure.
Yeah, good evening, Gursharanji and all the respected panelists.
Good evening.
And my dear learned audience. Yeah, as you know very well that the state of Telangana is formed after a prolonged struggle by our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri K.C. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, and many more. And after formation of the state, the government initiated many proactive measures in water sector, in harnessing the water resources. And as a result of all these things, in the last 6 to 7 years, the water table in the state has been raised by more than 4 meters, adding to almost 400 TMC of groundwater to the resources. And almost the stage of extraction has been reduced by 15% as compared to the last groundwater resource estimation. As you know very well that the groundwater department monitors the water level on monthly basis from the entire state. We are having about 1200 piezometers exclusively drilled for the to monitor water levels as well as the groundwater quality. And we share this data to all the national agencies like your National Water Information Center, State Water Information Centers, and to the research scholars and all to the agencies whoever wants the water level as well as the water quality data. And we have developed this some typical softwares where with the help of NRSC, so that the individual can download the data or the thematic maps on monthly basis. Now we are installed about 800 DWRs, also automatic water level recorders, and all these measures which we have improved in the water sector with the help of National Hydrology Project also we are implementing. I think this is helping the state to know the exact situation where the water table is going down, where the water table has been risen, so that they can take the proactive measures so that we can manage the resources, this abundant groundwater resources more judiciously. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say, and I thank the Scotch group for awarding making us to the semi-finalist. Definitely, yeah, the department is looking forward to work with the educationists as well as the research scholars if they want something from my department. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nilanjan Bajpacharya. I'm sorry if I'm not able to pronounce it correctly. Women Land Literacy Training, West Bengal State Rural Livelihoods Mission, Government of West Bengal. Mr. K.B. Rabadia, Special Secretary, Sujalam Safalam Jal Abhiyan 3.0, Water Resources Department, Government of Gujarat.
Yes, sir. I am K.B. Rabadia, sir, from Government of Gujarat. Good afternoon to all, sir. And I am immense pleasure to share the Gujarat state experience regarding the Sujalam Safalam Jal Abhiyan. Yes, sir, everybody knows that the Gujarat is the pioneer in the water conservation sector, and Government of Gujarat has launched Sujlam Suflam Jal Abhiyan. And Sujlam Suflam Jal Abhiyan is an just intervention for the water resources management by creating a water storage and groundwater recharge in a defined time frame and direct involvement of the people and public institutions. So this is a very innovative aspect, but it is very simple because in the Sujlam Suflam Jal Abhiyan, sir, it is the adopting a simple and small activities, and we have taken as a water resources or water bodies from the village level. But this Abhiyan is being taken with the cooperation and collaborative efforts from the people's participation, and it is taken as a mass activities with the help of these people and non-government organizations, and it has been taken in very short time period. You can say that 2 months after the Rabi season, this Abhiyan has been launched every year since last 4 years. And in this Abhiyan or in this program, we already constructed 56,000 structures. We already generated almost 15 million man-days in this program. And due to that one, almost during last 3 years, the groundwater groundwater increased by the use of this increased by the 10% actually. Means that groundwater stage is improved by the 10% during last 3 years. So this is due to the intervention of this Sujlam Suflam Jal Abhiyan. And once again, sir, I'm thanks for the Squad Group, the recognizing our water conservation program from the government of Gujarat, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Rabadia. So this brings us to the end of the announcement of the Scotch Orders of Merit for the 75th round of Scotch Awards. We have 15 minutes before we go on to announce the finalists from the semi-finalists, which are going to be the Scotch Award ceremony, kickoff at 5 o'clock. So in between, may I request Deepak to run a small video for the benefit of the participants and the delegates.
To really understand Kachchi Ghati, you must understand the fact that the land is desolate, bleak. When you drive towards it, unless you're wearing glares, you feel the heat of the sun, and it's extremely uncomfortable. When you realize that people are actually living there, eking out a living from such harsh natural and geographical terrain, it's really heartbreaking. In areas where there was no watershed earlier, there was a large amount of migration. Migration meant dislocation of communities from their natural places. It meant serious drops in literacy levels. It meant degradation in the level of the women.
मेरे पास 12 एकड़ खेती थी, वो सब बंजर जमीन थी और हमारा 12 एकड़ में कोई एक रुपये नहीं मिलती थी। हम बाहर का काम करने जाते थे और पानी तो था ही ना बावड़ी में। बाद में हम बाल बच्चे छोड़ के बाहर का काम को जाना पड़ता था।
Kachchi Ghati is a small place in Aurangabad, and the project was initially operationalized there. The initial capacity building phase, followed by other phases, have a very strong input of Shramdan. And it is actually this Shramdan which distinguishes the watershed from any other governmental intervention. Because it is during the process of working on the watershed that a transformation occurs and the villagers begin to own the watershed. The project was completed in 2000 and it has transformed not only the land, not only the lives of people, but the way people look at themselves and their self-worth and self-respect for themselves as individual human beings.
आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आमचं काम आहे की श्रमदान वेळेवर होतं का नाही, श्रमदान व्यवस्थित होतं का नाही, आणि त्यांचं पेमेंट जे टायमावर होतं का नाही, बरोबर माप लोक घेतात का नाही, काम बरोबर करतात का नाही, आणि कोणतं जर काम खराब असलं तर आम्ही त्यांना डबल चांगलं काम करून घ्यायचं, आणि जेवढं चांगलं काम होईल तेवढा आमच्या गावाचा फायदा होईल.
It covered an area of 780 hectares. It involved various interventions like farm bunding, afforestation, drainage, and so on. The ground level water increased in the upper regions of the project by around a meter, and in the lower regions by around 6 meters.
पाणी पहिले 2 फूट की 3 फूट येत होतं, आता 6-7 फुटाचं पाणी येरीत आहे आता. तेव्हापासून आमचं नशीब वाढलं.
The villagers voluntarily agree that there will be no ban, there will be no tree felling, there will be no free grazing, and therefore the meager resources of the land will be conserved to the extent possible. Also, there is a villagers' participation in all the planning phases, including net planning, land use planning, women's participation, and creation of a small maintenance fund.
नाबार्डनी पाणलोटामधून 3,04,000 महिला सबलीकरणासाठी निधी दिलेला आहे. तर त्यामध्ये गॅस सिलेंडर आणि बकरी आणि गांडूळ खत नर्सरी त्यामध्ये आम्ही बचत गटाला वापरणार.
50-50 रुपये बचत भरल्यावर आम्ही 6 महिन्यानंतर बँकमध्ये कर्ज मागितला. मग त्यांना आम्हाला 25,000 रुपये कर्ज दिले. आम्ही एक बकऱ्या घेतल्या. 10 महिन्यांनी 10 बकऱ्या घेतल्या. 10 महिन्याच्या आता 4-4 बकऱ्या एकेकीकडे. मग 1 महिन्याला एक जणीला 1,000 रुपये मिळतात आम्हाला.
These people who were not even deemed as credit worthy have now formed themselves into groups, and in many cases are accessing bank credit and improving their lot through the use of credit. They are people in control of their destiny.
मैं पहले से मैं मजदूरी करता हूँ. जब ये प्रोग्राम हमारी इस तरफ आया, इन्होंने बोला मुझे कि तुम आम के पेड़ लगाओ. मैं आम के 400 पेड़ लगाया हूँ, और आम 400 पेड़ लगाया तो पिछले साल मुझे 20,000 की आमदनी मिली इससे, और ये साल को 25,000 की आमदनी.
मी भूमिहीन आहे आणि पूर्वी मला कामासाठी बाहेरगावी जावं लागत होतं, आणि आता हे पाणलोटाचं काम झाल्यामुळे आम्हाला इथंच भरपूर मजुरी मिळायला लागली.
पहले है ना 4 किलोमीटर दूर पानी लाभ जान पड़ो, पर अब है ना पाणलोट क्षेत्र है ना इतना नजीक पानी आ गया घर का सामना, तो लगेच घर का सामना ससना तो पानी बरकन है.
Many other programs are also getting this village. For example, the state government has given a program under Jal Swaraj that is called sanitation and drinking water program. That is also implemented. One government of India, that one Prime Minister Rozgar Sadak Yojana is progress. Because of this road, many benefits may automatically come. Their agriculture produce can go to market easily, and they get a price. Perishable goods also reach within the time.
ऐसी ग्रीनरी पहले नहीं थी, सब बंजड़ी जमीन थी. अभी जो हम जो पहाड़ के ऊपर जो सॉइल वगैरह देख रहे हैं, सॉइल बिल्कुल नहीं थी, सब स्टोनी था. और जो हम मतलब जो खेती देख रहे हैं, मतलब जो चालू खेती है, ये पहले ऐसी नहीं थी. पहले मतलब जिस फार्मर को 10 एकड़ जमीन है, तो उसमें सिर्फ 2 एकड़ उसकी जमीन चालू थी.
जो हमारी जमीन थी वो जमीन हम खाली पड़ती थी, पर अब ये 2 गए साल से समझो अच्छा पानी है, समझो तो हमने अदरक का बीज बोना, तो उसमें समझो हमने 1 किलो अदरक लगाया तो उसका उत्पन्न हमको 10 किलो मिलता है, तो एकदम अच्छा नफा मिलता है.
In terms of the self-respect, the self-empowerment, the self-worth that it has given to these people, it is absolutely enormous. So one of the significant impacts of watershed development has been in terms of rural housing and education. School dropout rates have decreased and rural housing has become much better for these people.
ये पाणलोट क्षेत्र से हमारा खेती का उत्पन्न बढ़ रहा है, और हमारे बच्चों को हम ठीक तरह से शिक्षा दे रहे हैं. मतलब हमारा उत्पन्न था साल का मिनिमम 90,000. जब बावड़ी में पानी 12 फुट बढ़ गया पाणलोट आने के बाद, हमारा उत्पन्न 1.5 लाख के आसपास होता है.
They have drinking water all the year round. Their wells have become recharged. The water table has increased. If you look at it in terms of simple visual effect, you see the brown of the Maharashtra, red and brown of the Maharashtra soil on one side, and this lush green on the other. It's absolutely like an oasis in the middle of a desert.
Well, good evening and welcome to Scotch Awards 2021, 75th edition. And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a great day wherein we have understood, we have discussed, and also looking forward to further recognition which comes in the form of those interventions which have actually done well. But yes, amongst the competition and the competitors, there are only a few which actually make it to the top list. And here we are. But before I move on to the award ceremony, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Sameer Kochhar, the chairman and creator of Scotch, the reforms historian and the author of Modinomics. So Mr. Chairman, let's, ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together and welcome Mr. Kochhar. Mr. Kochhar, you are muted.
I said, thank you, Gurshan. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. I am here more as a student rather than anything else because, you know, what all amazing stuff you people are doing is what gives me the raw material for my book, the books that I write. And I'm looking forward to hearing more, learning more. And if India has to change, it's because of all you people. I mean, you're keeping it going. So congratulations for all of you to have reached such a state. And I am looking forward to see what is the final verdict on the awards. And, you know, Scotch Awards give a lot of joy. And once you do get the award, I'm sure Gursharan has planned that the hard copy reaches you very fast. Do share that with you, with your colleagues, with your seniors, with your chief ministers, and send us some very nice pictures, which then we can put in the newspapers. As you can see that Scotch is very visible in newspapers. We love to publicize people who've done good work, and I'm looking forward to that. Over to you, Gursharan.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kochhar. So with your blessings, let me go ahead and start making the announcement for the Scotch Awards. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and I have the pleasure of inviting Secretary Mr. Rahul Bhandari, Silver Award in Rural Development for response to COVID, Department of Rural Development and Panchayats, Government of Punjab.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Do we have Mr. Bhandari with us? My colleague tells me that he's there. Yes.
Sir, I'm Yatika. I'm talking on behalf of Bhandari, sir. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yes. Thank you for sir for giving us this award. Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure.
Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I now invite Mr. Onkar Singh Meena, Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal, Silver in Agriculture for Bangla Krishi Sech Yojana. Mr. Meena. Do we have Mr. Meena with us?
Yes, I can see him. Good evening, Mr. Meena. This is Sameer Kochhar here. Can you hear me?
No, he's not Mr. Meena.
Okay.
So I guess he's not online with us. Although he was there during the day in the panel discussion, but apparently.
Good evening. I am Jitendra Roy, Special Secretary. Sir was online. I don't know why he's not responding. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So
congratulations, Mr. Roy. You've been doing a wonderful job in West Bengal in agriculture, I notice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for this award. This will motivate us to do more such good work in our state. And thank you for this, for conferring this award.
Wonderful. Who is the Mr. Minister looking after agriculture in West Bengal?
Mr. Sovandan Chattopadhyay, he is our Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Okay. Do give him my compliments. Thank you, sir.
We will. Sure. Thank you.
I believe Mr. Meena is online. If he's there, then yes.
Yes, sir has come. Sir, if you unmute, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Meena ji, good evening. Can you hear me?
Sir.
Mr. Meena, can you hear us? Mr. Meena? So I guess he's struggling with his connection.
Oh, sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are, Mr. Meena.
I'm so sorry. Actually, I just switched over to one from other important meeting. Thank you so much. We gracefully accept this award. It's a prestigious organization, and thank you so much.
Yeah. So I was saying compliments on wonderful work that's happening in West Bengal in agriculture.
That's great.
I've been noticing that, and I think you're doing a wonderfully good job.
We have decisive political leadership mandate. Thank you so much. Credit goes to her.
Absolutely. So do send us some nice pictures with the awards which we could publish.
Yeah, I will do that. We'll do that.
Yeah. I am a big fan of Didi anyway, so you know that.
That's great.
I say so publicly.
Thank you.
Really greatly admire her work.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Jitendra Roy, Additional Secretary for Bangla Shasya Bima Scheme, Silver in Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, West Bengal.
Congratulations. So this is the second award on agriculture, is it?
Mr. Roy. You are muted. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this award. We are honored to get this Silver Scotch Award for Bangla Shasya Bima. This will help us to get further motivated to continue such good work. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. I move on to invite Mr. Nalin Kumar Sinha, Project Director. Award for Rural Development, Silver, goes for Rural Works Department, to Rural Works Department, Government of Bihar, for development of rural roads under Mukhya Mantri Gram Sampark Yojana.
Thank you, sir. a good evening to all, and I say by so that government of Bihar, especially rural road connectivity, in rural road connectivity, we have one things I have to say. This is the first scheme which has launched in whole of our country, where Mukhya Mantri Gram Sampark Yojana, on the same principle which Pradhan Mantri Gram Sampark Yojana are carried out. So, or this particular scheme is linked with those habitation which have been not by any means linked with the PMGSY. So this is very prestigious for Bihar, and the total habitations which has been not catered in PMGSY is almost same, 55,000. So it is wonderful, and I am very much thankful to all panelists as well as this prize ceremony, and it motivates Bihar for doing the new challenges. थैंक यू सर.
सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको. तो ये 55,000 में से कितने हैबिटेशंस आपने कनेक्ट किए हैं?
हमने सर 44,000 किलोमीटर MMGSY से बनाई है सर, और 57,000 किलोमीटर PMGSY से बनाई है, और टोटल अभी हम 1 लाख किलोमीटर रूरल रोड नेटवर्क में हमने कनेक्ट कर दिया है. हम लास्ट 5 इंड ऑफ कनेक्टिविटी है सर, ओनली 18,000. और मेरे यहाँ कंसेप्ट है सर 249 से बिलो पॉपुलेशन वाले को भी हम टेकअप करें. तो मेरे यहाँ 3 तरह के स्कीम है. एक ग्रामीण टोला संपर्क निश्चय योजना, जिसको टोला कहते हैं. बिहार में सर टोले सड़क के बगल में बने रहते हैं. तो सबसे तो बिहार में जो दिक्कत हुई सर, जैसे PMGSY चलने लगा, उसके बाद यह दिक्कत हुई कि उसी के बगल में कोई 500 पॉपुलेशन का नहीं जुड़ता था. बहुत सेंसिटिव इलाका है बिहार, तो उन लोगों को लगता था कि हमको सरकार नहीं देख रही है. इसलिए MMGSY 2008 से 7 से लॉन्च किया, 8 से वो एकदम पैरेलल चला इसके सर, और बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस आया. इवन हम लोग वर्ल्ड बैंक और NDB से लोन पर बना रहे हैं MMGSY.
चलिए, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. बड़ा अच्छा लगा सुन के. मुझे तो बिहार आए मेरे ख्याल कम से कम 30 साल से भी ऊपर हो गए हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि अब बदल गया है, काफी बदल गया है. 30 साल में तो बहुत ज्यादा बदल गया होगा. तो मैं शायद आऊंगा, नहीं तो कम से कम गुरशरण जी को तो भेजूंगा कि जाके अपनी आंखों से देखें कि बिहार में हो क्या रहा है. अच्छी बातें सुनने में आ रही है.
और अच्छी बात बता दें सर, बिहार इज द फर्स्ट स्टेट रूरल रोड को इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी माने IA के थ्रू, एक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के थ्रू ये अब मॉनिटरिंग करने जा रहा है. एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट लिया है सर. इफ भी सक्सेसफुल हुए तो सब पर लागू करेंगे.
थैंक यू. आएंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम लोग देखेंगे, उसको भी देखेंगे.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया और शुभकामनाएं. मिस वीना पाडिया, डायरेक्टर Silver in Governance, to District Mineral Foundation State Nodal Unit, Government of Gujarat, for DMF Health Clinics 54 mining affected villages of Lakhpat and Abdasa.
Thank you, Scotch team and judges and everybody. I will be receiving the award on behalf of Miss Veena Padia. Thank you very much for the award.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Additional Secretary, Mr. Sudan Bhutia, for e-learning response to COVID, Silver in Skill Development, Technical Education, Training and Skill Development Department, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Mukesh Bahuguna, Project Head, Education Portal E-Governance. Let me go back. Mr. Bhutia. Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, on behalf of the department and the Principal Secretary of the department, Sri Anup Kumar Agarwal, I'd like to thank you and the Scotch Foundation for recognizing our efforts and giving this award honor. With all humility, I accept this award on behalf of the department and the Principal Secretary, sir. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mukesh Bahuguna, Project Head from Department of School Education, Government of Uttarakhand, for Education Portal E-Governance. Silver.
Good evening, sir. On behalf of Uttarakhand government, I have been taken the award, and I have been very much thankful of Scotch. This is a recognized award. Thank you, sir.
नमस्कार बहुगुणा जी, हम बहुत सालों से, मेरे ख्याल जो हमारा सबसे पहला एजुकेशन का अवार्ड था ICT इन एजुकेशन, वो भी उत्तराखंड को गया था।
Yes, sir.
ND
Yes, sir.
तिवारी जी उस वक्त चीफ मिनिस्टर थे।
Yes, sir. Yes,
उस
sir. Yes,
जमाने की बात है, वो खुद आए थे। अमरिंदर सिन्हा होते थे उस वक्त IT सेक्रेटरी।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
तो ND तिवारी जी और अमरिंदर सिन्हा दिल्ली आए थे।
उसके बाद सर एक, हाँ सर, उसके बाद एक छोटा सा सर, ये एक छोटा नया राज्य है सर, उसमें नए राज्य ने धीरे धीरे नवाचारों की कल्पना करते हुए और धीरे धीरे एजुकेशन पोर्टल को आगे बढ़ाया है, और अभी हम काफी हद तक इस पे काम कर चुके हैं, चाहे बच्चों के मामले में हो या अध्यापकों के मामले में हो। हम धीरे धीरे स्विच ऑन द मैनुअली टू इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली।
वेरी गुड, बहुत बहुत मुबारक, शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर।
Mr. Goshto Neban, Additional Director, Silver in Agriculture, for Farm Mechanization, West Bengal Experiences and Networking of Custom Hiring Centers, Agriculture Department, Government of West Bengal.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
We are thankful to Scotch Group and panelists to award our project. And it is hardly believable to improve farm mechanization in small holding like West Bengal. But West Bengal and its people with proper government policy proved that farm mechanization is possible in small holding. Our poor and small farmers can utilize a machine of 25 lakh cost with a reasonable rent through this scheme, and you recognize us, and through this recognition we have motivation towards women empowerment in agriculture, and also to connect all the machines for our people through Uberization. We are just starting. We are thankful, all of you.
Congratulations, very good job. How many such centers you have?
1845 center.
Pochar sahab, if you allow me, this Onkar Singh Meena here again.
जी ओंकार जी,
ये जो सिस्टम है, इस साइड में आपका हार्वेस्टर, ट्रांसप्लांटर, आपका दूसरा जो बड़ा मशीन है जिससे बोरो धान बहुत फास्ट 1 घंटे में 1 बीघा कट जाता है, इस तरह के सेंटर हम लोगों ने हर एक ब्लॉक में किए। 1835 सेंटर है, पूरा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने अपना टॉप अप दिया है। लास्ट 3 साल में 750 करोड़ रुपए देके मैडम का अपना एक आइडिया था, उसी हिसाब से हमने रोल आउट किया। आई थिंक वेरी गुड प्रोजेक्ट विच कैन बी रेप्लिकेटेड एल्सवेयर इन द कंट्री।
एक्सीलेंट। आपके यहाँ ये पराली वाली प्रॉब्लम नहीं है? हम लोगों को तो सांस नहीं आता दिल्ली में।
हमारे यहाँ प्रॉब्लम है, तो इसमें क्या है, जो कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर है उसमें हम एक अटैचमेंट देते हैं मशीन के साथ में। वो अटैचमेंट से क्या है, वो आपका बर्न नहीं करना होता है, destroyed in the field itself, harvesting में। So this
काफी ज्यादा प्रतिशत फील्ड में ही हैंडल हो रही है कि
फील्ड में हैंडल हो जा रहा है। इसमें एक अटैचमेंट दिया जाता है हार्वेस्टर के साथ में। It is little costly, but since we are bearing the additional cost, not the farmer, it's very popular, and these are run by the young graduates, agriculture graduates, through the different mechanism। तो इसमें क्या है, काफी पॉपुलर हुआ है, और हमने कुछ जगह में दूसरा सिस्टम भी किया। हमारे पनाली अभी बर्निंग नहीं होता है। इट वाज अ प्रॉब्लम जस्ट लाइक neighborhood to Delhi also, but we did it, and this project is one of the, I think,
congratulations. So I think it's possibly a best practice that can be picked up with some of the states in the north.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next award in governance, silver goes to Gujarat Public Service Commission for Integrated Application Scrutiny System, Mr. Girish Kumar Wadhwa, IT Manager. Handlooms and Textiles, silver award goes to Maha Resham Abhiyan, Directorate of Sericulture, Government of Maharashtra, Ms. Bhagyashri Banayad, Director.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me, sir?
We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah. I will start my video soon. There is some technical issues, I think so.
Sir, can I have my...
Sir, can I have a say? Sir, it's Girish Wadhwa
from.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah. Let's finish. Let's finish with Ms. Bhagyashri. We'll come back to you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Bhagyashri, you can speak.
May I speak, sir?
Yeah.
Can you see me right now, sir?
We cannot see you, but why don't you go ahead? Now we can see some of you. We can see your arm.
Okay, sir.
Now we can see your phone.
Okay, sir. Okay, okay.
Yeah, we can see you finally.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. मैं सारे जजेस का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी सर, और ये अवार्ड मैं डेडिकेट करती हूँ अपनी पूरी सेरिकल्चर की टीम को. एक्चुअली आई एम रिसेंटली ट्रांसफर्ड एज अ सीईओ शेटी. इस अवार्ड के लिए सेरिकल्चर की पूरी टीम की तरफ से आपको बहुत सारा धन्यवाद सर. इसी सेक्टर के लिए हमें पिछले साल नेशनल अवार्ड भी मिल चुका है सर. तो इस क्षेत्र में मैंने कई सारे नए जिसको हम इनोवेटिव और कुछ क्रिएटिव कंसेप्ट बोल सकते हैं वो स्टार्ट किए हैं सर. तो उसमें एक कंसेप्ट था रेशम भवन, रेशम सेरी टूरिज्म, रेशम रथ. और इसकी वजह से महाराष्ट्र में जो कि सेरिकल्चर में नॉन ट्रेडिशनल स्टेट है उसमें सेरिकल्चर को बहुत सारा बढ़ावा मिला है सर. और जैसे पूरे महाराष्ट्र में ये प्रॉब्लम है लोगों की, कॉटन और ऑरेंजेस और शुगर केन को एक बहुत अच्छा अल्टरनेटिव उन्हें चाहिए था, तो वो हम देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सर. तो मुझे लगता है सेरिकल्चर टीम ने जो किया है या उनकी सहायता से वो सब मिलके आगे बढ़ाएंगे. एंड
बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक्स अ लॉट.
जी भागवा जी, आप क्या कह रहे थे?
Sir, it was immense pleasure, and I thank my chairman, Dr. Dinesh Dasa, who had initiated this project of integrated online application system scrutiny. I would tell in behalf of GPSC, that is Gujarat Public Service Commission, that it was not only an initiative from the candidates end, but even from the personal side. We could save much more on the manpower. We could reduce the working days of application scrutiny, and ultimately leading to the 365 days tenure of our advertisement. That is, once we publish the advertisement and we complete the advertisement within 365 days. So this could immensely help out with those things. Apart from these things, we could really contribute to the ecosystem by reducing the paperwork that was nearly gone to nil. That is only what the candidates used to send us on digital line. We could scrutinize those applications online, and we could really increase our efficiency. Previously, manually, when we used to scrutinize, it used to be scrutinized 50 applications a day. But now we could go up to 150 to 200 applications a day. And during COVID, it was our only department. We could work remotely. The application scrutiny was done by our officials right from their home. So it was really a pleasant putting up this innovation on the base. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the recognition, sir.
Very commendable. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you.
Inspector General, Ms. S. Ministhi, in the category revenue, silver goes to the project Prerna, Stamps and Registration Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Saurabh Chaudhary, Additional Principal Chief Conservator, silver for Forest and Environment to Forest Department, Government of West Bengal, for protection of coastal districts of West Bengal with mangrove and associate species plantation. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Yep.
Am I audible now?
Yes, please.
Bless you all.
Yeah, I thank the Scotch Group for this recognition of our work. On behalf of Forest Department, Government of West Bengal, our Additional Chief Secretary, Sri Vivek Kumar, and our Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Dr. Subrat Mukherjee, I appreciate your recognition of our work, and we'll continue our work. And thank you for your support and your recognition.
Congratulations. Mr. T.H.M. Kumar, Commissioner, Handlooms and Textile Department, Government of Karnataka, for small and micro textile units for SC/ST entrepreneurs.
Good
Silver
evening,
Award
sir.
in Handlooms and Textiles.
Good evening, sir. I am CS Yogesh, Additional Director. I am receiving on behalf of my Commissioner, TMH Kumar. Thank you very much. And also my sincere thanks to my Honorable Textile Minister, Shri Shankar Patil, sir, and then my Secretary, C&I, Pankaj Kumar Pandey, and my department colleagues and friends. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for honoring this award to State of Government of Karnataka. We will be motivated much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Alok Kumar, Director, Skill Building of ICDS Functionaries and Community through E-Content. Silver Award in Social Welfare. ICDS Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar.
Sir, pranam sir.
Ma'am.
एक मिनट सर, एक्चुअली एक मिनट सर. हेलो सर. Just got permission, sir, on the behalf of director, sir. Thank you so much, sir. थैंक यू सर. ऑन द पूरे बिहार और पूरे ICDS के तरफ से, हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आप सभी का.
आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं. बहुत अच्छा.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू सर.
Silver Award in Geology and Mining goes to Commissioner of Geology and Mining, Government of Gujarat, for Vehicle Tracking and Monitoring System, Mr. Piyush Kumar Garvi, ICT Officer and Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Scotch team. The special thanks to our visionary Honorable Commissioner sir, our Additional Director, and the development team and the consultant team. I'm thanking to all team CGM. In behalf of team CGM, thanking to Scotch team that we are honoring us for the Silver Award. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Silver in Finance and Revenue goes to Commercial Taxes Department, Government of Bihar. Web-based centralized DMS software and uploading digitized documents for secure storage. Ms. Seema Bharati, Joint Commissioner.
थैंक यू स्कॉच टीम. मैं अपनी कमिश्नर कम सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर प्रतिमा की तरफ से और अपने डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से स्कॉच टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ. आपने हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को रिकॉग्नाइज किया, इसे अवार्ड दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
कांग्रेचुलेशंस. इस वर्ष जो है बिहार काफी अच्छा कर रहा है.
थैंक यू.
बहुत कम नाम आता था बिहार का अवार्ड में. देखिए आज तो बिहार ही बिहार है.
सर आगे भी बिहार इसमें रहेगा, आप देखेंगे इस चीज को. थैंक यू.
जी.
हमारी शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
Silver in Agriculture goes to Agriculture Production and Farmers Welfare Department, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, for initiatives for doubling farmer income by 2022. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhary, Director.
Thank you very much, sir. समीर साहब, गुरचरण सिंह साहब, जितनी भी स्कॉच की पूरी फैमिली है, मैं ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ द फार्मिंग कम्युनिटी ऑफ यूटी ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, आई एम thankful to you, grateful to you for awarding this award to the UT of Jammu and Kashmir.
बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद आपको. हम इसको स्कॉच परिवार कहते हैं और आप भी इसका हिस्सा हैं.
जी.
के बाद
rightly said, sir. Rightly. Thank you very much, sir.
Shubhkamnaएं.
And I dedicate this award to the small and marginal farmers of the UT of Jammu and Kashmir.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Mr. P.K. Biswal, GMIT, Geology and Mining Silver Award goes to Odisha Mining Corporation Limited for Stockyard Management System. Mr. Biswal.
Good evening, sir. It's really been a privilege and honor to receive this recognition for our effort, sincere effort to bring some, perceivable value to the operational channel in the mining operation. And this has really, given us the benefit and we have achieved our objective. And we are this recognition will give us additional motivation to even go for further innovation, and then bring some notable change in the mining sector, its operation, and then contribute to the national economy. And then on behalf of entire OMC team, I am really glad to receive this recognition from your team, sir, and we are very, very thankful. And then this will keep motivating us for future endeavors for adopting innovative practices in all our functional domains in operation and then planning. Thank you. Thank you very much for your recognition, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And now invite Ms. Chotan Lama, Secretary and Nodal Officer, Dware Sarkar, for from Finance, Planning and Statistics Department, Government of West Bengal, Silver Award in Finance and Revenue. Yes.
Thank you very much for this award.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And now invite Mr. Yunus, Commissioner, Department of State Taxes and Excise, Government of Himachal Pradesh, for e-governance system for excise function, Silver Award in Finance and Revenue. The next Silver Award in Sports and Youth category goes to Department of Sports, Government of Punjab for Khedo Punjab application. Mr. DPS Kharbanda, Director Sports.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. I'm especially thankful to Scotch Group, and I accept this award on behalf of Government of Punjab. And with your support and with this award, we will work more with more motivation, and there will be more motivation among the sports person. And with this, the next Olympics will triple the medal tally of India. Jai Hind, sir.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Silver in Health goes to Department of Ayush, Government of Madhya Pradesh for Vaidya Aapke Dwar. Miss C.K. Deshmukh, Principal Secretary.
Thank you so much, everyone. And it is a matter of pride and a matter of satisfaction when the fruits of labor are delivered and recognized at the same time. Thank you so much to the Scotch team on behalf of our Principal Secretary, Ms. Karali Khonga Deshmukh. And I'm sure this award will motivate us to take the Ayush Cure app to the next level, the way forward as we have envisaged in our presentations and videos. Thank you so much once again, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And now invite Mr. Vidya Sagar, Chief Executive Officer, Real-Time Governance Society, Government of Andhra Pradesh for Project Spandana, Gold in e-governance. Mr. Vidya Sagar, your video is switched off. Please switch on your video and unmute yourself.
So congratulations, Mr. Vidya Sagar.
Thank you, sir.
Working in an amazing state, and my team has been speaking very, very highly of you. I must tell you that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate this. And thank you, Dr. Gursharan. It's a pleasure to have met you and engaged in the discussion we did. and also to continue to improve, learn from other panelists and see what's going on in the other states. And as you said, take what works so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? That's what we are trying to do. Look at the positive aspects of what's happening around the country and use that to our advantage and improve our service delivery. That's all we can ask, and that's all we are trying to do.
That's
Thank
wonderful.
you.
Absolutely wonderful. And you have such a forward-looking Chief Minister.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Vidyasagar. We move on to invite Mr. Kumar Vineet, Special Secretary ITE and MD UP DESCO, Gold in e-governance for Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Helpline.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gusharan. Thank you, Samir Saab, the entire Scotch team, honorable judges who have taken UP Chief Minister Helpline as winner in this category. We really feel happy to be recognized at this level, that our work has been recognized, and we are very happy that, yes, the human service that we have been trying to do, connect to the citizen in their era of pandemic, in their era of getting the information about different issues and everything, that has really worked well. So thank you, Scotch, for recognizing this. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको भी और योगी जी को भी। और
धन्यवाद सर, बिल्कुल मैं आपकी शुभकामनाओं को वहां तक
तो
पहुंचा
फोटो हमें
दूंगा।
जरूर भेजिएगा।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। Mr. Akash Deep, Commissioner and Secretary, Public Health Engineering Department, Government of Assam, for Jal Jeevan Mission, Gold in Water.
Thank you, Dr. Gurusharan, respected Samir Kochar ji, all other panelists who were there. I am very delighted that you have recognized our efforts. We have still a long way to go. However, we are so much encouraged with this award, and I must thank the visionary leadership provided to us by our Honorable Chief Minister, our Honorable Minister, and my philosopher and guide, our Additional Chief Secretary, Mr. Abbasi. And I once again thank you all of you for giving me this opportunity. We never expected this, but it is such a big encouragement for all of us. And I must once again thanks Scotch Group. You have been very kind to us earlier also in Swachh Bharat Mission. And let me tell you, while I was there in UP and I worked as Swachh Bharat Mission Director, I had a previous engagement with you as well, and we were also awarded by that. So, but this time we got gold, and we are very happy. I must once again thank to all of you.
Congratulations, you are very, very deserving. It is not that we are being kind to you. You continue doing a good job, and let's hope next time it's a platinum and not a gold.
Definitely, I mean,
yeah. You've named, I know well, Mr. Abbasi, I know for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Hemanta ji, I know for 20 years. And I think you have a good thing going in Assam now. You really have a great
Yes, definitely, we really wish to keep this momentum going on, and probably at the end of this project, we'll be definitely looking forward for Platinum 1. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. Gold in education goes to School Education Department, Government of West Bengal for Bangla Shiksha 3.0. Mr. Manish Jain, Principal Secretary.
Sir, thank you, sir. This is Devashish Sarkar, Joint Director of School Education. Sir, since our Principal Secretary, Sri Manish Jain, is away busy in some meeting, so I humbly received this award on behalf of School Education Department, Government of West Bengal, and on behalf of our Principal Secretary, Sri Manish Jain ji. Sir, we are really honored to have this award, and we, as you know, that this Bangla Shiksha Online, we are trying to do bring all the stakeholders under a single umbrella, and we have we made this digital repository of all the activities under Bangla Shiksha. All the schools, all the teachers, there are about 82,000 schools, 4.5 lakh teachers, and more than 1.5 crore students. And we have brought all the database here under this Bangla Shiksha Online. We all the incentives to the students, these are being made through this Bangla Shiksha Online. even during this COVID time, we continue to continue this e-learning, online Bangla Shiksha through this Bangla Shiksha portal. And sir, this award, it would motivate us to work harder, and we are really privileged. We are thankful to you here, Dr. Gursharan ji and respected Shumir ji. We really thank you on behalf of people of West Bengal and on behalf of School Education Department. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. You have another one coming up for the Department of Higher Education, Gold for Bangla Ucha Shiksha. Mr. Manish Jain once again, and there you are.
Sir, I am Joydeep Mukhopadhyay, sir, Special Secretary for the Higher Education Department. We are really honored, sir, to have the Bangla Ucha Shiksha portal been awarded gold from the Scotch Award. So we are thankful, sir. This will motivate us to further develop this portal so that we can cover more and more colleges and universities and all the students. It will be beneficial for all. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations.
Sir.
And now invite Dr. Pratima, Secretary cum Additional Mission Director, Bihar Prashasnik Sudhar Mission Society, General Administration Department, Government of Bihar, for Bihar ERTPS Services Gold in Governance.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Please go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Me, Mananjan Kumar, on behalf of the Government of Bihar and Dr. Pratima, I am receiving this award. Thank you so much, sir. बिहार में ERTPS का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो राइट टू पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी से जुड़ा हुआ है, और हाल के दिनों में बिहार में जितना काम राइट टू पब्लिक सर्विसेज को ऑनलाइन सर्विसेज देने में और डोर स्टेप डिलीवरी में हुआ है, उतना बहुत कम स्टेट में हुआ होगा। मैं इस अवार्ड के लिए को देने के लिए स्कॉच ग्रुप को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं, और हम लोग सचमुच काफ़ी ऑनर्ड हैं। थैंक यू स्कॉच ग्रुप।
बहुत शुभकामनाएं। देखिए, आपको जिस चीज़ के लिए अवार्ड मिल रहा है उस चीज़ के लिए बिहार को कभी भी नहीं जाना गया।
मैं वही बताना चाह रहा था कि हाल के दिनों में बिहार में जितना काम राइट टू पब्लिक सर्विसेज के एरिया में हुआ है, और ख़ास करके हम लोगों ने जितना इसमें मेहनत किया है लोगों को ऑनलाइन सर्विसेज देने में, और आप विश्वास करेंगे कि हम लोग पर डे इस पोर्टल से, जो हम लोगों का अपना एक पोर्टल जो हम लोगों ने बनाया है उससे, और जिससे हम सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं, पर डे 2 लाख के आसपास सर्विसेज हम लोग इस ऑनलाइन सर्विसेज हम लोग इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से दे पा रहे हैं, और ये सही सचमुच बिहार के लिए और सबके लिए एक गौरव की बात है। जी,
शुभकामनाएं।
धन्यवाद सर।
Mr. Arvind Agarwal, Director, Women and Child Development Department, Government of Odisha, for Child Marriage Free Village Initiative through Nirvaya Kadhi. Women and Child Development Gold.
Thank you, sir. We express our sincere thanks to Team Scotch for recognition of our initiative, and special thanks to sir, our Principal Secretary ma'am, our Minister ma'am, UNICEF, UNFPA, and Collector of Ganjam, who led this program from the front. And sir, we dedicate this award to our DSWs, DCPOs, and child marriage prohibition officers who put their heart and soul behind this program, sir. And we thank you for recognizing our initiative. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Fantastic work.
Thank you, sir.
Next gold in governance goes to District Mineral Foundation, Government of Gujarat, for DMF Mobile Medical Unit, Panchmahal and Dahod. Ms. Veena Padia, Director.
On behalf of Ms. Veena Padia, I thank once again the Scotch team for giving us this award. And I would dedicate this award to the health team that has been working in the community and who were very undeterred even though COVID and other difficult times were there. Thank you once again for the award.
Congratulations. Tourism and Culture, Gold, goes to Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board for Drive-In Vaccination Center, Bhopal. Mr. Shiv Shekhar Shukla, Principal Secretary. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I'm Additional Managing Director, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board. Thank you so much for this award, and our team is also present, Mr. Manoj Kumar. Thank you so much, Scotch team, for giving us this award, and it will definitely motivate our team.
बहुत शुभकामनाएं.
Thank you.
Our MD, MPSTDC is also present. Vishwanathan sir, please.
Mr. Manoj Kumar Das, Additional Chief Secretary, Chief Minister's Office, Government of Gujarat for Gujarat CM Dashboard, E-Governance Gold.
A very good evening on behalf of our Secretary, Shri Avantika Singh ma'am. I am very thankful to the Scotch team, Ms. Co-Chair, Dr. Gurucharan. On behalf of entire CM Dashboard team, we are very encouraged and motivated for your recognition and appreciations. And once again, thank you for the wonderful day. Dr. Saab, you have been wonderful as usual. It was a wonderful, enlightening day full of new learnings. Thank you so much. And we wish to have you here as our guest to have a look at our dashboard. Thank you once again.
It's a pleasure. You know, I haven't been to Gujarat for a very long time. Last I came there was to meet Anandi Ben when she had just about taken over.
During the vibrant days.
Yeah, very, very long back.
Secretary,
I'm looking forward that now Gursharan goes there and comes back and tells me what is the great progress you've done. Of course, I have covered till 2014, you know, in Modinomics, what all you've done. But after that, now I have to update it sometime.
Yes. Our secretaries are occupied in vibrant preparation. Unfortunately, that's why our ma'am could not join the event. But we are very thankful to the team.
We'll try and have another meeting with her.
Please, sir. We'll be glad to have you here.
Pleasure.
Look forward. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you once again.
Next goal in tourism and culture goes to Tourism Department, Government of West Bengal for transformational performance during COVID. Ms. Nandini Chakravarti, Principal Secretary. Mr. G. Anil Kumar, Engineer-in-Chief, Irrigation and Command Area Department, Government of Telangana for Mission Kakatiya, Gold in Irrigation.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Ramacharyalu, Executive Engineer, taking this award, receiving this award on behalf of our Engineer-in-Chief, Irrigation Department. And from our department, I thank you and gratitude to Dr. Gurucharan Saab, Co-Chair Saab, for giving this encouragement in terms of this gold award. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Excellent work.
Thank you, sir.
So may I say something, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, I'm Shanta Pradhan on behalf of Nandini ma'am, Tourism Department, Government of West Bengal. I extend my gratefulness and thanks to you, sir.
Pleasure. Wonderful work you're doing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
West Bengal State Council of Technical and Vocational Education and Skill Development for online proctored examination for polytechnics. Gold in skill development, Mr. Anup Kumar Agarwal, Principal Secretary. You are muted.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Heartiest congratulations, Anup ji. Very, very good work.
Yeah, thank you, Samir ji. And thanks to the whole Scotch Parivar for this recognition. And our whole team is sitting here in the auditorium looking at the whole award ceremony.
Well, tell them, from my side, they're all part of Scotch Parivar. You've done such a wonderful job. Anybody who does good for the country, good for their state is a part of Scotch Parivar. God blessings be added to your work.
With all the humility, we take this award and recognition, which will encourage us for doing better in future.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
And now invite Mr. Pavan Arora, Commissioner, Rajasthan Housing Board for Revival and Strengthening of RHB, Gold in Housing.
Thank you so much. This is basically due to strong political will and our team effort, especially when we are working with only 35% of the sanction strength. And the average age of my staff is 56 years.
Oh my gosh. No, but I am 57. We guys can work too, you know.
That's why we could do it, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
You know, मजाक कर रहा था मैं अभी पीछे एक हमारा फंक्शन था तो मैंने कहा हमारी फैमिली की एवरेज एज 70 है 57 का मैं हो गया हूँ 13 बचे हैं तो बहुत जोर की भाग रहा हूँ रोज ज्यादा आ जाता है
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Another gold in the tourism and culture category goes to Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board for safe tourism destination for women in Madhya Pradesh through awareness, education, training, and employment. Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Director.
Thank you very much, sir. Our AMD, Mr. Silpa Gupta, is here. Madam, continue, please continue. Our MD, MPSTDC is here. Shraddha sir is here. Please come. No. Thank you very much to कोचर फैमिली. आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस तरह के रिकॉग्निशन के लिए और मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज्म बोर्ड और पूरा परिवार मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज्म का परिवार आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता है और इस प्रकार के आपके अवार्ड से
बहुत शुभकामनाएं. मैं मध्य प्रदेश में कभी टूरिस्ट बन के नहीं आया. अब उम्मीद करता हूं कि शायद इस बार ही लेके आऊं फैमिली को.
वेलकम सर, वेलकम. मैं पूरे आपके स्कॉच परिवार को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि आप लोग एक बार जरूर मध्य प्रदेश का विजिट करें.
अब तो आप भी स्कॉच परिवार का हिस्सा हैं.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
चलिए
2014 में भी आपने मुझे एक अवार्ड दिया था
जी
और तो हमने रूरल डेवलपमेंट के लिए दिया था
जी. देखिए अच्छे ऑफिसर अच्छे ही रहते हैं जहाँ पे भी.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
हमारी शुभकामनाएं. Mr. KB Rabadia, Special Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Gujarat for Sujalam Saflam Jal Abhiyan 3.0, Gold in Water.
Yes, sir. Sir, thanks for recognizing water conservation efforts made by the Gujarat, sir. And thank you so much for selecting Gujarat for the Scotch Award. I dedicate this award to the entire Gujarat team involved in the Sujlam Suflam program, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Once again.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. ये तो बहुत ही अच्छी स्कीम है. मैंने मोदीनॉमिक्स में भी लिखा था सुजलम सुफलम का. ये मोदी जी चालू कर गए थे.
Yes, sir.
मुझे याद है. बहुत ही अच्छी स्कीम है. मेरे को बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है देख के कि it is growing from strength to strength.
Yeah. And every year, sir, we are just motivated by we are nominating in this award and we are getting so year to year we are also improving, sir.
जी. अब प्लैटिनम छूटा है आपका. अगले साल प्लैटिनम लेके जाएं.
Yeah.
जरूर.
Thank you, sir, very much.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं.
Thank you. Sir, congratulations.
Now for Platinum Award, Women in Child Development. It goes to Arvind Agarwal, Director, Women and Child Development Department, Government of Odisha for Ghare Ghare Arunima Integrated Child Development Services.
Thank you, sir. We are really honored that this initiative has also been recognized by the Scotch team, sir. And we, on behalf of our department, sir, we express our sincere thanks to you so that this initiative could be recognized. Sir, this is basically contribution of all our Anganwadi workers who ensured that we could run Anganwadis in each individual houses, sir. So we dedicate this to them, sir. And also we express sincere thanks to UNICEF and our principal secretary, ma'am, who conceptualized it and guided us at every front while implementation. And all our team members, sir, DSW, CDPOs, supervisors, they did excellently. And this is their contribution, sir. And we simply receiving award on their behalf, sir. Thank you, sir.
Heartiest congratulations. And you know, a Platinum Scotch Award is a very rare award. So sir, congratulations to you. There are very, very few people who go on to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So you must have done extraordinarily well. Do give her my congratulations.
Thank you, sir. It will definitely motivate us, sir.
In Geology and Mining, Platinum goes to Commissioner of Geology and Mining, Government of Gujarat for Integrated Lease Management System, Mr. Roopant Singh, Commissioner.
Sir, this is PD Gadwe. Good afternoon. I'm on behalf of Honorable Commissioner Sir Roopant Singh. We are very thankful to the Scotch team that we got such a great honor of platinum. So we are very thankful, and it was only possible because of our Honorable Visionary Commissioner Sir Vision, our Additional Director, Team CGM, and our Chief Minister of Geology, Industry and Mines. So we are thankful to the Scotch team for such a great honor. Thanks a lot.
So do send us a picture with the minister.
So do send us a picture presenting the award to the minister.
Sure, sir.
So that brings us to the end of the announcement of Scotch Awards in the 75th round of Scotch Awards. So I thank everyone and wish everyone all the best. And before we go, I invite Mr. Kocher to say a few words and address the participants.
Gursharan always stumps me. He asks me to speak when I am not scheduled to speak. All I can say is God's blessings be added to your work. As you know that, I write books. So while, we have been awarding and rewarding a lot of government departments, I think a lot of civil servants need to be personally recognized also. So just recently we started recognition of people who helped build India from the private sector. And now we are going to introduce an award called Public Service Award, which looks at civil servants who across jobs, at least 10-15 years history, have made a significant difference. So this award will be an individual award for the civil servants. It is not for any government, it's not for any department. It's just for your grit and determination, where across departments you've been coming back and getting awards and winning accolades and doing a good job, and very selflessly. So that award is for you and for your family. We would soon be announcing the award, and I think within December the award would be announced. And we have now started calling ourselves Scotch Parivar. From Scotch Group there has been a journey. आप सबने ही मिलके बनाया है जो हमें बनाया है, क्योंकि अवार्ड कौन देता है से बड़ी चीज यह है कि अवार्ड लेता कौन है। और जितना सम्मान आप सब हमें हमारा अवार्ड लेके देते हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स लेते हैं, मिनिस्टर्स लेते हैं, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स लेते हैं, और इतने प्यार से लेते हैं कि वी गेट वेरी इमोशनल. And you've seen that it is a very fair process, 4-month, 5-month long process. And I think through these recognitions and documentations, maybe we are able to do our little bit in motivating all of you to do even better for our motherland. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कोचर साहब. मैं ये ज़रूर कहूँगा कि सब लोग आपसे मिलने के लिए आतुर थे और आपसे सुनने के लिए भी. तो काफ़ी अच्छे शब्द आपके लगे, जिसमें कि सबको बहुत और ज़्यादा उम्मीद बनती है कि आगे आने वाले समय में जितना उन्होंने किया है इससे और भी अच्छा कर पाएंगे. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपके शब्दों के लिए. और इससे पहले कि हम आज का सम्मेलन यहाँ पे अंत करें, मेरी गुजारिश है सब लोगों से कि आप अपना एक बार वीडियो ऑन कर दें ताकि हम एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ ले पाएं कि आज हमारे साथ कौन कौन सम्मिलित हुए. तो रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू पुट ऑन देयर वीडियोस. आप मास्क उतार सकते हैं और वीडियो ऑन करके रखें.
हाँ, ये तो मास्क चिन्ह की फोटोग्राफ आ जाएगी एक बार.
तो अगर आप सब लोग तैयार हैं, अब वीडियोस ऑन किए हैं आपने, अभी मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि काफी लोगों ने ऑन नहीं किया है. गुजारिश मेरी है फिर से कि एक बार अपने वीडियोस चालू कर दें. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. जी, इसमें 3 लोग अभी भी हैं जिनके वीडियो नहीं ऑन हुए. फिर से गुजारिश करता हूं कि वो अपना वीडियो ऑन करें. पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट और स्कूल एजुकेशन. जी ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत अच्छा लगा आप सबसे जुड़ने के आज हम हमारे साथ जुड़े, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बातचीत किया। हमें भी इस चीज से बहुत मोटिवेशन मिलता है, और जैसे हमने सुबह शुरुआत की थी कि अब स्कॉच ग्रुप से अब आप इस परिवार का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा बन चुके हैं, तो हमें आपसे सीखने को बहुत कुछ मिलता है, सिर्फ एग्जैक्टली उसी तरीके से जैसे कि आपको एक दूसरे से सीखने को मिलता है। जैसे कोचर साहब ने कहा कि जो किताबें और जो उनके लेखन हैं उसमें इन सब बातों का बहुत ज्यादा उल्लेख पाया जाता है, और काफी जगह पर आप देखेंगे, चाहे वो इकोनॉमिक्स रही हो या डिजिटल इंडिया, दूसरी जो पुस्तकें कोचर साहब ने लिखी हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आपका जो योगदान है उससे बहुत फायदा मिलता है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे से जुड़ने के लिए। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir.